relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body and feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankles. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice. As the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of your hand, relaxing your hand. And it now moves on up into your forearm, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscle. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscle, relaxing your facial muscle, just completely relaxing your facial muscle. Allow a little space between your teeth and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now Vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area. And visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body
before it's all over
with a protectory aura of
disabilities.
bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down, as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down.
Hello,
down,
can I have a 10K?
Number 1. And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper. Even deeper. Even deeper. Number 7. Deeper, 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 down,
Hello,
down.
can I have 10K to run Google Ads to arbitrage?
Number 6. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2. Deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before, until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And you're now relaxed and at ease, and a quietness of spirit permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. It's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualizations, and in so doing, you communicate your desires to the levels of mind that will assist you in manifesting the positive outcomes. Imagine what you desire as if it were already so. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. And you've just seen your own reality. And you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate it to every level of your being. So say the words along with me, silently in your mind. Shout them out silently, and hear them echo out across the universe and back to you. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. Quietness of spirit. The words quietness of spirit are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you can draw upon when you need it. When you say the words quiet of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear this suggestion, and every time you use your quietness of spirit programming, it becomes more and more effective. And it's now time to repeat another powerful affirmation along with me. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while.
something to do with black men or whatever. Oh, about if the man pays 100%, what does the woman do with her being? That was a wrong title. And so it was a really good conversation. And some chick named Penny, I don't know who this chick is, but she came in, saw me in the room, and instantly, man, just fucking went off. Oh, sick, y'all don't know
And
about
you've
this.
just seen your own
He
reality.
disrespects black women.
And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as if you just had a refreshing nap. Your head will be clear, and you'll think and act with calm self-assurance, feeling glad to be alive and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up and at peace with all life.
And I don't know who you are, I don't remember the encounter, but I said,
Number 3, coming on up, feeling an internal balance and harmony. Number 4, recall the situation in the room. And number 5, wide awake, wow.
So you probably just couldn't handle what you were dishing out. And then it just, oh my God, dude, it just went into chaos times.
Say,
It did. And that's why what I said yesterday was pretty red. And the reason why they act like this is because they go in other rooms and then they're not checked. And then they want to turn around, listen again, this is what vexes me. They want to turn around and say, oh, black men this, black men that, they don't defend us, we're this, black men, allow us to be treated any kind of way. I'm like, but you present yourself any kind of way. There's no reason to be sitting here acting like this and talking reckless like this on an app with people that you don't know. You can you can make your points, and you can get the same point across without sitting back there and being an antagonist.
yeah, but that's why they do it, because there's no consequences here.
Absolutely. So that's one of the issues that I have when it comes to stuff like that, because again, they get gassed up by these goofy niggas on this app that will sit back and allow them to just sit back and just talk reckless. Right. Again, if the game is
Wide awake. Open your eyes and feel good. Number 5, wide awake.
They're gonna say that you're zesty or you're sus, etc., because you don't allow women to talk to you any kind of way. I'm like, nah, motherfucker, y'all got it backwards, Playboy. Y'all got it backwards. I want to address that particular thing.
You're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. You can do other things if you wish while programming your mind by repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All right, now repeat each phrase after me. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways.
I know you got white girlfriends. They won't be able to run away from that one.
I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it.
And saying, we're not tolerating your bullshit. And again, the thing is, Thomas, they can be as antagonistic as they want. There's no issue with
I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems.
Because you can't control your emotions because you're triggered. And you can't have a civil conversation like a fucking adult should.
I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort.
They go out and they fucking lie. And that's the biggest issue. When I was in that room yesterday,
I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can.
And I just sat there quiet the whole time. The times I tried to respond, Thomas, got me. Couldn't even get a word in I mean, we don't want to hear your shit.
I accept who I
By the
am.
time this one, I gotta give the one lady credit. She did.
I always do my best, which is all anyone can
This nigga
ask.
hasn't disrespected. He hasn't overtalked anybody, and you just keep going on and on about him. You know, so I think she was starting.
Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious.
Respectful as shit, and trying to dominate and crash out, along with this other chick.
Negativity flows through me without affecting me.
These women lie, and in real life, what do they end up doing? They end up lying.
As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image.
That will go and fuck the nigga up or kill another black man simply because of their fucking lies. Like, this shit is what happens.
The words, quietness of spirit, are...
Right.
Most of the time, especially with men that have something to lose, have some type of monetary value with, like either money or something.
So
They definitely gonna come after your money, buddy.
what's the game then? Because like, if women are so malicious and destructive, what's the optimal game then for the man? Is it to not engage fully, to just, I'm not saying be a beta orbiter, but how do you enjoy the experience without endangering yourself?
And abandon them. Just completely abandon them. That's it. That's what black men have been doing, whether anyone wants to admit it or not. That's what the solution is. You see them, you hear them, and you walk the other way and don't even acknowledge what the fuck's going on. This has been happening since before Drake and Kendrick Lamar had their baby. And it's been working.
Yeah, and then leaving them the fuck alone, and then being smart to use them as cannon fodder to prove your point, to show the rest of the world, like, hey, these motherfuckers are out of control. So more and more people stop fucking with them and start holding them accountable. Like, that's the strategy, man.
I blame Isaac.
I mean, you can blame me, but it's not correct.
He don't never get the joke. He just always goes over his head. Shit. It's crazy.
Isaac's serious, man. Isaac's always in serious mode.
So he didn't even laugh.
Somebody yesterday.
I think I could probably count on one hand how many times I've heard Isaac actually laugh on this app.
Somebody.
How can I get married if I'm an incel and no black woman wants to?
Somebody said yesterday, the moment you start arguing with a woman, you've placed yourself below her. Her and your value is now. Well, I agree with that. Yesterday, I was with a girl, incredibly hot, but she wants to argue over everything. So eventually, I said, you know what? Just take me home. I'm going home. I'm giving you your bag. I don't want you spending the night at my place. And go to any patio in the city and have a good time. Good night. And the problem.
There you go, Emmy. Get him.
Well, see, she's a control freak. She wouldn't even let me drive. She has to be in total control all the time. And I brought her to a great restaurant, and then she said, I am not eating here. You have to take me somewhere better. And I said, fine, I'll make you happy. We'll go to this place. It's better. We get there. There's no parking. So she wants to park illegally. 2 days ago, she was towed for parking illegally, but yet she wanted to park again illegally. And then she started asking me, am I parked right? I said, this isn't even a parking spot. And then some Mexican guy smoking a cigarette started screaming at us. I said, you know what, just take me home. Like, I don't even want to be with you. So the thing is, I mean, I had to argue a little, but so that means I'm still a bitch. Like, I let this woman, wrap her tentacles around me and mind control me, and she has cats. She's a toxoplasmosis, early Alzheimer, sufferer. And the thing about a cat woman is they think that toxoplasmosis will also infect and parasitize their male victims that support their bad behavior. I am complete.
Well, I'll tell you where you fucked up, Corby. I'll tell you where you fucked up. The minute she started complaining about the restaurant wasn't adequate, and you folded and said, "I'll take you somewhere better," that's where you fucked up, bro. You should have just cut it off. The minute she said, "I don't like this," and started complaining, bro. All right, well, bitch, bye. Bye. This is what you get. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, I agree. I thought about that too.
Taco Bell was just across the road from White Castle.
Is that Tuna Boy?
I think we can get Isaac to laugh.
Is that Tuna Boy? Tuna Boy, I have to sympathize with you. I know that you have been, I've upset you in the past. I want to apologize and say I feel for you. I feel your suffering. I can only imagine what you've had to go through, and I apologize for maybe insulting you in the past because these women are malicious.
My son was dying. That's what you did. Why don't you go fucking kill yourself, you child molesting fucking hind? Apology not accepted. Go kill yourself.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, dude.
Man, talk about killing the vibe.
Yeah, be honest, look.
No, this creepy child molester has no place in the world.
If you're under any impression that the crap you learned years ago works in dating today, I'm sorry, not related. None of it. Please, none of it. Because the amount of people that are maybe working effort to marry kids, they're probably not going to get a divorce. So, whatever that means, the odds are low, thickings are slim. You have to adapt to that to win. It's how it is out there. That's why men my age, 30s, we don't do anything. We don't do dating, we don't do online, none of it.
Shit, I be dating.
Okay,
I do dating.
hold on.
I do dating.
I forgot.
I'm 31 though. You might be older.
No, I forgot. He has a point. Most of the men my age, we learned this years ago. It ain't enough out here that's worth the one.
But no, see, I do dating differently than you though, Isaac. What I do is, honestly, no, hear me out.
Let me finish 3. I'm not
Hear
talking
me
about
out.
strategies.
I'm not talking about strategies either.
I'm not
What I'm
talking-
saying, okay, go ahead. Finish your point and then I'll respond.
Yeah,
Mr. I
the
don't
point I'm
think.
making is, like maybe 7 years ago, we saw the trajectory of where it was going to go. So most of us checked out. Now, you got the money in that sport, or if you got the game, or if you got the wordplay, go to the research. That's never going to run out. It's always going to be available.
So are you done?
You don't get in a relationship.
Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the way that I date is differently than the way that these niggas date. And I think y'all approach me wrong. When I take a woman on a date, I'm not taking her on a date for anything. Honestly, she just here with me. I was gonna go to this nice restaurant and be eating this nice ass food regardless if she was here with me or not. That's the difference. You niggas don't even go to those places without a woman with y'all. I'll be there by myself. The bartender knows me. The waitress knows me. Shit, I might even have a waitress's number, and she might be looking like, damn, he got a new one with him. I don't know. Y'all niggas just don't know how to date. I think y'all bring too much validity in the dating when, honestly, I'm just here to have a good time, enjoy myself, and have a conversation. I don't know, man. I was going to be here regardless. So that's why I don't have a problem with taking a woman on a nice date. And honestly, that's kind of how me and my girl got together, for real. Like, I took her on a date, but honestly, see, that's the thing. Even before I even took her on a date, she was bringing me shit when I was a broke-ass nigga at my mom's house. I took her on a date because I saw her doing better things with her life. I was doing better things with my life, and I was like, well, shit. We might as well go and enjoy each other. We didn't, already been acclimated with each other. We might as well see what we got going on. I took her on a date and we hit it off. It's not that hard.
So, I was in PhD's room.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Who?
woman, bro. I swear.
I ain't got
That's not a good trait.
Guys, let's relax.
That's not a good trait.
It's not that deep, bro. It's good. It's all good. Let's keep it pushing. So, I was in PhD's room yesterday, and they were, I guess, trying to help him out with a girl he was trying to talk to or whatever. And basically, he met this girl in some Facebook group, and it was a black lady, and he told the young lady, he wanted to take her on a date, thought he was pretty, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he basically said, I was going to take you to Dave and Buster's. And her response was, I'm a grown-ass woman. I don't do Dave and Buster's. That's for kids, blah, blah, blah. And she also told him that if you're going to get with her, she wants a man that's going to invest in her. She wants to start an Airbnb company and all kind of stuff like that, basically investing in her. And the whole stage erupted into whether or not it's okay for a woman to say that doesn't want to go to Dave and Buster's for the first date. So it kind of divulged from there. And I thought it was interesting because, again, my personal opinion and my experience is if a girl actually likes you, she doesn't give a fuck where you take her. If she's not into you, she's just kind of maybe trying to feel you out, or if she's not interested in you at all, she will try to dictate where you go. But a girl that is genuinely interested in you, she will follow you to the moon. It doesn't matter.
Facts. I was there too, Thomas, and I told them and PhD, bro. PhD had nothing to do with Dave and Buster's, bro. You just a loser, bro. Everybody can't win, bro. It takes all types of men to make the world go around. And he's one of those loser guys where a woman is going to approach him first off the bat. Like, what are you going to do for me? Like, nah, bro. I ain't going to lie to you. It's different strokes for different folks. And that shit ain't going to work for him. But like you said, bro, I don't even look at dates like that. I told them that in the room, bro. I take a woman where I want to take her. I'm not giving out suggestions. We just gonna have fun with whatever I put together, and that's it. That's what's gonna be. That's what it's gonna be.
I wish more men moved like that, because when you open up that aspect to ask her where she wants to go, she's gonna think that you're unsure, and she's gonna think that you carry yourself like that in all things where you're indecisive and things like that. So, yeah, to my boy PhD, he needs to be more assertive when he's looking to take these out. And again, I thought the red flag was even before the whole David Buster situation, when she started saying, "Oh, you got to." Well, she had 2 or 3 kids. Yeah, she was like, she's 37 years old with 2 or 3 kids, and she wants you to invest in her. I'm like, invest in you? It's not even invest in us, invest in you. And I'm like, again, fuck the Dave Busters. You should have left their ass on red as soon as she said that, in my opinion. But
I'm still laughing at men doing all this old shit in the 90s, like 2000s. It's like, nah, bro. You ain't getting nothing, she ain't getting nothing. That's how it goes.
Cash, how you doing? You there?
Hey, Mr. Washington, how are you? I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I appreciate you for asking, shorty.
Thanks for inviting me to the stage for the masculinity mansion. There's only like 6 of you guys in here. I guess I'm the only.
Yeah, it was thumping yesterday. Thunder was up here yesterday. She's trying to chill in the audience today, so.
Okay.
Well, that's why we're glad that you're here, to increase the testosterone.
That would be her increasing the estrogen, bro. Not testosterone.
I know what I said.
Oh, okay.
So what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about what we're talking about?
Loser shit. But the title is Black Women Are Liars. And I didn't even read the title, Tom. You go ahead and take it over.
Yeah, what were we just talking about? Let me ask you a question. As a woman, do you think? How do you feel? Do you think a guy should tell you where you're going on a date if he's interested in you, or should he give you the opportunity to kind of pick and see where you choose, because it's about your comfortability when it comes to a date?
Sorry. So I was looking up different hair appointments to get my hair done as I was listening to you guys, but I guess my issue with this title is what's up with the black women are liars? Like, um, is it how is it just black women? Like, I don't know. Like, if she speaks a different language, how would you know if she's lying to you or not? And if she's of a different ethnicity, how would you be able to tell if her lies are real in the beginning? I mean, I don't know. I was actually just watching like a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episode.
The new or the classic?
The old one with
Okay.
dark skin Aunt Viv.
Okay.
And one of her cousins.
Yeah, they replaced Aunt Viv.
I know, right? One of dark skinned Aunt Viv's cousins actually married a white man, and they were all cooking, in their mansion, and and the white guy, like her cousin and the white guy, just had a baby, and the white guy saw that, the lady his wife had been up, she was on her feet, and she was tired, and so the white husband was like, hey, let me go rub your feet, like, let's go lay down, I can tell, like, he was so emotionally, like, taking care of her. He was like paying attention to her, and so that really kind of opened my eyes, like, just literally just this morning, in terms of like, a man being masculine. It doesn't really matter what race he is. But yeah, to the topic, I don't think all black women are liars. I don't think lying is a black woman's trait alone. I think anybody can lie. And then for me, in terms of dating, Thomas, you said, what was the specific question you asked me?
So would you prefer for a guy, if he finds you attractive and he wants to take you on a date, would you prefer for a guy to ask you where you want to go, or for him just to choose it? Because what I said is that if a girl genuinely likes you, she doesn't give a fuck where you take her. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. That's for sure. Like, to me, if I like a guy, wherever he takes me, I'm gonna be cool with. But I can just tell you up front, there are just certain things that I like and that I don't like, right? So, I don't really like being outside and doing a lot of outside activities in like very rough environments, for example. So if he takes me somewhere that's got like mosquitoes and I'm gonna be out, and he expects me to be doing that a lot, that's gonna make me think like, okay, do I wanna proceed? If he takes me to an upscale spot, that's gonna kind of let me know like, okay, this is how he thinks, this is how he moves, this is where he likes to spend his time. Can I see myself, in a spot like this? I think it might come down to, if he's taking me to upscale spots, but that's not really how he lives. That's not really in his tax bracket. Then that's where I have an issue, because it's like you're trying to be something that you're not.
Most guys do that. Most guys will sit back and spend half their check trying to take a chick out to a very fancy restaurant when it's not that deep. If she likes you, she doesn't care. And to your point about, I get some girls that like to be outside. I'm out here in Oregon. A lot of the girls, that's all they want to do is be outside. And I'm like, listen, I'll rent an RV. We can go glamping, but I'm not fucking laying on the ground. Like, y'all got life fucked up.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm in California, Northern California, NorCal.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I get it. And I think too, like, like out here, you have like Yosemite Park, right? And you've got the redwoods and stuff. So if we're doing a little hike, right? Like, okay.
A little hike, yeah.
Yeah. Right,
So,
like
2 miles into the wilderness, like what the fuck is wrong with y'all, man? My mama told me not to play in the woods. Y'all, go ahead.
Exactly. So if he's, if it's that, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, we're gonna see beautiful nature, we're gonna see scenes, we'll get to see, okay, how fit is he? How fit am I? How do we treat each other on the trail? That makes sense to me. But and I also think, like, even if he's not up there, right? Like, if he's a really, really attractive guy, he treats people well, and he can afford to take himself those places sometimes, right? If he can afford to take himself those places sometimes, and he's choosing to bring me along with him, that's different than just him showboating and acting like he's something that he's not. Like, I would appreciate like him telling me like, oh, I can do this, sometimes, and I want to take you with me. I kind of do this, like a couple times a year or whatever. Now, if he actually
Cash,
has
that
it
was
like
my
that,
point.
that changes things for sure.
That was my point too, Cash. I was telling these niggas to stop doing that shit and stop, like, just take a woman, kind of like how you said, with you. Like, I was gonna go to this nice ass restaurant with or without you. I was gonna be in this place with or without. Like, the bartender knows me, the waitresses know me. Like, this is my little spot, and I'm just taking you here to see how you act in this environment. And I feel like if men did that more, they wouldn't be having these type of talking points that they be having about dating. To me, and that's just my opinion.
So if you were to, so Cash, and I'm gonna remove the J too, but so Cash, if let's say a guy, he pulled up on you, he was like, spitting some game at you, and he said he wanted to take you out. Now again, let's say just for the sake of conversation, like his face card wasn't hidden the way that you're used to, but he wasn't like completely fucked up. He wasn't a Flavor Flav out here. So you don't like the genuine like attraction connection wasn't there, but you weren't completely turned off because at least he had the confidence to come holler at you, right? Would you have more resistance to him deciding where he's going to take you if you weren't genuinely attracted at the jump, or would it matter? Like, regardless if you're attracted to him or not, you don't just going to go along for the ride.
It wouldn't matter to me. I would still go along for the ride. I don't put really that much importance on how people look, though. I go more based on personality. So if you're not as quote unquote good looking as other people, quote unquote, which I really hate, but you know what I'm trying to say. If that's the case, if your personality's on point and you can make me laugh, we can have a good old time, we can be friends, I can see myself like.
You don't want to be friends with you. You don't want to be friends with you.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, well, okay, I do think lovers and friends is a good thing. So me personally, I want to be friends with the person that's also my lover. That's me personally. But I get what you're saying. I know he wants to fuck. I'm not stupid. So, but my point is, personality to me is more important because that's what's going to last longest than looks, in my opinion.
So you're compatible with the person.
Isaac, we can't hear you. Speak up. Yeah, you're really low, bro.
Yeah, looks are definitely important to a woman, but like to use your specific example, like about his face, like if he's not like a Michael B. Jordan or
Morris Chestnut.
Oh God, yes, Morris back in the day for sure. If he's not that, right, like Jay, come on, girl, you're talking the mature version. You're talking the mature version. But like I would say it's.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Important for a woman. It's good, lovely. So Jay, basically, you're looking for compatibility, which is a normal human trait. I guess you're there.
All I was gonna say was, it's about the total package, right? So no, at the end of the day, the looks don't matter, but they definitely help up front. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, any woman who is treated like a queen or a princess, she's gonna appreciate that more. But looks help. So if you feel like, okay, I may not be Morris Chestnut, I may not be Michael B. Jordan, I might not be Idris Elba, I might not be Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt or whoever, then you need to you need to actually think about that. You need to say, okay, well, what can I do that kind of makes up for that?
Well, I get it. I get that most women, when it comes to aesthetics, like women are not as critical when it comes to aesthetics as men are, as we are. We're more visual creatures. With that being said, I'm not going to sit back and say that it doesn't matter at all. Now because I see how women react to dudes. attributes. Like if they will let a guy say that they find extremely attractive, talk to them certain types of ways. Now, I'm not saying be disrespectful, but they're able to talk to them in different types of ways that guys that are not attractive are not allowed to do. Like if you're like, we've seen the whole, if you worked in corporate America, you've seen the whole like things that they give you, pamphlets that they give you about sexual harassment. You can't, oh my God, Shirley, you look amazing this morning. You can't be looking like Flavor Flav and shit like that, talking about some shit like, you look amazing this morning. They're gonna look at that as sexual harassment. But if it's like fucking, I don't know, like say Morris Chestnut or fucking, you said Michael B. Jordan, whoever the fuck, Idris Elba, the juice will start flowing then. They won't respond with the same, distaste, if you will, when it comes to a person that they don't find necessarily attractive. I mean, there's got to be some sort of attraction. This is why when we talk, have these conversations, like if a girl is not that into you, she's going to try to get away with shit. What I mean by that, she will make you jump through more hoops than she'll make a guy that she's genuinely attracted to jump through. Is what I'm getting at. Am I jumping out the window, ladies?
No, not at all. You're more so on the back burner. As how I see it, you still on the stove, right? But you on the back burner.
Definitely. And plus, he could be. Go ahead, go for it, Levick.
You said like the looks of a man helps getting it tomorrow, right? Would you marry the best looking man walking the planet today, this hour, if he was flipping burgers at McDonald's?
So that's what I was going to say, like to Jay's point and to Thomas's question, like I feel like looks are not everything, because say if you're working in an office, dental office, corporate office, what have you, and the head guy is not the most attractive, but he's the head guy and he's kind, you may look at him differently than say the attractive assistant. Likewise, you may be attracted to the attractive male assistant more so than the head of the dentist or the head of the office or whatever it is. So that's what I'm saying. It's not really that. It's not looks. It's not about looks all the time.
One thing I've learned is it never about looks?
So for me, Ludwig, like looks are important. Health is important. I mean, I don't know what your religion is or what is your religion or what is your culture?
I'm Armenian Christian.
Oh, okay. So if you're Armenian, right? And you're Christian. Okay, so that's out there with like maybe Eastern European, maybe the Middle East, maybe a little bit of Arabic. Armenian, like the Kardashians, right? So if you're out there, then you probably like to take care of yourself. You may have a beard. You may bathe or shower twice a day. You may have certain food and things that you do in your culture that make you healthy and are good grooming, right? So that's those things are important. Like, so someone may select you based on your grooming versus someone who's not groomed the best and doing the best, investing in themselves that best way. That's what I'm saying in terms of health and looks.
What I was going to bring up is my experience, because I'm still confused why majority of black men only go for black women. I found that really retarded. But dating a variety of women has taught me the only ones that actually focus on looks are really ones that aren't too bright. Even if they are, they're not the best people you want to be around. Women that focus on things that matter: personality, compatibility, the type of man that you are, and whether they have something to gain out of that. Those are the rest. Those are like not even the average, but that's just most of the time, or a point, what a good, not majority, but the rest of the women who aren't superficial when it comes to looks are looking for. You can't be ugly, duh. No one wants anything like that, but she is right when she says women are looking for what they fit in rather than, oh my God, it's Chris Hemsworth from 7'2".
Well,
Yeah,
most girls,
but
Exactly.
they don't fit. They're definitely not gonna pursue that.
well, most women,
And
from
the
my
thing
perspective.
is, oh,
Go ahead, Jay. No, go ahead.
No, and I was just gonna say to piggyback kind of off of what Isaac was saying, like if all you're focusing on is the attractive piece, then to me it's showing that you're a person who has short-term thinking, right? Because if you're gonna want to be in a relationship with somebody for an extended period of time, you're gonna see them in all types of different elements where they might not look their best, where they might not, be operating at their full capacity, things of that nature, and so to really just focus on looks is really just looking at one aspect of a total all-encompassing type of relationship that you can have. And that's why I think, personally, for me, personality and integrity, character, those things really matter in the long run.
Let me spice this up a little bit for y'all. So some of you guys have heard me ask this question before, some of you haven't. So for the ones that haven't, buckle up. So to the ladies, um, you have two doors. Okay. Um, Behind door number one is uh, your dream man, aesthetic perfection in your eyes, whatever you believe, okay, that is the most aesthetically pleasing man to your eyes, that's behind door number one. Now, here's the catch. This man, he works at McDonald's. He wants to flip burgers for the rest of his life. He wants to be SpongeBob and serve Krabby Patties forever. He doesn't want to be a manager. He doesn't want to own his own fucking franchise. He just wants to serve Krabby Patties to his community. That's it, okay? Um, with that being said, his dick game is incredible. He has you drooling, eyes rolling back, and toes curling, okay? He puts that shit down. He blows your back out like Michelin tires. He knows what he's doing, okay? Behind door number two. Now, this gentleman, he's worth about 1.2, you know? His wee-wee's kind of weak. It's kind of weak, you know? But he loves you. He takes care of you and things like that. And he's not a looker. You know, he probably has the aesthetics of a Flavor Flav, you know? But he loves you. He tries to take care of you. He does the best that he can. Now, both guys really like you. It's just one has resources and the other one doesn't. And the other one's, again, the other aspect of it is, you know, door number two is wee-wee's kind of weak, you know? So, like, which door do you the ladies choose?
I'm definitely choosing door number two.
Okay.
I
Wee-wee, I got you.
Yeah, because with the weak wee wee, that's hard. Weak wee wee. But to me, that's something that can be taught, right? Like you can have a conversation and you can be like, I like this a certain way, or I like when you do this, or whatever, whatever. So to me, that's something that can just be learned throughout the course of the relationship. The reason why I would choose the guy who's number two is that not just his net worth, but to me, it's showing that he has goals that he has set for himself and he's decided to achieve them, right? A man, I don't think because a man works at McDonald's, it's inherently a bad thing. But if you work at McDonald's and you just want to stay at the same stagnant position, that's what I personally am not attracted to. Because it's like, why don't you want to get to the next level? Is kind of how I'm seeing it. Especially if you want to, if the long term thinking is to have a family, you have to continue to strive for something more. So that's why I would choose number two. Thank you.
Okay. Cash, how you feeling?
I wanted to respond to something that Isaac had mentioned. He said something about he doesn't understand why majority of black men are attracted to or date or marry
That's not what I said either.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you
Go ahead, clarify, Isaac.
I said the thing I will never understand is why black men, not all, but a large majority of black men, used to only date just black women only when there's America to indulge in basically experience, but that's their choice, not mine.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond to that because I get what you're saying. Like, I get what you're coming from. Like, if you're an American, date whoever you want to, right? Date white Americans, black Americans, Armenian Americans, Jewish Americans, don't even date Americans, date whoever you want. I'm okay with that, right? But I think anybody, and like, I'd love to hear Ludwig's perspective, right? It's like when you grow up in certain communities, you generally are attracted to, or you can bond with people who understand, you and your experience, right?
Yeah,
So,
I'm born and raised in Amsterdam, by the way, in the Netherlands.
okay, okay, so yeah, and so I don't really know you, right? So I can't really share. I don't really know your experience. I can't share your experience, but usually it's not uncommon for people of the same community to be attracted to each other and to understand each other, right? So if you see a majority of black men with black women, it's because they probably like the way that they look, they probably understand each other, they probably are maybe even in the same tax bracket, right? If you see white American men with white American women, it's probably because they're attracted to them, they're in the same schools as them, and if you see black women with white men, or black men with white women, or Hispanic men or Hispanic women, or, whatever, it might be because they are in those communities and in those spaces together, right? So, and there are nuances to that too. So it's natural for black men and black women to be attracted to each other. So I wanted to share that. But
Talking about the attraction, I was talking about the only deal with this type of woman, and I'm staring at you like you're complaining about the problems, honey. Not a great look. Go ahead, Jeff. You want to say? Go ahead and answer. Go ahead.
well, so I do think maybe we can talk a little bit about, like, what does attraction mean, right? Like, what all is attraction?
I'm not talking about attraction at all. Zero.
I didn't say that you were only talking about attraction. You
No,
clarified.
I mean, it is completely excluded out of the conversation that I'm having.
But it's not excluded out of the conversation that, like, Thomas is asking, right? Because Thomas just asked us, the women on the stage, if there were two men behind two different doors, and the first one is attractive but does not have funds, and the second one is not attractive and does have funds, and they both like you equally. So he's literally asking us an attraction question. So I'm sorry, I wasn't done. I wasn't done saying what I had to say. If you could just let me finish, I'd love to hear what you have to say, because I want to hear what everyone is saying, because I love all the perspectives. What I'm saying is is that there's more to attraction than just looks, obviously, and I'm not the only one who thinks that, clearly, because Thomas, who is clearly a black man, not a woman, is asking the women on stage if they're going to pick the person they're more attracted to with less money versus the person that is not the most attractive, that has more money. So that's all that I'm saying.
Me and Tom's conversations have nothing to do with each other. So that's his thing. Got nothing to do with what I said. Moving on. I'll say this.
Isaac, go ahead.
My whole thing is, to Isaac's point, why don't these, with all these different, choices of food out here, I only stay, to, let's say to the steak or whatever. I've been having a lot of conversations with, like, actual alleged white supremacists or racists, right? And they lose their shit every single time. This is why I put the photo up that I did for my PTR, because they lose their shit when their women are, sleeping with black men. I saw a guy respond and say the white woman no longer has. So, like, when they found out, like, what's the girl named Cunning, the WNBA player, the white girl that was pointing at the black girl, and all the white people were getting behind her, and some of them were getting behind her because, like, yeah, fuck niggers and everything else like that and so forth. And then when they looked up her Instagram and found out that she allegedly sleeps with black men, she's a mud shark and everything else. It's not just the black community. Or the white there's a lot of Mexican men that do not want their women dating black men. And same thing goes for Asians. I've traveled around the world. Japan, the Japanese men do not want, usually, their women sleeping with black men or getting with black men. White men feel the same way. Not as much here in the West, but there are pockets of them, and especially Indian or Pakistani or some of the, we call them the sand niggas. They do not like when black men get with their women. It actually bothers them. And again, I haven't dissected exactly why. I mean, one of the things I can think of is that, they want to preserve their ethno state. And from a baseline, I don't have a problem with that. They don't want their culture, ethnicity to cease to exist. So I don't necessarily think that's a problem. So I said all that because there are black brothers out here that believe the same thing. They feel like every time they see a black girl or get with a white man, or a black man get with a white woman, they start having a fucking conniption. So that's why I brought that up. So Isaac, to your point, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm not saying I don't get it, but if that's how their perspective works, that's on them. Me, I'm not really going for the whole trying to preserve the master race or some shit. Yeah, I'm that white supremacist too. And the funny thing is, the amount of black men that actually have such a black woman is so minuscule. It's retarded to even bring up. But my point wasn't really towards my group, only with my group. I wasn't really pointing to that. I was pointing towards the growing amount of black men who are saying something, black woman, and then something, I'm having a problem with. And my question to them is, so why don't you try other women to see how it goes? Maybe you're just not compatible with the vast entirety of black women, which is actually more normal than it isn't. It doesn't matter if you grew up in a small neighborhood, you left that neighborhood, or maybe that just does not fit you as a person. A lot of black men are not, for some reason, either not getting that memo, or if they get it, they're not acting on it. I'm just like, homie, you're screaming to a choir, and that choir is a void. Please stop.
What are your thoughts on that, Jay? What are your thoughts on trying to maintain, ethno state, the master race, whether it's black, Hispanic, white, Indian, whatever? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about interracial relationships in general?
I mean, I'm completely fine with interracial relationships, right? I'm a married woman. I'm married to a white man. So I'm cool with it. I don't really care what other people do. To me, it's always weird that people have so much opinion and judgment over who other people choose to be with. I've always thought that was very weird. I think that as adults, we should be able to have our own decisions on who we choose to be with. And I also think that you were mentioning, Thomas, that when it comes to, wait, I lost my train of thought. You were talking about, the ethno state, when it comes to people wanting to preserve their heritage. To me, whenever I mention to people that I'm with a white dude, usually the black men are the ones that have an issue, right? And I don't know if it's what it is exactly, to kind of your point. I'm not sure if it's a black men see black women as their quote unquote property, for lack of a better term, and I'm not really trying to say it like in a negative way, I'm just saying from like an instinctual way, or if they see black women as, I don't know, I really don't know. I would really love to know what it is, because I fully don't understand what it is, I guess. That makes sense.
I can kind of explain that. It's because you're attractive. And that is one thing I can agree to Thomas's point that a lot of men do. Oh no, she's attractive. How could she do this? Such travesty. Well,
attractive people get with attractive people. It doesn't matter what that race is. Could she have found a nice rat with blonde hair, jawline, she has the crimson chin type of dude? Yeah, she could have found that. You could actually probably get with that if, like he was saying, basketball trade was attractive enough, but that's not who she's with. That's just the point. That's it. It's the same thing when a black man has money or he's some sort of athlete or it's always an athlete. They don't care about the many black men with engineering degrees or blue collar jobs that get with any other woman, all types of women. They don't care about those guys. But yeah, when the athlete, black man, college gets with a white girl, oh my God, it's a travesty. When in reality, he helped them. He was literally the woman, besides his mother, if the woman was even present in that journey. But he just throw all that away because she's not black. Really? No, that's very enticing.
Yeah. Like if you see like two Ferraris on a driveway, one is black, the other one is white, you're not gonna be like, oh, the black one is a better car, the white one is a better. You know, but it's like somehow it's like we're being put ashamed to like black, white, I'm Asian, for me to like or date outside of my race. And then people are like, it's sort of like weird. I'm like, yeah, but you wouldn't be weirded out if your dad married a black, or your dad married a black man. If your mom is Asian, she would have married like a black billionaire. You would have come to the defense of the black man, right? Because he chose your mom. You're living a freaking extraordinary lifestyle at only 32. You know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden it's like, then black doesn't count. But if it's like, oh, a black man committed a crime, so all of a sudden like, everybody gather, bring a church together with you, pray for the black man. So, you know, it's like, it's 2026, man. It's like, I don't get the whole thing. You like the chick, you like big tits and a fat ass. I do. Excuse me, I'm a man. Can't help it. Like, it's what it is. And like somehow it's like, make sure she's Asian. Like, fuck, I'm not. If she's black, she's gonna be black, and if she's white, she's gonna be whatever the fuck she is. I don't understand this anymore.
I like big tits and a fat ass too.
You know, it's
Dr. Umar, man, listen, if Dr. Umar heard y'all talking right now, he'll be having a conniption. Y'all are destroying it for Dr. Umar right now, okay?
Fuck that guy. Fuck him.
Dr. Umar?
So Dr. Umar,
What if de facto school ain't been open yet?
I say good because he's too fat. He needs some weight. Maybe stress can do with it.
Stress.
But you know it's hilarious, Love Dick. There is a new ethnicity that's growing in America, and unless you're part of one of these groups, you'll never know. And
Here's the thing. I understand the black-white thing in the States because your history is like completely fucked up regarding what has been done to the black man. So I understand it in the States, but if I hear people, excuse me, when I hear people talk about like, oh, like, she has to be black or white or Asian here in Europe, it's like, you're a freaking idiot, man. Like, it's the least sensical, perhaps, continent where it would make sense for you to be like, oh, the person has to be of this origin. In the States, I get it, because, you know, we sort of condemn what we have done, you know, slavery, that whole messed up history that has been done to the black man. But other than that, I mean, I see a ton of interracial marriages that are like working out perfectly. And skin color is something they actually never bring up. They make everything as if the color defines everything. In 2026, to me, that is crazy, man.
well, to your point, like I was saying, Latin and Asian Americans are increasing in, well, marriage and children. Like a lot of people don't know, that is projected to be a new ethnicity of mixed Asian and Latin American heritage. So if this whole skin color or culture or anything else is such an important issue, why are two of the most culturally exclusive groups with the highest rate of interracial production at, like, just going down the next timeline. Okay, so they're talking about the Cunningham girl from the movie. It says, deport every whore who fucks niggers to Africa. Unlimited savages for these traitorous bitches. I'm seeing these things crashing out like this. It's fucking hilarious.
I gotta put that in the chat. That I gotta read something at home.
Wait, that's the girl that was sucking on the black team? She said that?
Amazing.
It was this the basketball girl. What's her name? Katie Cunningham.
Oh, okay.
They're going nuts. It is hilarious. But the thing about it is that a lot of these quote-unquote white women just to have this type of thought process. This is why they don't want to have, you know, a family reunion or show their family reunion, because they know if they shake that motherfucker hard enough, a nigga will fall out. So a lot of the times, a lot of these individuals like are ashamed, and most of these niggas are broke and are not able to attract the type of women that are getting with these black men anyways. So it is what it is. It is what it is.
Stephanie is definitely not looking in that direction. She's looking.
Yep. And I don't understand the mud shark thing, because like I understand they like mud is for black people, but what's the shark, like white girl sharks? Like, I don't understand that.
Yes.
That whole insult.
Yes.
Yeah, but how does that? But how do you relate a white woman to a shark?
I'll kind of explain sexist white American culture. Shark is an older term that was used for older women, or women preying upon younger men or rich men. They called them sharks. This was later the predators. That was like late 1900s, like 1960s, 70s, if we say, but it fell out of practice. That's what it did.
I see. That makes sense.
It's still stupid, but that's where it's going.
That is very stupid.
A lot of times it's the fact that they're upset. Again, the wild part about a lot of this stuff is that those women, those white women, the ones that are complaining about them, those same white women would not be interested in dating them, and that's the problem. You know, it's not. It's, you know, if they were like what we say, Chris Hemsworth or Brad Pitt or whatever the fuck, maybe. But most of these niggas, you know, sadly, you know, are not at the top of the food chain. They're at the bottom.
Hot belly, they're tall, but they got no chin. They tall, but they got no chin. They need the food of Southern farming Alabama 24/7. Yeah, no one wants him.
That's the wild part about it, because they sit back and they want, and I usually go and troll them in their comment section, because I always say, because even some of the white girls that want to, you know, get noticed on X are doing this too, and I say, listen, sweetie, you're worried about the wrong shit, okay? Again, because one of the guys said, listen, if she fucks black guys, we don't want her back. Y'all can keep her. I said, no, but those wild ass birth rates, you better want her back, bro. You ain't in a position to dictate shit, okay? From the wild ass birth rates. You been trying to get everything you can, bro. Because you keep playing this goddamn game, you ain't gonna be here much longer. Y'all gotta get it together. These motherfuckers are wild on these social media platforms.
For now, the white boy, white women aren't as shallow as our women. You know what I mean? And they don't really require all that pizzazz and that swag and all that. You know what I'm saying? White women, they tend to be any woman tend to be attracted to the men that they grew up with. It's a handful of us that grow up under that paradigm and then venture out. But most of the time, people grow up being attracted to the thing that they grew up under, right? Their mother, whatever their mother is, whatever their father is, they typically become comfortable with that. But so I say that to say, and I'm a lie, that white women don't require all that. Like, they actually prefer a motherfucker to be plain, none of that extra shit. You get what I'm saying? They actually respect that more than all the shit that the brother was just saying. They look for, and let me say this one thing, right? I'm actually going to comment on the topic. say black women are liars and get mad when they can control black men. I wouldn't say all of them by and large, but yes, they can be liars. And yeah, I actually when they let me say that they can be liars, and when they do get mad. But let me tell you this, because I've been thinking about this for the last couple of days, and I think the genuine issue in the black community is really the relationship between a man and a woman, right? And I say that, and I think it's predominantly uh, more so a misunderstanding more towards the woman's side of communication. And let me explain what I mean by that. We as black people, we typically live in a paradigm where the mother is in the household and the father is gone. Now, why that became a thing, we ain't gonna get into it. But so what happens is when kids grow up, let's say if a man beat a woman and he have a daughter and a son, and for some reason he out of the household and the mother is raising the kids, what's happening is the man is already imbued with natural instinctive male characteristics. So we tend to grow up understanding women a lot better because we grow up with our mom, you know. But women, they tend to grow up just under women, and their first experience ever dealing with a man is typically when they get to like upper teenage years or older. By that time, they haven't had the practice. It's like if you want to get good at basketball, you gotta go in the gym and practice that. If you want to get good, if you know you're not particularly good at relationships, you gotta constantly. The thing isn't to shy away from relationships. You gotta constantly get in relationships and practice and work at it and work at the thing you're trying to be better at. If you don't exercise that faculty, you will never get better at it, right? That's just like expecting to go onto a football field and be a pro and not practice, right? But I say all that to say, um, shit, I lost my train of thought. Let me land right there.
All right, so let me say this. I'm gonna let Lolita get in here. She just came to the stage. Welcome. I think a lot of this has to do with what level of woman you're dealing with. Like, speaking like what level of white woman. I don't know if some of y'all have been to the 305. Y'all been to Miami, okay? And they're just as shallow as Hispanics, blacks, and anybody else. When you start dealing with a certain tier of woman in general, you start to see their expectations and what they're looking for kind of go up, and then they might be more shallow. If you're dealing with an average white girl or an average person in general, yes, things are a little bit different because they're not in that environment. But let me tell y'all something, man. When you start dealing with some of these girls that are like in the top, let's say the top 10% of beauty, don't matter if they white, black, Asian, Hispanic, a lot of them have a certain mindset because they've been groomed for their whole lives to have that type of mindset. But Lolita, what you got? Welcome to the stage. All right, I'll just land there so anybody else can jump in. Y'all got it.
Yeah, let me respond to that real quick. Nah, bro, I think it's a cultural issue because yeah, you're right. When you get to the upper echelons of beauty like that, women tend to be super shallow and hyper focused on the exterior and the superficial. But in our culture, even our ugly women like that, you know what I'm saying? Even our even they like that. And they expect that unrealistic shit. And it's like when you look over here on the white side, shit, white girls sleep in a cardboard box with her, man. They're washing them up, head to toe, be fat, just whatever. They don't really care, but I'm gonna take a phone call.
Not a cardboard box, like.
You laugh, Jay. What you got to say about that?
Yeah, I think pretty privilege is definitely a thing, right? And I do think that women who are considered high on the beauty standard, let's say, I do think that they're able to get away with a lot more things that women who aren't. And so, to me, it gives women like that this false sense of superiority, in my opinion, because I believe that a lot of them think that real life issues don't always pertain to them because they're able to fall back on having their pretty privilege, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think there is a type of delusion that comes with it with certain women who have that point of view.
See, this is what vexes me too. To Mike's point, and he's right. There are people that are not even on that level that are trying to play like they are, and I blame us for that. I blame my community for that because my community seems to have no self-control. She can look like Popeye the Sailor Man in the face, but if she got a fat ass, that nigga's gonna be in them guts drooling with no condom. Okay, so. And I blame myself.
Real
The reason
talk.
why our women
It's some real
have
talk right
such
here.
egos the way they do, because they know if they have a fat ass, or if they arch that motherfucker in the right way, niggas will lose their shit. Niggas will lose their shit. They will sit. And again, I was talking about this on Six Stage the other day. No, that's part of that equation that vexes me. Is that they'll smack and talk crazy, and they'll start back and talk crazy about, you know, the girl in question, and then when nobody's looking, they'll be blowing her back out.
You know what's interesting about you know, having your junk in her guts if she got that fat ass and you're blowing out her back is that a woman is extremely curvaceous, and it's really the spiral nebula in motion. It's the curvature of the Earth, not the flat Earth. What we're trying to say is that women have reverse engineered the man's brain with the curvature of that fat ass. Hello?
That's crazy.
That's crazy work.
I'm trying to tell you, this is what I'm saying, though. This is why when I'll be on stage and say sometimes, and this is respect for everybody, I be hearing niggas talk. I'm like, I know some of y'all are out here that are actual night fighters, out here blowing the backside of heat bitches, all right, with a smile on your face, bro. With a smile on your face. As long as no one sees you, you have no shame. Which is why you have girls that are built like the Michelin Tire mascot, looking like a busted can of biscuits, out here thinking they the baddest bitch walking. I blame us. We're the problem, bro. We are the part of the equation that's the problem.
Yeah, that's a big. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Oh, no, go ahead, Jay. You got it. Good morning. Good afternoon, Jay. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Peace to the room. Yeah, and that's what I mean by these women who they think because they have a fat ass and they're able to pull a guy that looks good, it gives them this false sense of superiority, like I was saying before. And I think a lot of women don't realize that men will fuck women,
I'm trying to tell
a
you.
lot of different women, depending on what they look like, right? It's not a.
Nah, sometimes it don't matter to these niggas, I promise you.
Yeah, I know. It usually does not matter. And so that's why I do agree with you, Thomas. It is kind of a man's thing, because y'all need to stop fucking these bitches and making them think that they're, like, the best thing in the whole entire world, because most of them are not.
Draws be fucked up. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, but to be real, the man gonna take what he can get. I mean, we don't live in a feminine universe though. Women, they get catcalled. Women have sex more than us. They just act like they don't. You know what I'm saying? Like even when you dating a woman, 9 times out of 10, you got a main dude she fucking on, and she just going out with you, enjoying your company all the time because the help and giving it to her. But nah, yeah, I'm lying right there.
It's called monkey branch, Mike. Yeah, they got to do, but they're gonna give you a little bit of time to see if you're worth leaving that nigga to latch on you. You know, because I mean, here's the thing. If you guys watch Kendra G's a great example. When she asked some women, when's the last guys notice those answers if you watch it?
Yeah.
The overwhelming majority is less than a month. So they're
Right.
fucking. They're out here fucking,
Yeah, for sure.
One girl said that an hour ago on one of the fucking episodes. I was like, oh my god, no, she didn't.
Women definitely fucking, and I encountered that when I'm dating, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even get a chance to show what I got, I'm a real guru sexual, sensual. Like, I ain't even gotta penetrate, make a woman orgasm. But it's like, nah, for real, you ain't never gave a woman a nipple orgasm? Like, come on, man. Like, you actually know how to finger a woman? Like, you know how to tap that spot? Like, listen, but this the problem, because women, they don't give a fuck about that until they actually experience it. So it's like when you talking to a woman or you in that stage or you dating, it's like you can't even make it then because they so fake committed to the dude they fucking. Because usually when a woman can't let a man go, it's usually because the sex good. Let's be real. It's usually because the sex good. Because if it's money, she usually still don't give a fuck. She'll do her on the side and just take the dude money. But usually when she got somebody that she really that she fucking on and she dating, she usually he providing something that she addicted to. So now but I noticed that. Let me land by saying y'all just noticed that and if y'all the point I was making, bro, is that we live in a different universe from them. So we gotta take what we can get. You know what I'm saying? Like sex ain't that really like you notice this in the universe. If something is easily obtainable, you don't even value the shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Because sex is so hard and rare for us to obtain, we value it more. So when we get it. But them, they get it so much, and they can get it whether due to relationship or not. They can just get it whenever. So they don't give a shit. Like it's like they ain't trying to entertain no real when they got that part. They can find a good man that and the perks outweigh the sex. Like dude got a lot of money, whatever. But even then, they still find it hard to let this dude go. You know what I'm saying? So man, it's just like man, I'm a land right there.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, not bringing out this point to say we're upset with women, because I mean, just biologically, that's just the place. That's just their place in the world. They get sex offered to them, so they're the ones that control it and have the discretion over it. It's no harm, no foul there. But the thing is that women have taken control over the relationship arena. They have full control over it now. They've been given the right to sexual autonomy and making their own decisions and navigating how they see fit. So they have taken control of the game. The men no longer control the game. The only men that control the game are the top 5%, 1% or whatever. The really attractive niggas, the tall niggas with money. Even the broke pookies. Like you said, might agree, but offer good dick. Them niggas are on top. The niggas are winning. They control that aspect. But overwhelmingly for us, average guys, the women control it, and we just have to accept that. And then we got to learn how to navigate. We got to learn how to navigate around that in order to find what the fuck we're looking for and be able to pick out these red flags and spot these patterns and figure out the psychology of the modern woman in order to get our fulfillment of what we need out of it.
Or you can just say, fuck it. Y'all just ain't worth wasting time on. Y'all get the adventure.
Well, you're starting to see a lot more men take on that mindset, where they're saying, fuck it, I'm not even fucking with you raggedy bitches at all. I'm gonna go ahead and make my money and shit. I'm gonna make myself attractive in the sexual marketplace, and then, then they'll start coming to me, and then I'll have control because now I can dictate who I want. Because chasing these women, it's absolutely, in most cases, it's futile. And this is the problem most women are having. They're playing by old rules in this new game, and it's just not fucking working. So niggas are like, fine, fuck it. I'm done chasing these bitches because it's just not working out in my favor. I'm wasting a lot of time, a lot of fucking money, and getting zero return on my investment. So I'll build it, and they will come. And then you start to see niggas have more success that way.
Pretty much. That's why, like I said earlier, I'm looking at a black man, I'm like, homie, might not be for a black woman, which is not really a bad thing. The majority of men ain't for black women. Any evidence that you need for that, look at all these ones saying, I'm being a white man. And then, oh, that's amazing. That's great. So, why are you on social media complaining about all the things you have to do as a black woman dating a white man? I know they're there because your friends are also white, because that's the system. And she comments on your posts. It's not even talking at this point. It's just, oh, this is what's going on white social media. And there's like 1 or 2 black women that talk about being married in a white family. Well, wish them luck. Wish them the best. It's still all good. Yeah. Yeah, the point is, black men are gonna have to accept this. Your grandfather got nothing to tell you because he don't know. And your daddy sure as hell, he got no solution. You find what these women are used for. And if there's nothing there for you, you move on. You don't think, feel, or try to, no, all of that shit is there. Because the more time you waste, the less time you actually have to live to live a real life. I'm sorry. We were all lied to when these niggas told us, yeah, you need to focus on getting your money up to get a woman. No, you need to focus on getting your money up so you can live a great life. They all lied to us, every single one of them, and anyone that says that shit today is still lying to you. Life as a man, as a black man, ain't about a fucking woman. Life as a black man is appreciating the fuck shit our predecessors went through so we can actually experience and have autonomy in this fucking country. That is what the fuck we inherited and what we're supposed to do. All this nigga shit, if it ain't useful to you, fuck them. You don't care if your grandma's screaming at you, you're fucking married.
Isn't the whole perspective essentially that we are all kings in America and women are all queens, but there has to be.
I ain't saying I don't think.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about politically and philosophically because we value the self to such a high degree that everyone's individual existence is considered, sacrosanct. We have no slavery. We have debt slavery. If you don't pay your child support, they will put you in prison. So we value the individual self to such a high degree that to me, the analogy or the analog is that every man is a king and every woman is a queen. However, if you want to be a king or a queen, you actually have to embody it. You have to act it. You have to be it. You have to breathe it. And the truth of the earth is that it's not flat. It's curvaceous. Just like that beautiful prime rib roast, those turkey drum legs. The last thing I'll say, and I'll be succinct, is that I have heard there's a secret about the earth, and it starts with the first 3 letters of earth. Ear, listen. If a woman can't use her ears and she can't listen, she's not a queen. Even if she's got a great ass, I am complete.
Some of that, yeah, I ain't even talking about the woman. I'm talking black men need to realize why the fuck they have what they have. The title, Black Woman a Liar,
Did I even get any laughs on that? I did get a couple laughs.
What the fuck do you think some sort of relationship is gonna come out when 2 people are forced to be together? That is fucking nothing. That's how this shit is. They have never been a so-called woman or hour or whatever. And we don't belong to them either. The difference is they realize that and they're acting on it. So if you want to stay stuck in the past, all in. Listen to all these dumbasses. And when you're screaming and trying to figure out why you're going crazy at night, remember, ancestors sacrificed so you can have a life, not someone else.
So anyway, you sacrifice black, white, or other. If you're in America, your ancestors sacrifice. I mean, like, going back to Book's point about things that affect everybody, i.e. listening, I agree. I think that men and women who use their ears, we have two ears and one mouth for a reason, right? I think that the more we all try to listen to each other, the better we'll have an understanding of exactly what is going on in other people's brains and what's going on in their minds and how they think and what could be shaping their world perspective.
Actually, against Book's point, people say, well, actually, not to his point. He just said, like, value, like something about value in the self. I don't think that's humanity's issue. I think we come out valuing the self. I think that's automatic. If we didn't value the self, things like survive. We want to have certain survival instincts and fight or flight. These type of things wouldn't exist, right? If we didn't value the self. Like, we love ourselves above anybody else. That's the issue. The problem isn't to focus on the self. It's can you care for something that's not yourself? You get what I'm saying? That's usually the highest form of compassion. When you see somebody going through a time and you can kind of ease their burden a little bit and you show a little bit of compassion or whatever the case may be, that's what life means. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, so this the point I'm arguing, I'm a lying. I don't think really the issue is people valuing themselves. I think they actually overly and highly value themselves. I think people need to actually get out that box and start to value other people. Then and only then will we change as a community. Let me say this one last thing. Let me help the ladies out, man. Because what we deal with, man, because we hyper emotional as a culture. It's just us, man. That's what gives us our creative flair, spark. This is the energy that runs the world. We just super hyper emotional, right? So our women are as well, right? So what happens is women who grow up from babies through their adolescent years, they don't know what it's like to experience the energy of a man. They're not used to it. So when they grow up and they get a man, and a man even so much as show any type of masculine energy whatsoever, the new modern women, not your grandmother and them, because they knew what it was like. That's why they stuck around. Because they knew men. They grew up with them. You know what I'm saying? Even when they were slaves, they grew up with men. It was like a household. So it's like these new modern women, because they don't grow up with men, when a man show any type of authority, it's like they instantly get hyper emotional. Like, who the fuck you think you trying to control? And, oh my God, it's like. But if they grew up with a father, 9 times out of 10, they have a little bit more patience with a man. You get what I'm saying? So I think, and we might blame the fathers for not being there, but let's be realistic. Gatekeeping is a serious problem in our community. The women hold the key, especially in this reality, in this paradigm with the government against us and all that. If women stop gatekeeping the kids and let them grow up around their fathers for reasons I just said, then I think our community start to automatically unify and come together, man, because it's like speaking another language. I'm gonna say this in Latin. When women grow up with fathers, they grow up learning how to speak a man's language. But when they grow up with no father, it's like trying to learn Spanish and English. You're like, you meet the Hispanic partner and they don't speak your language and you just trying to, but I'm a lie right there.
Like, what percentage of black men are actually fathers? It's not a lot. Don't know the answer. 31% or below across the country, all nations. 31% or less of black men across the entire country are like, they have kids. One. the closer you get to like 45. The amount of black men who are around age 45 is less than, I think, 12%. And then the moment you start going down in ages, the population numbers get higher. So the problem isn't really a whole thing of, oh, the woman needs so-called brain and kids around their fathers because this man will never have a black woman or interact with one a day in their life ever again. Once they left their parents' house, that was it. No more interactions. The issue is there's no community. You live in a neighborhood, okay, that's fine. There is no country-wide community. That's not a thing. That has not been a thing for a long time. And whether people want to admit it or not, there isn't a reason for that. People are choosing based on nothing to do with when you're bringing up what they want. So guess what that means? If what they needed one has nothing to do with old black culture of any type, it's not going to happen. Whether they have kids or not, has nothing to do with that.
So, the definition of a king and the definition of a queen is you actually have to be responsible for people under a legislative jurisdiction. So, I guess I'm confused to think about, like, especially, like, if you're an American, you know we don't do that. Like, that's why we don't have a king. We have a president, and we have a system of checks and balances. Nobody is out here calling themselves kings and queens because we don't do that in the United States. Like, people come to the United States for a better life. Like, nobody's coming over here to be a king and a queen. No, nobody's doing that. So I don't know why.
I don't mean literally.
I guess it's my first time hearing someone say everybody in America is a king and queen. Here's what I will say, though. I will say that a lot of Americans are living better than a lot of people in other countries. I say that, like, America has we have a really, really great system that supports a lot of people, whether we work or not. Like, you know, we have systems set in place for people on the whole that a lot of other countries just don't have. So if we're talking about it from that perspective, like, you know, I think Isaac was mentioning he believes that black men can't be fathers or whatever it was. Now my dad is black, and actually I have a lot of men of different cultures who refer to me as their niece, their cousin, and everything else. A lot of wonderful black men and men of other cultures in my life who've made a wonderful difference in my life, a positive difference. And I wasn't finished. I'm sorry. I know this is the masculine mansion, but you invited us up here, so.
I wanted to clarify something that was wrong. I didn't say black men couldn't be fathers. I said the vast majority of black men in the country are not fathers. So that point doesn't really hold water that you bring it up. That's what I was talking about.
So one thing I'm not going to do is argue semantics. But what I will get to is I'm going to do something you haven't done, and I'm going to get straight to the point. The point of it is America is not a monarchy, okay? And so if people are calling themselves kings and queens, I'd like to understand where that's coming from, right?
Yeah, I can
Because
explain that when you're done.
We have a system of checks and balances. That's all that I'm saying. So if someone can answer that question.
Yeah, I'm just, for the sake of the argument, I'm just trying to take it out as far as you can take it out, which is basically the analog would be king or queen. And obviously you could LARP and do cosplay and be a king or queen, but you wouldn't have the psychological and intellectual, the knowledge, the intelligence to actually be a king or a queen. Because you gave us the strict definition, which is a legislative extension, meaning it's a hierarchy. All I'm trying to get at is in terms of knowledge and wisdom intelligence, that's what a real king and queen is. That's why my name is Book, baby. Because I read the book. The book makes you irresistible, baby.
It actually speaks to my point, though. In order to become a king or queen, you have to be responsible for individuals outside of yourself. It ain't about, glorification of the self. It's about, you know, everything but you. Selflessness. That's what it really means. True selflessness. So it's like, when she read the definition of what a king queen was, it kind of lined up with what I mean, this don't apply to you, but it look like, but you know what I'm saying? But we just selfish, man. And when we like even in the situation I was talking about with the women gatekeeping with the kids, you know what I'm saying? If women understand first and foremost, kids are the future, and I'm not just saying that because your school said it. I mean it metaphysically. I mean the children that you create is a reincarnation of you. You might not look at it because you're like, damn, we both happening at the same time. It doesn't matter. Time doesn't work like that in the universe. You are literally, when your child is living its life, that is you in the future living your life as well. So if people put more, and that's why this reality set up like this economically, because they want you focused on worrying about your damn self or getting this job. I just had this conversation with my sister. That's why I'm sharing it with y'all. My nephew going through thespian school and all that. But anyway, I was telling her basically that she needs to focus on him because she was like, how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna get back and forth? I gotta work this and that. I said, good. Fuck you, fuck yourself. You need to focus on him. I said, that boy is a literal. Why you think he come from you? He come from your source. He's a literal reincarnation of you. You might not understand this, but he is, and you need to focus on him. I said, think about this. What's my sister 45? Nah, my sister 3 years older than me. My sister 43. Nah, she turned 44 in June 24. So I said, look, bro, I said, you work a warehouse job. She a warehouse manager, right? I said, you work a dead-end warehouse job, no offense. I said, what's the odds of you becoming a millionaire, bro, by the time you die? I said, it's highly unlikely. I said, but what's the odds of him? See, I said, now, that's when you need to place your bet. That's your lottery ticket right there. I said, you got a better chance of making him a millionaire in the next 15 years than you got the rest, like, that's it for you. Like, you need to realize that and focus on him. And I don't want no disrespect to my sister. I love her, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, people don't know how metaphysically true, I'm going to say this in land, people don't know how metaphysically true what I just said is, how you can happen to the self as you're happening to you can happen to your other self while you're happening to your primary self, but the universe is just set up like that. That's one of the glories. I ain't even sure if I was even supposed to relate that to y'all, but that's one of the glories. So selflessness. I'm gonna land by closing off my point. You got two people in a relationship and they got a kid. So what if y'all go through it? It's about that damn kid, and I think that's what other cultures do better than we do. It's like they know how to compartmentalize for whatever fucking reason. When they get emotional, they know how to compartmentalize. Like to a white woman, nah, you ruined it. As a white man, you ruined to be her father. We ain't playing that shit. So like, what you're saying in this is the kid part is negligible because the majority don't have kids anymore. That's the truth. Even among black women, half of them don't have kids. Half. 40-some%, 43 in some cases. Other studies say 49. Black men, 73 permanent as of 2021. No kids. None. Zero. Absolutely nothing. Your argument is only being applied to if you're talking about the whole community, then yeah, your argument is talking about black parents. But if you're talking about black people in general, that ain't a high number. So not the kid's problem, dude.
Let me. In order to correct any problem, you gotta start at the source. You didn't get here. You didn't spawn in the Wyndham Hotel somewhere. No, that's what I'm saying. Listen, a lot of these issues we deal with, bro, they generational.
That's not the point. What you're missing is this has nothing to do with family. This is everything to do with people who do not care. That is the truth. Well, whether you understand that or not, that's up to you. That's on you, no one else. But people do not care. You can't bring up family and kids when the majority of people you're referring to, because I'm not one to say we're a fucking community. I know I didn't grow up in any black community. That shit was there before I was born. So I'm not bringing up that point. But if you're going on this whole black Americans as a whole, most black Americans don't have kids. Nothing to do with source, nothing to do with family. Can't even use marriage. It's just a bunch of single people that don't relate to each other. It's that simple. They don't care. They don't acknowledge. They don't interact. That's the truth. And the small instances of what happens, yeah, that's like I said, less than 30% for men and under 50% for women. So it ain't like that, bro.
Yeah, but I made that point earlier. I was just speaking about a particular scenario, and one of the most prevalent things in our community, which I think disbands our community often, is the relationship between the parents. You know what I'm saying? But because that's often the kids first, even when they together, that's often the kids first sign of trauma.
Mike, what do you think the word mindfulness means?
Before I forget, real quick. The point I made that point earlier when I said a lot of women grow up with no father, so by the time they start dealing with men, they basically don't know how to speak the language of men. They don't know how to speak man of needs, basically. So, at the thought of, when shit get rough, especially if the woman don't really like you like that, they willing to cut shit off. And even if she like you like that, they emotionally, they hold shit against you. They don't really, the modern woman don't know how to deal with the average man, you know what I'm saying? Because they don't grow up around it, so they don't know. They only grow up around their mothers, so they only experience one side, so they're hyper emotional, hypersensitive, and they don't have that other side to calm them down to be like, nah, sure, chill out, they don't have that side. So basically, in a nutshell, I'm gonna say this and land. The point I was making earlier, which I spoke to your point, is imagine a woman getting in a relationship with a man that speaks another language. And the moment she opened her mouth and say hello, and she realized he don't speak English. Oh no, you don't speak English? Oh no, well, that's kind of resemblance. That's kind of that kind of resembles the phenomenon that happens between black men and women when the first sign of discomfort hit, when they had that first uncomfortable conversation, or when you around somebody, when you get to know them, because let's be real, when we first meet somebody and start dating them, we don't really know them, but as you get to know them, you start noticing certain shit, and that representative starts to weigh off, willingly or unwillingly, and certain things begin to peek their head. So as you begin to realize certain shit, you might have to interact with them from a different aspect that they're not accustomed to. So those moments happen, they get uncomfortable and leave. They have to really, really like you.
Excuse me, Mike. Do you think, Mike? Do you think all communication is hypnosis?
I think all communication is hypnosis. I mean, it depends on the intent, how you using them. You can use them to hypnotize, or you can use them to awaken. You can use your words to create any type of reality you want.
So, Mike, I'm gonna be quick with this. That ain't what black men are doing anymore at majority cases. One, like I stated, black men and women are not getting together in high rates anymore. They are the majority of marriages, but they are not the majority of new marriages. America. The difference is they date. Not really a marriage, not really high birth rates. They date. That's probably having sex with just whatever's going on there. No one doing anything. No one's wasting months upon end. Getting no. You figure out who this person is within the first couple of interactions. That's within 3 weeks, by the way. That's normal American dating. And if you don't like what you see, move on. That's how it works in the regular America. Don't know anything about black. I don't care about it either. But that's what happens in regular America. And guess what? There's no hard feelings. There's no any of this. It's just, look, this person is not compatible based on where I interact with. No one cares about trying to get to know each other because it's just a waste of time. You're not going to be compatible with 99% of people on the planet. That's just true. So guess what black men have figured out? Do not care about wasting time on 99% of people you come across. Now, for the ones that do that, yeah, like I said, that is the smaller amount. But the majority of black men are either not dating, or if they are, they're not doing any of those things. They meet you, and within the first couple of minutes or days, they learn whether they want to be with you or not. That don't work no more, bro. No one deals with that. It's a waste of time.
What are they doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is some type of new relationship. Like how else are people? So they just meet and then just instantly jumping in the bed with each other. I mean,
either that or they never meet again. That's what happens.
I mean, I'm not sure what his pessimistic worldview relationship comes from, but it's almost exaggerated. It's almost hyperbolic in a sense, but
that's what the rest of America do, bro.
No, but let's be realistic. Let's take the race thing out of it, because somehow when we look at this new racial lens, you kind of get repelled by it. So let's just say men and women.
I'm not giving a racial lens. I'm telling you from someone who knows what the rest of America does, because that's what I did. That's what I did. That's normal in the rest of America. Meet someone, you meet them, and you never see them again, never speak again. That's very normal.
Bro, man, I teach me your ways, oh wise one, because if you could just be a motherfucker, smash them, and it's so instantaneous that you just a pussy master. What's that movie, Fuck You Chuck? I forgot the nigga name. But yeah, fuck you Chuck, fuck you Chuck type. Give me that crystal ball, but let's be realistic, it don't happen like that as much as we would want it to.
Yeah,
we gotta go through any stage of progression like anything. Like you were born and then you die. You know, everything goes through the stage, the beginning and the end. Like, so it's like can't skip a process. And although we would like to, I swear I would. I wish I could. All right, put it like this. Even if you, let's say for example, I know in your personal life, bro, you can't say that in your dealings with women, you don't emotionally get caught up with women. Which
no, I don't.
So you don't have women you prefer, you favor, that you enjoy spending time with, you cuddle with, you don't got that sensual, you ain't got that connection with a woman. Like,
the point you don't seem to understand is in the rest of America, that doesn't mean anything. It's temporary, and then it's gone, and that's it. You go find another. That's how we go.
Because you keep saying it don't mean anything, and that's why I'm disagreeing. It means everything. Every human being searches for that on this planet.
That's the mistake you're making. You are going off of whatever your perspective is, which that's on you. I'm telling you, outside of whatever you think, this is how the rest of the country's been doing it for decades. It isn't even new.
I'm not sure what your odds are like when you get in no women. I'm not sure. Maybe you strike out. It seems what it sounds like. Maybe your luck isn't particularly that well. Like you strike out most of the time, but I'm don't know. Like me, that's the fun stage for me, getting to know somebody. It's just after this though, in our society, women are too, because of this feminist mindset, they are too, and again, I say they grew up without no fathers, but not to rehash that, but they just too sensitive, man. So they don't really. We not allowed to work out our problems. Like you see how sensitive you are. You just said you hit a joint. You ain't even trying to get the door. You're so scared of that. You just.
I ain't scared of nothing. I don't care. I ain't afraid. You don't feel no emotions from you. You're just attracted in a dick that night. Same thing on your end. She's attracted to pussy that night.
Every night for you. You don't never yearn for nothing more.
Whether you do or not, that ain't the one.
Might not be. But what I'm saying is to make it seem like you're not searching. Come on, man, that's like unhuman. Like to say that you don't want no companionship. Who are you, God?
There ain't no God. There ain't no God involved. There is no God, only man. You're just not understanding what's. That's it. And if you don't understand, just say, I don't know how that works. That's simple. Leave it alone.
You know what? I would understand it if nature didn't tell me otherwise. I see animals falling in love with each other. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, you telling me a dude with an intellect on a telephone, on an iPhone, probably. You telling me, you talking to me in this Oscar type manner, and you telling me it's a lion somewhere in the savannah as ferocious and sneaky as this motherfucker is. He got a lioness he can live on and play around with, and you can't? Come on, bro.
That ain't the conversation. And whether you understand it or not, that's on you, no one else. These are the rest of America works. When you do it, you talking about, that ain't how it works. The reason I know is because I actually was in the rest of American history. That's how it goes. One night stands, or it clicks or it doesn't. Been like that for decades, longer than you've been alive.
Yeah, okay, I think that I'm with you on that one. I'm just saying, like, don't, like, which I think you did say, I can't remember, I smoke a lot, but I think you say, like, that shit doesn't matter. Like, I'm like, hold up, pause, what you mean it doesn't matter? Like, you saying like a dude, you just slinging dick, and it don't matter so much to you that even if you found that connection, you'll repel it. And it's like, it don't matter to you anyway. So even if you find it, I just want to live my rest of my life for you, serve you, it don't matter. Fuck it.
Yeah, I ain't talking about myself.
See, gentlemen, if I may, I think what we have here is a failure to communicate. And what that really means is that we have too much communication, too much spam communication, which is of low value communication. And too many people, their entire lives are just spent listening to low value communication. And that's why my name is Book, because I read books out loud and I record myself reading those books, and I gain the knowledge, the wisdom, and intelligence within those books. And that way, when I go out into the world, away from Clown House, and I interact with beautiful women or obnoxious small business owners where I have to get my car fixed, what I'm trying to say is, if you are a flower, the person you are communicating with ultimately will hopefully become a flower. But the challenge is, how do you actually become fresh and become a fresh flower or a solid mountain or free like space? How do you actually obtain happiness now and hold it and maintain it and cultivate it and never give it away unless you have enough to give away? So I'm just saying happiness is the goal, and that's the primary communication. However, Too much friction communication dissolves that happiness, and then we get unpleasant feelings of anger and sadness and frustration and rage. Hello?
Yeah, Amanda.
Did he have a point?
Add the volume down a little bit. Man, by and large, man, I guess we'll figure it out, man. As a people, as humanity, it's simple, man. We done already discussed this shit at length, just not in this room, but just in all rooms of Clubhouse history, man. Like, motherfuckers know what they gotta do. It's just all a matter of can we do it, man? Because one thing about this round, man, thinking we failed, man. And this duality we exist in is hard to control these two mechanisms, man. It's not as easy as it sounds. We know this. You know what it's like to have something on your mind and you can't even sleep at night. You know what it's like to feel some type of way about something and you can't even contain the energy. Even though your mind might say, hey, don't do that, you still like, man, fuck that. Let me punch this motherfucker. Let me. See, women do it all the time. A woman will go against a man twice her size. If she swell up emotionally enough, she will express it like a pipe.
That's someone that's just
Susan was a liar, manipulator, and a misinformationist. Sharon Kitover 22327, the Liberal Chicago from the CTU Union Paris.
don't care if it's man or woman.
We're not disagreeing. Nobody knows.
So it doesn't
I'm just saying how the world is. You telling me how it should be. I'm just telling you how it is.
That ain't how the world is. That's the thing I'm saying. That's not how the world works. The world ain't filled with people like that. It's some. But you need to abandon everyone. So you come across a group that's the opposite.
Like you don't got Instagram, Facebook, or any other app everybody else got. Come on, man. You see the same societal worldview.
I have nothing to relate to what you're saying. None of it.
You never seen a over emotional woman put her hands on a man undeserved.
Like I just stated, I have nothing to relate to what you're saying.
Let's be realistic.
Nothing. Zero.
You know, it's damn near impossible for you to even sleep and shit like that. You never
Wait. You've never seen that? Do you have a TV?
Man.
I'm talking about what he's referring to, which has nothing to do with a woman putting her hands on a man. That's not what he's talking about. That's just an example he's bringing up.
Okay, got you.
Yeah. Speaking for me, I'm right here. Nah, man, you right there. You know what I'm saying? He making it seem like he don't live in that world where those type of things happen, or he doesn't live in a world where hyper emotional women put their hands on men or react violently or disproportionately to the cause. And you was right in your assumption, because he made it seem like he never encountered that or seen that or heard of that. He don't know what world I'm living in. I must be always dealing with those type of like, nah, bro, we got an issue with hyper masculine women. We say it all the time. Like, so to make it seem like I'm just living in this reality where I'm just some reverse fuck you Chuck, and I'm experiencing, instead of fucking all the women, I'm getting the hyper emotional, hyper masculine side of it. fuck that. Yeah, man. But yeah, nah, I'm gonna lie right there, man. But nah, it was nice talking to y'all, man. Shit, I'm about to relax, man. For real. I joined the house, man. Fuck with y'all, man. Y'all take care of yourself.
You know, somebody was talking about compartmentalization earlier, and I just want to say that that's more of a concept. You can claim you're compartmentalizing, but when you're talking about emotions, you're talking about a very deep well, a reservoir of the universe. And so, you know, women and men, you have to be more like a jujitsu martial artist in these relationships today because you can't necessarily control your emotions, but you can control your environment. And so, if you study Stoicism, it says, you know, basically just that you cannot control the environment. The environment is always going to change, and therefore your emotions will change. But mindfulness or awareness of your communication, because emotions are communicated through our language, through our nonverbal communication, and a lot of women are basically like cats, and they will do whatever they damn well please. They'll go in any direction. They're oblivious in many ways. They're like derpers, you know, derp derp. Like they're not all there. And if you are dating a woman that has multiple cats and she has early onset Alzheimer's from toxoplasmosis, the cats have infected their primary host with an actual mind virus. And so I'll be succinct. The final thing I want to say is health, wealth, and love and peace of mind. And I hope that you all practice the quietness of spirit.
Thank you, Brooke. Now, Sig, why are you attacking my black queens? You must not be there.
Alan, how's your day progressing? Are you going to the gym today to break a sweat? Are you reading a good book? Are you sipping Nespresso at the beach with a perfect 10?
It started a little bumpy, but then I had to go out. I came back, and no, I'm not going to go to the gym, but I am going to do some work outside, which generally, the effort that takes, I end up with a sweat-drenched shirt. Try not to swoon, ladies, over that statement.
Have you ever seen cream cheese sweat?
Instead of going to a gym and getting exercise, that way I do my own gardening, yard work, etc., maintenance around my place, and that's how I get my exercise. So I'm going to do that, and then I have some other things to attend to as well. But thank you for asking. What are you going to do?
Well, thanks for asking, Alan. I'm going to go to the gym and get a sweat on and lift some weights and see the perfect tens. Oh, you know, they love to work on their ass. Everything is a squat to them. They've never done anything but squats. And I appreciate that. And those are the type of illegal migrants from Colombia and Venezuela that I think we should grant amnesty to. Because they beautify society, they got positive attitudes, and they're at the gym. They're not on the street corner with a 4-year-old selling bottles of water for $5 and ripping off Americans. Bono Shallow.
Well, you know, then you should take a yoga class.
I was just talking to my Jewish friend Jared about that. I said, I think I got to start taking yoga classes to meet women, because all these chicks I meet on the dating apps, they're hardcore alcoholics and vape smokers. They carry bottles of vodka around with them, and they hit their vape pen like they're a crack addict. And I'm like, hello? Is anybody there? Hello?
Yeah, that's bad. No, I mean, the yoga, if you take anything other, if you take a regular yoga class, if you want it to be easier, you take an Iyengar class. But if you take an Ashtanga yoga or one of the flow yogas, that will kick your ass. It will absolutely, it's a great workout. And then the women who've been taking it, who are used to the routine and the how difficult it is, will take pity on you and will need to comfort you in their ample bosoms. And that's how you'll meet people.
Yeah, I do. I've done all those classes. I've been going. The hardest class I think I ever did and the best shape I was ever in was Billy Blank's Taibo. Has anybody here ever done Billy Blank's Taibo? It's like an aerobic kickboxing class.
But I remember those ads.
That is legitimately the most intense full body workout, and I wish I could get back to those days. I pray that I read a good enough book. See, this is my point about having the name book here, is that all these conversations that you either listen to or have on this app, it's no different than as if you were listening to an audiobook. You are processing what you're listening to. And so I have to my right what I'm holding up in my PTR, which is a professional hypnosis CD for anxiety and central nervous system relaxation and calmness. And what this app can do to you is create a tremendous amount of psychic friction. And so you have to have ways to get the toxicity of the projection and what is it called when you go to a priest and you make a confession? Because many people on this app are just doing their talk therapy and you're absorbing it all. Is that healthy for you? Or should I say healthy? Is that really healthy for your brain?
No, it isn't. I mean, whether we like it or not, we're taking on other people's emotions.
Well, what's interesting is that in the real world, if you are in a romantic relationship with a woman, she will do the same thing to you in the real world that people do to you on here, which is because she doesn't use Clubhouse, she will make you into her slave in a Clubhouse room to listen to all of her kvetching. And, that's my complaint is with women that I go out with, if we can't sit down and like meditate or read a book or make love in peace, or you have like an ADH brain and you have to comment on everything, even as you're fucking, like you have a neurological problem, but it's really just an attention problem. And it's of your choice. We give a lot of people grace, but grace doesn't come from people, it comes from above. So all the rhetoric is all communication is political in a way, and political or polity is politeness. And too many people on this app and in the real world do not know how to actually be polite. They are the opposite of politeness in their passive aggressive stances, in their statements. And that's why listening and observing is important. And if you get emotionally engaged in a heated conversation, just like how you can do on here with no repercussions, but in the real world, and there are repercussions, that's still on you. And so yesterday I got upset with myself because a woman that I was seeing got me she gaslit me, emotionally triggered me, and I responded emotionally instead of just saying fuck it's. I got the fuck it's now with you. That's because I hate to say maybe I care about that person. But in hindsight and in retrospect, it's too much for me to even deal with because she's like a pinball ball in a pinball machine just bouncing everywhere. And to me, that doesn't bring peace or harmony or balance or equilibrium. She is a completely disequilibrated person that I don't want to be in the presence of because it makes me unbalanced. And so all I'm trying to say is you have to be your middle pillar, your right pillar, your left pillar. That's what being a king in a way is all about, is having the fuckets. Hello?
Well, first you can't beat yourself up over that she made you crazy. And you have to distinguish, too, between a woman who is just emotionally unstable and a woman who, because she feels secure with you, is expressing her emotions openly to you. Now, if she's gaslighting you, that's something different. That's, that could be she's testing you. I'm not condoning her behavior or criticizing the fact that you got upset about it. It happens to the best of us. But yeah, I agree with you. It's you let it get to you, and at the time, did you realize she was doing that, or did you just get caught up in it?
Well, the reason why I do believe in accepting personal responsibility is that there is an order to the experience. Meaning, I fucked up my orders. My first order of business is to fuck from now on, because the last time we were together, we had a great night, and I went to touch her. We're in bed. She goes, "Ugh, no, I'm not in the mood. Don't touch me." So I was like, all right, well, then I'm just going to go home because I won't be able to go to sleep here. But she wanted me to stay, so I stayed, and I couldn't sleep. It was a horrible night, and she's got these disgusting cats. Her sheets look like there's cat shit in them. The cats sleep under the bed. It's fucking disgusting. And I'm thinking, man, I'm going to get toxoplasmosis. I wake up in the middle of the night, the fucking cat has its fucking mouth over my nose. I'm like, ah, fuck. So what I'm trying...
Wait. Hold on 1 second. How attractive is this woman?
She's like a perfect 10. I'm not kidding you. She is like a perfect 10.
And how old?
27.
She has a mental disorder. You still need to run.
Okay, well, I agree with you. And so, anyways, what I'm saying is when she came... she told me she was going to come over to my house and help me build a bunk bed in a rental unit. And she never did. She comes over last night. She says, I don't want to build this bed. I just want to go get a nice dinner. So my point is, my order of business was fucked up, because if I wanted to rectify shit with her, the first thing we needed to do was fuck immediately. And because we didn't do that, I fucked up the order of affairs. I should have told her straight up, hey, you fucked up my brain by not fucking me, and if you want to fix it, because now you're in a deficit with me, if you want to fix this shit, you need to strip down and get in my bed right now. That's what I should have told her. But instead, I'm sitting there, oh, great, let's have a nice night, blah, blah, blah. Until finally I was like, all right, I fucked up the order. It's me. I fucked up, and I got to accept personal responsibility. As soon as I get to your house, go in the bathroom if you're at somebody's condo, or get it on in your house or their house. But if it's not the priority, well, then it's not the priority.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you didn't have a fight, really, but it's like you had a fight. Now you got to make up, And yeah, you got the order wrong. But you reminded me. I don't know if you ever watched Friends, but Ross is dating this woman that's really hot, but he's like over in her apartment and he finds a dead rat under the couch, and then there's just garbage everywhere, and like there's goo coming off the cushion, and he's like he really wants to fuck her, but he just can't deal with it. You reminded me of that. It
Yeah, it depends on the age, but at a certain point, I just could not, the kid, whether it's like a kid screaming in the background, a fucking toddler or pre-toddler, whatever you want to call a 1.5 to 2 year old, and your story about the fucking cat shit. Um, if there's something strange going on, I can't do it. I don't care if she checks every single physical box. Why do you have to be a fucking weirdo? Women complain all the time about men being weirdos, and especially in America, there are so many weird women, it's insane. And to think that just because you look like a celebrity that you get to have strange shit, going around in your apartment, no. We gotta take a stand and say, we're gonna take our dick elsewhere. And this is one of the reasons why some of these guys, they don't understand why I advocate for paying for it, because what you're paying for is to prevent that type of situation from happening. If you're getting tired, for example, of paying for a $200 dinner date only to, again, open the door and some screaming children is running at you, or some weird cats, or some other disaster, this is where the pain head could help and say, listen, payment is contingent upon no crazy ass shit, no crazy weird ass shit, okay? No ex-boyfriends, no kitty litter, and no stinking rugrats.
So, what were you guys talking about? Dates? Or just dating single moms? Or
Well, this was before I came in, but the original topic, I think, was Black American women are liars, and they get angry when they can't control you. Um, and yeah, I think this is why they are increasingly single, because they lie to the court, especially family court, to tell them that the dad is abusing the children when he's not, all sorts of things. And so, it's interesting they keep having these rooms about, oh, black men need to step up, take care of the kids, this and that. So just stand outside of a family court, not this weekend because it's too hot, but stand outside of family court like 2 weeks from now, wherever your jurisdiction is, and talk to some of the men and see this, especially the black men, and see what stories they have. I can guarantee you're gonna encounter men of all socioeconomic classes, and they got this same story. The bitch lied. She's taking the kids away, and yeah, she's just a pathological liar. I see that it's not a holiday for you guys, so it's regular weekend. And your heat wave passed. Ours is just beginning. It starts today. It doesn't end until Saturday.
Well, good luck with that heat wave, man. We've got another one next week.
What's up with them trying to arrest you or give you a citation or a fine for trying to install air conditioning?
I heard rumors of that. It hasn't been on the news here. They're not forcing that on us. I've heard that. I'll stop you. You might be other parts of the building. But they never said anything to us about it. It's all I said.
They'll know the importance of AC because it's just something about the climate here. I guess they call it continental. That is just, you know, people back in when the Native Americans and the colonizers were first setting up, they had to move every season. They had to move from the beach or close to the beach to the mountains because if they didn't, they would literally die of heat stroke. So kind of the way that we're set up here, it's not really meant for 12 months out of the year living. People are supposed to go when the seasons change. So that's why the AC usage is always been had to be high here.
But you need to be able to afford travel.
I mean, hey, that's where I'll give it to Europe. Their train system, you can get from Amsterdam to France to the bottom of Spain in pretty quick time compared to the same distance in America. Our Amtrak is barely functional in the Northeast. If you try to go anywhere outside the Northeast, you're fucked.
I'm surprised we still have that train that goes from California to New York. From California to Florida. Cross-country train. Actually, let me look that up. I thought that was in development.
I think you gotta switch maybe twice.
Oh, that's not bad. You just need to switch. As long as there's a trail, right? I think that's what is important.
Are so they learn how to drive and they're already impatient. They learn how to drive and they're already like, look at this asshole on the road. Look at this jerk off. Oh my God, a red light. I can't believe a red light. And when they're sitting waiting at the red light, sometimes the lights take a couple seconds and they're like fidgeting. They're like, oh my God, why won't it go green? And I say, this is part of life. And then I realized, wait a minute. This is the first time that you have ever sat at a red light without your phone in your hand.
Right.
Because every time you're ever a passenger in your parents' car, you got your phone in your hand. Now you're 16, you're learning how to drive. This is the first time you've ever experienced the boredom of a red light unadulterated. And they can't handle it. And so sometimes I think that people are getting more impatient. That's why, I don't know if driving is worse than it's ever been or if it's just my imagination, but I think people drive like crazy these days. And I think it's because we're all in a rush and we don't have the ability to be bored and we don't have the ability to just look out the window and turn up the radio and we're just like rushing and then kill a pedestrian. An African immigrant kills a homeless person. You know how it is.
I think the solution to this problem is to watch TikToks at red lights.
Yeah, they don't enjoy anything like that because you've been overstimulated.
Yeah, they said Gen Z is the first generation in a while that their IQ is lower than the generation before.
I often thought maybe my dad was retarded or stupid, but then I read a college essay he wrote, and it was brilliant. And I was like, my dad is not retarded or stupid. He's actually a genius. Why did I think he was retarded and stupid? Maybe I'm retarded and stupid.
Ding, 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 ding.
No, I'll confirm you. I met him a few times. He's definitely a
You know, what Zach is pointing out is that whether you're driving a car or you're cruising the streets of Clown House, people road rage. Whether on an app or in a car, there's road ragers. Do we have anybody in the room here who could raise their hand and say, yeah, I'm a road rager? Anybody strong enough to admit it?
She left. She left. But I think for kids, I think that's a good. When I first started driving, I wasn't like that. I wasn't, I was worried about driving safely. I wasn't, So that is it.
I'm pro using your phone and driving. I think if you can't do it safely, it's a skill issue. I think it should be permissible. And I think if I want to watch TikToks and glance at the road every 3 to 5 seconds, that's my business.
You're not serious.
I'm only half kidding.
I mean, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. So how do we cure that? And I would start with the insurance, and I would have a campaign if you want any insurance, because like literally you're making the roads more dangerous. FYI.
Are some people making the roads more dangerous as a result? Yes. Am I? I don't think so. I've never been the cause of an accident. I'm a pretty safe driver. I'm a pretty reasonable driver. I think I'm better educated on how driving is supposed to work than most of the motoring public.
How do you know that? How do you know that specifically? If I'm a better driver, or you're a better driver than me, how do you know that?
I don't know that I'm a better driver than you, but I know that I'm not out causing incidents.
But you're making a statement. So you made a statement.
He said they're the average motorist.
Yeah.
How do you know that, though? How would you know that?
Well, for example, I know what a zipper merge is and how to use one. I know that yield signs are not stop signs. I know how a roundabout works, and I think all these things are things that the average motorist struggles with terribly. I understand how left lane driving is supposed to work. I know, that, once a green, the left turn arrow has gone, you don't get to continue going because the lane next to you has a green light.
I think those things, though, I think most people know how yield works. It's just that the one that doesn't pisses you off. And, it only takes one to fucking slow everybody down. But I think most people realize how that stuff works.
I'm basing this on anecdotal experience, but I would say the vast majority of the motoring public has no fucking clue how a yield sign is supposed to work. Or an on-ramp, or a roundabout, or, a traffic signal.
How about following distance?
That's a good one.
Yeah, I think it's clear to anyone who has spoken to Stilgar on this app for more than a few hours that he is almost certainly likely in the better half of the driving public.
Based on what, again? Can you base that on something?
Vibes.
Okay, so it's vibes, not actual vibes.
Well, no, there's something very easy to base it on, which is you drive around, you see people doing stupid shit all day, every day, and then you ask yourself, when was the last time I did that stupid retarded shit? And then you think, oh wait, here's a
But again, you're passing so
another good one. No, I'm gonna give you an example of something that 95% of people in my community
Can I guess?
Yeah, give me a guess.
The guess is disregarding actual right-of-way rules and being unnecessarily generous to other drivers.
Because you have seen my videos, then you're saying yes.
But look,
yes,
when I saw the video, I knew it was coming before it happened. Because you're absolutely right.
But that's not the thing that I was going to refer to right now. The thing that I'm thinking of right now is whether you stay to the left side of your lane or to the right side of your lane. And when I was growing up, when I was taught to drive, I was taught to stay to the left side of my lane, to stay close to the yellow line if you have it. And that way you don't have to worry about accidentally sideswiping a parked car with your passenger side view mirror. You won't have to worry about jumping over a curb with your passenger side front tire. You won't have to worry about hitting a bike rider. But nowadays I see 95, at least 90% of the people cover the right side of the lane because they're afraid of an oncoming collision and they don't understand the spatial awareness of their own vehicle. And that's something where you can say, I'm better than most of these drivers because I can stay in the middle of my goddamn driving lane and I'm not halfway in the fucking bike lane. And when I go down a skinny street, I know how wide my car is and I can drive in a forward direction. And I see 90% of people, maybe 85% of people fucking this up. And I think that anecdotally I can deduce that I am better. Thank you. I am complete.
Well said.
So I've never heard anybody say they're a terrible driver. It's very, very rare that someone says, I'm a shit driver. And this is why. This is why I love the mention. So you gave a mention. It's okay.
Would you guys put this bumper sticker on your car if I made a bumper sticker that was bright yellow that said, please be patient, stupid driver?
I'd put it on my wife's car.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of very minor litmus tests that you can do to assess whether somebody's a good driver. And I think the first one is whether or not they understand how a zipper merge is supposed to work and whether they actually employ the proper technique. I think the other one is analyzing whether somebody uses things that aren't as lanes because they want to get one of 6 seconds sooner. Like crossing through a crosshatch about to turn into a turn-only lane. I'm not that guy. I'm the guy who will sit behind the car in front of me until the car in front of me is past the point in which I can actually safely enter that lane and not go around to save myself 6 seconds. And on-ramps. I think how you merge and understanding how merging is supposed to correctly occur, I think is another great piece of evidence. To be honest with you, I think the greatest drivers in the world are probably Germans. And I think they're actually challenging my opinion on the state mandating driving training, because there you have to pay a professional trainer to teach you how to drive, and they drive wonderfully.
It's not every state in the United States that requires it. I know that when I was growing up in Washington, D.C., driver's education was not required, but in the state of Maine it is required, and I think that somehow people still be fucking up, but it's good that it's required.
I think there's a major lack of accountability in this culture, where everybody thinks they can do what they want based on how they've operated in the past. And once you institute accountability, however you think it will be, whether it's surveillance, whether it's your girlfriend, if we're talking about just driving, it's very hard to get accountable unless you're pulled over and you have a citation that says you're shit. It's going to be hard. So good luck with that.
This also implies, though, that traffic enforcement largely revolves around safety and skill, and I would say that it doesn't. I would say traffic enforcement largely revolves around antiquated laws and revenue generation.
Sounds like he's a fan of the photo-enforced intersections.
You know, this might sound crazy to those who know me here, but I'm kind of slowly but surely becoming more pro-electronic enforcement, and mainly because that reduces the number of interactions the police have with the general public, and also reduces pretextual stops, which I think are constant. You know, the police are running headlong into Fourth Amendment violations every single day, in my opinion. And the less police interactions we have with the general public, the better we'll all be. And I'm willing to trade a traffic police state for a police state.
You want RoboCop?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I do love that they have to have the signs. The signs make everyone behave. When it says photo enforced, that's when people behave. It's the consequence of getting or knowing that you're being watched.
Yeah, I mean, look, speed laws in this country haven't really, speed limits in this country haven't meaningfully changed over the past like 50 or 60 years. But technology advancements in both like crash safety, but also safety features in the car. I mean, just the invention of like airbags and ABS alone has significantly increased safety and significantly reduced casualties in driving. Yet here we are still having to do like 25 miles an hour on a road that like has no reason not to be a 55 mile an hour road. And again, this is largely because, you know, I mean, look at police budgets. Cities write in the revenue generated from traffic enforcement into their budget on like a projected basis. They go, okay, last year we did this much money from traffic citations. We expect to do at least that much this year, so we're going to include that in the budget before we've ever even realized that revenue. I mean, if that doesn't speak to the problem, I don't know what does. There's no incentive structure to make people better drivers when there's revenue to be made from people driving poorly or not driving by the rules. I think vehicle inspection is largely bullshit too. I live in a state where I have to do annual emission and inspection. And, you know, if this was solely about safety, you wouldn't have to do it on like a 1-year-old car or a brand new car. Because, you know, it's safe to assume the manufacturer has established that that's a safe vehicle. Yet here we are, every year I have to go to the state and prove that I'm safe to be on the road for a crime that I haven't committed and pay money to do so. And if I really want to, I can go to another guy down the road and add an extra $10 to the tab, and he's not even going to look at the car. He's just going to give me the sticker.
I don't know, I've heard it can get pretty bad, especially for people that can't afford to fix their old clunkers, and they end up getting towed because you can't renew the tag, and then they're on the bus after that.
Yeah, but hear me out here, right? Like a police officer sees a vehicle that's unsafe to be on the road, and he addresses that vehicle. The end. This idea that everybody has to go to the state and go, hey, just in case my vehicle might not be up to snuff mechanically, I'm here to prove that I am, to thusly have permission to drive on roads that I'm already forced to pay for with my taxes. I don't like the system. And I mean, if you look at states that don't have vehicle inspections, like Florida, like I think doors on a car are optional. You know, as long as you have the basics, you know, mirrors, you know, the shit that gets driven down on the road down there is insane. But they don't have a significantly higher rate of like traffic fatalities or traffic accidents than, you know, similar states.
Another win over the environmentalists down here is that we can drive right on the sand. We can drive on the beach. There's no concern about the pollution or leaking oil. They let people freely drive on the beach.
And those people don't realize how awful that is for your car. I've had that. My mother lives in Florida, and she's got no business doing any sort of off-roading because she doesn't know how to self-rescue. And I've told her 1,000 times, like, you should just stop driving on the beach. She goes, but then we don't have to get out of the car. We can sit on the beach in the car. I'm like, yeah, no, don't do that. Get out and walk.
Yeah, people are also using boat ramps with the wrong vehicle, submerging the muffler and rear axle in salt water. That happens, but you just gotta rinse it off. It's just common maintenance.
Yeah, you're not rinsing sand out of your rings, though.
Oh my god, it's almost 100 here in Michigan.
97 here in Pennsylvania. Not fun.
Zach, do you have the Play-Doh app?
No.
Do you like playing games online?
Who's Zach?
Sure, I'll check it out. Play-Doh.
Trash bag.
Trash bag.
I don't know anybody named Zach. I know my friend Trash Bag. I don't know anybody named Zach, though.
Play-Doh, P-L-A-T-O.
The link to the group is in the Jumbotron.
Okay, alright, thank you.
Do you have a problem with me using the name that I've known you by for 5 years, sir?
No, but
Thank you.
I also don't have a problem with Dallas trolling you.
I don't know this Dallas fellow you're talking about either.
Dallas. Isn't that Florida man's new name?
It's amazing how many first names.
Why would you troll Monica? What the hell?
Houston, we have a problem. It's amazing how many people remember the names that were originally on the app. I was told that Monica's not my real name, that I just made it up so I could troll people.
Stop doxing Monica.
Black people on the app. We know that's not your name. Okay, that's not my name.
Monica, why do you sound like a 400-pound woman laying in a bed talking on an old rotary phone?
Who's that?
That's an interesting comment.
His name is Book.
It's 550 pounds, sir. I'm 50 away from my goal of 600 pounds, so I can join the 600-pound life reality show. Why are you judging me? What's the matter with you? Are you equally fat and bald and missing teeth that you think that you can come for me and my looks?
You didn't deny the rotary phone. Are you using a rotary phone?
Is this John Kitover?
Excuse me?
John Kitover, are you in jail yet?
Am I in jail? Projection says what? Projection says what? Monica, I'm just encouraging you to get to the gym today, to break a sweat, try to read a book. Listen, all communication is projection. I'm just telling you to read a book and go to the gym today. I am complete.
Go directly to jail.
Jack, can you send me the video that's gone viral, sir? Congratulations.
It kicked me. Time to go back in and anonymous and then go to the gym and read a book. Ah! Where's my anonymous phone? La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you're asking the question in the context
What is all picking his nose?
slavery books, right? My answer would be yes, that it is a subversive act that has the potential to shift at least the definition, maybe, I don't know, definitions or whatever, or the thinking about marriage as this sort of.
I grew up in a. I didn't say that, dude. That's not what I said. What I said was, if you leave your stuff in your car in a place where it can get stolen, and it then gets stolen, it's your fault because you left it there. As my father used to tell me about my expense, as my dad used to tell me about my. Sorry, Joe, I couldn't hear you.
Let me try a slightly cleaner, if I've got a decent signal, let me try a cleaner way of saying what I think it is I'm trying to say, which is, if you're going to participate in what would widely be recognized as risky behavior, the rest of us are not obligated to mitigate that. We're not obligated to share in your suffering. Okay? Is that more or less?
I like that. That's exactly. I like that, Jefferson. I mean, I do think if we have if you guys are cool with like private can operate throughout everywhere. So if I just pay my monthly subscription fee and these people are then hunting down the criminals and doing what needs to be done. If that's the world you guys are okay with, then we can at least have a conversation that I think is consistent. Then it's like, oh, I did my part, yes, I outsourced it, but I hired these Pinkertons or whatever. I hired this private police
police, because I don't expect you to have to pay for my policing, Jefferson, but I heard these people and they're out there, they're hunting these people down.
No, look, there are places in the U.S., places in Canada, and I'm sure.
I agree with most people. I agree with you. I wouldn't have done it if it were anyone else, but that's just uncalled for. And anyway, I won't do. I'm not one who does that. Just know, y'all know. Just say.
Sorry, what's uncalled for?
Dude, what happened that was off for a minute? Did somebody get smacked or slapped or something?
The hand of justice came in. That's what happened.
Are we talking about removing John Kitover for being schizophrenic, or are we talking about...
Yeah, was that Callie or Serendipity? Who did the smacking?
I confess. Did it?
Well, confess. I wasn't here.
Schizophrenic says what? Schizophrenic projection says what?
Yeah. So, okay.
So those of you who are in my PTR is my nice set of balls that finally came in. So I can make these campfire. They're nice, they're round, they're smooth, 3 inches. I'm gonna use them to make, you're supposed to take a biscuit mix, put on them, and then instead of roasting marshmallows, you roast the biscuit mix. Then you put like pie filling or jam or jelly and whipped cream in them.
What do you have in
campfire snack?
What is that? What's in your ball?
It's a full wood ball, so be careful. You can crush them. But they're about to get grilled and a stick put in, boiled.
Good God, man.
The humanity. Yep, about to start a new campfire tradition of making desserts.
Like s'mores? Where did that name come from? Marshmallow, chocolate, and graham cracker. How do you get to the name s'more?
Are you joking? Are you the only American who doesn't know this, or am I stupid?
It was Phineas S'more Esquire who invented them.
Phineas.
I like that name. Do you guys hear, I'm reading a headline or an article right now. U.S. helicopter goes down in Arabian Sea. Crew member missing, Navy says. 3 members of a 4-person Seahawk helicopter crew were rescued at sea after an emergency water landing in the Arabian Sea. There's no indication the helicopter was shot down by hostile forces. 3 of the 4 crew members have been rescued and are in stable condition. The incident happened at 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time, which would have been 11 a.m. local time.
Hold on, let's see if I can reclaim that joke. Brian, what are you fixing to do? To what? And how?
It's all a little woody to me.
I heard you're gonna ram something and stake it and something.
I'm gonna drill that ball and shove a dowel in it and then rub oil all over it.
So, Stilgar Saturday night. Got it.
And then I'm gonna batter it and roast it over a fire.
Damn, he left before he heard me insult the Callie. Damn. Damn. Oh well. Next time.
fixing something to eat, so my reactions are all delayed by like 7 seconds. Sorry, y'all.
That's okay.
I'm not with the program at the moment.
If you make a joke and only you enjoy it, is it still a wasted joke? I don't know.
It's not.
I think it's
on you, anyhow.
there we go.
So I have a question, Brian, with that thing that you're gonna make, the some more thing. How do you get the ball out of it once it's roasted?
Do the tip, just the tip.
Thanks, Zach. I'm gonna
I'll
put
add that to the joke.
I'm gonna put the TikTok in the Divided We Fall Telegram, okay?
Sounds good.
And you
Is
really
everybody
can't
as confused as I am about tips and his balls, or no?
look, Zach. Don't do the Houston name, okay?
What
It's
kind
really,
of oil?
It's really bothersome. Yes, it's Texas.
Sure, your balls are tasty.
Texas has problems with that.
We could use peanut oil. I mean, just thin out the peanut.
Oh my gosh, you're such a writer.
Yeah.
Now I want some peanut butter.
I really jelly. I think that's gonna taste really good in these. On a more serious note.
I understand why, but it makes me very sad that people are afraid of being doxxed. When we first got on the app and it said we use our real names on Clubhouse, I was relieved. I felt like refreshed, like, oh my God, like we're just gonna be chilling here. And then very quickly it turned into, trash bag this and derisive piece of shit that and all this bullshit. And it's like,
my friend.
Matrix.
So we should have notifications for all internet access.
So how do you?
I think that all of our profile pictures should be exclusively of our own genitalia.
Wow.
I'm okay with that. I didn't know your balls had a theme song. Well, we're about to get one. I found it, actually.
This is what
Say, everybody haven't seen my balls, they're big and salty and brown. If you ever need a break, pick me up. Just stick my balls in your mouth.
Oh my God, that's derisive.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Stick them in your mouth and suck 'em.
Wait, are you singing that?
Big salty balls.
Did you make
They're
this? It's from one of the most classic episodes of South Park.
Oh my gosh! I thought you were singing that. I was so confused.
It's like, that was Isaac Hayes. It's like,
I didn't know you had it in you.
yeah, I'm a bass. That's my voice. There's an episode of South Park where the chef makes these like brown salty chocolate dessert balls and then sings a whole song about it.
I like muffins. You got it, Edie. You knew where I was going with that. You knew exactly what I was talking about.
Oh, sweaty balls. That was that one.
Sweaty, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Good times. Do you know there's not a lot of stores that carry 3-inch wooden balls?
No.
Now you do.
Brian, why do you need, this is a serious question, why do you need the balls? Why do you need the wooden balls? Can't you just make them with marshmallows and just like work around that and then eat the whole thing?
God, Callie, take a cold shower. Oh my.
Who didn't know where the words
I
more
didn't very well, evidently. Me.
Okay. Did you learn?
Wait, I don't know where it is.
It's because they're so delicious that the kids would ask for some more. So
That's what I thought.
that's what I
well, that's what I knew from the Sandlot movie. I don't know if that's actually. Like,
It's mostly right.
Why are balls a sexual object or some sort of sexual?
Wait, what part of it's wrong so I can educate myself?
Yeah. I don't know that it's wrong. It's just not the whole story, Monica. So it's not necessarily wrong. But I had heard. Where's Liberty? Someone should look this up. I like the Sandlot explanation.
You like talking about your balls. Maybe that might be more interesting.
Brian is distressingly good at this.
Yeah.
Brian is distressingly good at this. It comes with prostitute talent, doesn't it, Brian?
Yeah, my John. Chicago mayoral candidate running in the February 23rd, 2027 election. Vote. I need your signature on our petition now. Like this video, share this video. I'm on a podcast right now. We're talking about liberal progressivism, liberalism, Democrat radicals, bankrupting and stealing.
Should you play a loudspeaker in the field? Love is in the air. Some berries, some white.
I show up at their wedding and they hold this old boombox above my head with both hands. Just blast level music for them.
Ryan, thank you for breaking the tension in here. That's so funny.
Because I get that.
Make me understand that.
We've got the best Did I tell you how my cousin got out of a speeding ticket last week?
What's that?
My cousin got out of a speeding ticket last week. The police officer stopped him because you know why you're stopped him. My cousin said, because you want to sell me tickets to the policeman's ball. And the cop looked at him and said, policemen don't have balls. And then he realized what he said and he shook his head and walked away.
Nice telling them that. Right. Good put him in that place, man.
Right, so the idea is a man doesn't have balls if he does certain things, or his balls are bigger or smaller based on his behavior. I mean, that's the only thing that could maybe make sense of this. And I'm a literal person. Right? And they're probably larger than most people. Larger than most people. I'm just really interested in those, actually.
I guarantee you, Albert, I guarantee you that your balls are bigger than mine. 100%. Absolutely.
What is your specific question?
Why are there balls hanging on the tailgate of trucks all the time?
I don't like those. Do men really find them? They feel compensatory, not compensatory.
What does that mean? Balls hanging on a truck? What does that mean?
They have brass balls hanging from the trailer hitch.
It's just
you haven't seen them.
Some like redneck ornament or something?
They're veined too. Derisive. It's quite absurd. And I don't know why I admitted that I know that, because now I feel self-conscious that I looked at them close enough to observe.
You shouldn't. I've seen these balls that you're talking about on trucks, and I concur. But I want to get to the bottom. I want to get to the bottom of this balls problem or issue.
Are you saying you're going balls deep into the...
Not the bottom.
Monica's on
You guys are not good for me.
Okay, distill your question into one sentence, Albert.
I want to know why we value
or talk about the balls as being a sexual item. Other than them producing sperm, makes sense, of course. But
Well, that's the reason. All life comes from men's balls.
all right, so that's the answer. Then I got my answer.
Yeah.
If that's what it is.
Yeah, human cultures are a history of worship sex organs.
But yet the distribution channel, which is I think more important than the actual, generation of that semen, we don't really we value that in a different way. If that makes
I
sense.
don't think we value it the same way.
Yeah, whatever your human sexuality is complicated. So whatever you're into, that's sacred to you. But it might be different to someone else. You like the dick more than the balls? That's fine. There's different flavors of ice cream and Baskin Robbins.
First of all, I have it. I don't value other penises. What I value is.
Yeah, no one's kink shaming you. It's fine.
Oh, you sort of kind of were, but it's okay. I was coming up with an actual, sounds like an analyst of this shit. But he came in with balls, and I really wanted to get a conversation about it because now we have a better understanding. Like why are balls fun and funny? And I think you've got to it, which is because they reduce life. Perhaps. Maybe that's what.
It's not either or. Monica evaluates the whole package.
And I'm a big appreciator of the mouth in all of its intricacies.
And where the hell did you think of distribution channel? That's hilarious.
Yeah. I tried.
That was good though. You get credit for that for sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
And it's also the extraction channel too, because the evolutionary.
Tiffany?
If you're
I'm waiting on my guys to connect back, and I hear Monica say veiny balls? What? And I'm missing this conversation.
The reason the penis head is shaped as it is so that.
Why is Monica staying in this mood?
Monica suggested this topic, but
I don't believe I did.
the reason the penis head is shaped as it is from an evolutionary function is so that if a woman was just inseminated by another man and his deposit is still inside of her person, that the penis head, the new one going in, could scoop out the previous man's deposit so that the second man will actually be the one to inseminate the woman. This is true.
See, I learn something new every day. I learn something new every day.
Was that cited from the book Sperm Wars?
This is Clubhouse University at its best. Thank you, myself.
If you enjoyed this conversation, consider sending a gift certificate to the Cheesecake Factory to one of the moderators.
Do you think that actually would be effective in scooping the way you described it, and actually like invalidating that earlier deposit? Do you think that would be, because I love the fact that somebody decided that was why the penis is shaped the way it is. I love that shit.
Well, I mean, apparently, the way evolutionary mutations work, at some point there were males who had this shape of a penis head and others who didn't, and the ones who did were more likely to be able to pass on their DNA and continue their lineage, and so eventually all of humans have some variation of this shape of the penis head, and that's for that reason, just like every other bit of it.
This is why I believe in unique design or intelligent design, because you cannot come up with that shit unless you study it. And you're like, how the hell would that happen? Oh, it must be because of that. This is intelligence, is not.
Oh, I broke up.
Well, keep studying. I still think of how the other penis is going to scoop up the sperm from the last one.
No. Beth. Let him articulate that again. He did it much better than I will. It's not what you just said.
I'm sure the women in this room can relate, after a few too many drinks on a Saturday night, not quite sure how many partners you had that night, and the last one may be able to sort of, using the natural biology of the male phallus and contemporary humanity, sort of clean up the residue from previous interactions and, erase the sins of the past few hours. And
It's almost recommended to sleep with more than one person.
Thank you.
Sex at Dawn. It's a book that theorizes. We used to have orgies every morning under the tribal structure. So that very much was the case.
We're now moving into the incel happy hour portion of the evening.
Y'all, Stickler was absolutely decent until I went off mute, wasn't he? As long as I didn't say anything, he was perfectly good. And perfect. He didn't attack anyone else or insult anyone else, did he?
No,
Did he?
No, he attacked a few other people. He must not have been
He
there.
did. Oh, good.
Yeah.
No, good.
It's not favoritism. He doesn't like others.
Yeah, sir.
He doesn't not like me more than he not like you. Okay, good.
I don't know if we can say that potentially and confirming that. I've heard conversations. Well, I don't think it's about not liking you, Monica. It's about how strong you are in your convictions, and that inherently just fucks with things. So it's a positive. That way.
Thanks, Albert, I think.
No, I came in again just to tell you, Monica, that you would find this very interesting. My niece's husband, who both of them are on government assistance, he got put in, like, whatever they do, into city council in the town they live in. The guy, they're on government assistance. How is he going to be on city council? Okay, then take him off government assistance, weirdos. I
Well,
can't
he might no longer qualify if he might not qualify if he is going to get a paycheck from the city, right?
Do they get a salary? Depends on the city. Some it's city council's a volunteer position.
I mean, we live in strange times. There's a lot of people with a lot of different voices. He wants to be heard because he thinks it's instrumental to change. You want to be heard for the obvious reasons as well. I don't mince my words, FYI, guys. These are controversial times. Keep going. Keep being consistent, Monica. FYI. This guy is just another voice in a ghost of voices.
Yeah. Well, not like I'm surprised. Anyway, I was just asking. Thanks for letting me know. The guy Jeremiah on Instagram who was running for president of his HOA, he won. So Karen has been ousted, and there was much rejoicing and a huge block party planned for the neighborhood, and I'm very happy for them because it sounds like their neighborhood's going to be lit.
Sleep under the bed. She's stained with
He
cat
just brought
shit.
that whole community together in his frustration over the HOA Karen. Even the HOA Karen's husband voted for Jeremiah, which just tells you
She always.
what a challenging person she was. How your spouse is gonna vote for your opponent? That was bad. Ethan's here. Who had comments or questions for Ethan? Was Florida?
She's like stained with cat shit. She has tongue so close, most she pregnant from my husband's keep calling me saying she's behind my house. Finally got out of care after 10 minutes.
Hey Ethan, welcome to Happy Hour.
Hello. Just got off a flight. How's everybody?
Did you have a good one?
Yeah.
I'm getting more and more concerned about flight travel. When I hear people going to the airport and their seats have been double, triple booked. Is there an airline that you depend on that you find to be more reliable than the other ones, Ethan?
I flew American today.
Their reputation is getting pretty good, huh?
I mean, yeah, I didn't have any problems. The only thing was we got to the airport a little too early because TSA doesn't open until 4:45 in the morning. That was it. And we got to go out of the international terminal. LAX had an overflow of planes. So they took us through the Tom Bradley terminal, which was nice.
A little cleaner, a little newer, a little more functional than the older terminal.
Yeah. Well, no, I've never actually been to the international terminal in a long time.
Did anyone ever prefer Spirit Airlines?
I pledged to buy stock in it if they could get enough people interested in owning it. I thought that was really cool. I thought it was fun. I'll spend I have just a little bit of discretionary income. So I've got Dogecoin because I think it's hilarious, and I've got, not a lot, just a little bit, just to be entertaining. Because if it's entertaining to me, I'll donate. I'll contribute a little bit. And so, yeah, I pledged, but I don't think something happened because I haven't heard anything more. It didn't cost me anything to pledge. They were just getting numbers on interest, people being interested in owning a We the People plane.
It's really unfortunate that they pretty much were insolvent from the rising fuel prices, but we're already back down to the pre-conflict levels, below $70 a barrel now. So
have they been able to hold on a little bit longer?
Exactly. But even Warren Buffett says that the capitalists should have shot down the Wright brothers when they invented flight because it's historically been the worst capital investment to invest in airlines.
Oh my goodness.
They're just zombie corporations at this point, most of them.
Yeah, airlines are very, very hard to be profitable because of the cycles. I used to trade a lot of their bonds. You're right.
There is a touching song in tribute to the Spirit Airlines employees, but I believe it's generated by AI, which is also interesting. There's a lot of music now being produced synthetically with AI, but it kind of went viral because of a YouTube that showed how they have to fly all the planes to some kind of airport in Arizona, somewhere in the dry desert, because these planes are just going to sit there. The leaseholders or the lease owners that were leasing them out to the airline are going to just wait to auction them off. Maybe they'll get repurposed, maybe they won't. But
is there anyone in here who would like to own a plane?
Not the ones that have holes blowing out of them. Remember that? There's like a sealed up emergency exit door that blew out open mid-flight on one of those.
Al, do you track politics? What did you think of the Supreme Court decisions? Ethan, I want your take on them too. The Supreme Court decisions yesterday that came out.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in the birthright citizenship decision, but I'm happy to see the TPS protections finally actually be temporary. Yeah, in the name TPS, I believe it stands for temporary. So it was good to see that.
A lot of people aren't talking about that one. Can you give me more information on it?
Yeah, and then I just learned the other one. Before I do that, the other one I did like as well is restoring the presidential powers to fire executive branch agencies, employees. I think that's an important one too. But no, I don't know too much about it other than the Haitians are most impacted by this TPS status, and so there is a backlash about that protection status being removed from the Haitian refugees, but asylum-seeking individuals. I believe it extends to more than just the Haitians.
So we were focused yesterday on the Title IX decision of making it not illegal for states to say biological men aren't allowed to compete with biological women.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
And then the birthright citizenship. But it sounds like there were a bunch of decisions that we didn't even talk about. I'm gonna have to ask.
It was a busy day. Yeah. They're trying to rush it before they go on summer break, huh? They're trying to get it all done. What a nice life to be a lifetime appointee justice of the Supreme Court.
How's it going, everyone?
I'm not sure I agree with you, like, to be honest, supposed Supreme Court. I'm not sure I agree with you, but maybe you could articulate.
Kavanaugh's getting death threats. I'm not sure about the other ones.
Marshall was actually bringing the last room I was in to like a 70 IQ level, so I just had to leave. I'm hoping you guys can match.
You're at least 100, right? If you're gonna come in, and then 70s don't exist, right?
I think it's fair to say I'm at least 100. Not trying to brag.
Well, what are you then?
I'm a solid 81.
I'm a 140, so go ahead.
I need some 81 right now.
Challenge accepted. AJ, we were talking about the SCOTUS rulings recently, and Alex reminded me that I don't know a lot of what happened. We were focused so much on the birthright citizenship, and I agree. I'm kind of disappointed, but I know why they did it, and I know they're probably right that it should be either a constitutional amendment, but I'm so nervous of them cracking open our constitution. I don't trust some of these people. And then,
It was legality. It's
it's just we don't have anything.
And then the Title IX, we were pleased with the Title IX decision. The majority of us
You
were.
guys think in general that you have to be intelligent to understand laws?
No trannies in sports, right?
No biological men in biological women's
Heroes
sports.
campaign.
Right.
We are already benefiting from our wisdom, guidance, and leadership. Please welcome Colonel Jennifer Pritzker.
Isn't it obvious?
For conservatives who know history and biology and yes, but for some who are convinced that for some that are convinced that trans women are oppressed, they see it as heroic and also self-sacrificial to allow them to compete with biological women, then ignoring the fact that in their bid to seek justice and equality for trans women, what they're actually doing is stomping all over women's rights. But they can't see that, so it's very frustrating.
They don't care. It's not about not seeing it. I think that is the point, right? It's not like when you're a radical leftist who wants to utterly, the queer ideology, right? It's really about constantly destroying anything normative. Being a female, especially a straight female, you're like as normative as it gets, and you need to be queered. You need to be like, subordinated, perverted, all these things.
So maybe
I think more
the
people.
problem is we just have too much airtime. Like people have too much time on their hands to mash this up. Or do you really think that this is a fundamental flaw in society?
It's a flaw that we allow people who are subversive to the social fabric, get as far as they do. It's a flaw that we became as tolerant and open, and there's this new book, Suicidal
Empathy by Gad Saad.
right? It's like,
Yeah.
it is a flaw that we allow ourselves to become so lax and open that this is like where we end up. I mean, it should just be like, when it's like the two female boxers, two males, like in the finals of the Olympic it should be a little bit of a one. I think this is all canary in the coal mine. It's like, okay, guys, you've allowed yourself to get too far, and you really need to check in and be like, where are we? Where do
So I look at this as
pull back, reorient?
It's 106 degrees.
I look at it. This is the larger playbook. The guys who are pulling the strings, distracting all you guys who are willing to disengage in this stuff.
I think
That's how I look at
the people pulling the string. This is like conspiratorial thinking. I think this is
What do you
this
mean
is
by
a
that?
very
What do you
interesting.
mean by
This
that?
is very someone.
What do you mean by that?
I'll tell you. I think people.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, Albert, come on, Albert. Wait, Albert, please. Please?
What?
No, Albert.
Can I hear from Agent? I rarely get to visit with him. He doesn't come in very often, and I'd like to hear him.
Perfect. Okay. Awesome.
Overruled.
So I think people on the right, especially the far right, tend to have a problem understanding things as systems. Right? It's like they have to find who are the people, who is the source, who's pulling the strings without just recognizing so I think that's the error.
I really understand what you said, but Monica's.
Yeah, right. I know. This is where you need to grow.
But I don't need to grow. You need to listen more to my verbiage. But Monica, was that enough? Yeah.
So the far right give me some names to go with that description. When you said they don't.
Just a broad generalization about just making a sweeping generalization about trends on the right. Right? I'm saying there's a difference of thought process and mentality. I had a counterpoint to it, but I forgot it because I'm actually repeating something Labubu told me, and I was like, wow, that makes sense. But I can't remember the thing that the left. He said the left is like really blind about something else. I mean, maybe it's reality in general, but.
And the right is blind to what, Agent?
Like
the right to what?
Like to systems, like they think that there's this reason these conspiracies about who's pulling the strings, they want to find like the logical kind of end.
The mastermind, right?
The mastermind, right?
Right.
They can't like fathom that this is just like kind of the system doing what the system does. Right?
It's not the man behind the curtain.
Exactly.
It's the feature of the system, not a bug. Or so I can see that, and that's why I think the QAnon conspiracy was so it was so appealing to so many of us. That where we go one, we go all. It was the belief that there was good guys that were in control and staging the rebellion or rescue of our society from the bad guys, the white hats that we couldn't see, but we knew they were there because some cryptic comment was made on a server somewhere. Like, I get the appealing of it.
The idea that he is playing off like maybe a screenplay, because this is all screenplays. He's not privy to maybe the bigger picture. I think that's what you're trying to talk about. And left and right is always just a screenplay. You guys don't realize that there's screenplays underneath screenplays.
This guy's totally schizo, isn't he?
Hold on.
Well, I'm a screenplay writer myself.
Hold on. If you want to call me scream at me, tell me that you don't know what I'm saying. And I think I've been ignorant, self-absorbed. Did I say ignorant?
Well, Albert, do you wait? Well, hold on, Albert. Do you know Agent? Because I've known him for a few years on the app.
I don't need to know somebody if they're interrupting me. That's all I need to know.
Albert, and I really do mean this. You've been commenting after every person.
Behaving like a child, Albert.
No, I'm behaving exactly the way I am.
He's strong as opinion about the intelligent design as well. Intelligent design.
He's intoxicated as well, somehow, or at least on some serious, maybe antipsychotics or something. I don't know. And of course,
you're making the case worse.
But Albert, like, Agent came in to say hello and visit with us. I'm the one who wanted his opinion on the Supreme Court decisions. Elle told me there were decisions I didn't even know were made yesterday. I think it was Elle. I'm pretty pokey once. I'm not really watching my phone, so I got the name wrong. I'm just learning. We're not on aggressive time. We're not banging in here. We don't do that aside from Stilkler. So, you know.
I am interested in why Albert thinks so strongly about the intelligent design of things. I think that kind of relates to his theory that there's people pulling strings, like everything is essentially orchestrated in his mind in society, but it's just not the case. Some things are emergent, some things are led by individuals acting in their own self-interest. It has nothing to do with people pulling strings.
Have you read the Bible? Or the Torah?
Which part? The First or Testament?
Have you played the Ouija board?
So was the observation about the right and systems then when I just got back, is that related then to the West, the
the mail-in ballot case. Agent, were you saying that like the right doesn't understand systems?
Now I've totally forgotten why, what context I brought it up. Probably.
Boo made that observation that you should.
Yeah, I got it from Labubu and it stuck with me, but I can't remember what prompted it. But it was more, somehow it prompted me to bring up this broad thing of like, there's no one like being charged. There's no one coming up with these like, not the man behind the curtain, like conspiracy. It's just like the systems are playing out the way that. I guess we were talking about the time so queer was saying like the attack on women and like Monica was bringing up the trans and women's sports thing. It's like this is like she was almost framing it like this is, and it, you know, I said no, this is like a broad agenda by a large group of people, by like the certain ideology, but it's a specific conspiracy. It's just kind of like this is how the ideology plays out.
And there are some things that are centralized, designed by someone at the top, chief engineer, designing a plane. He has many engineers underneath him. Last one to sign off on the design. Sure, President Trump is at the top of the hierarchy. And I think that's a great thing that the executive branch is led by an individual. So there can be both. They're not mutually exclusive. You can have society acting in its own self-interest as well as powerful individuals at the top.
Who wants coffee? We did not do our simultaneous sip this morning. Maybe that's what the 5.
I just woke up from a nap.
Don't brag at us.
I finished my work.
What a brag.
Ready to start my vacation today. And I finished my, like, I had to work later than I thought I was going to have to for my half day. And then the second I finished at like 3 o'clock, I just went right to sleep.
Are y'all leaving tonight for your vacation or early?
We leave tomorrow morning. So I got to like pack the house up and get everything ready today.
Nice. And you bring your cats with you or you have someone who...
No, they just,
self-sufficient. Cats do that. Why can cats do that and dogs cannot?
This is a good question. Now we're talking.
Well, a big part of it is because the cat shits in a box.
Some of them use toilets. There's plenty of videos proving it. They can flush the toilet.
See, I thought about teaching my cats to use the toilet, and then I was convinced against it because if you ever have guests over and they shut the toilet lid, you're fucked. And then you're gonna have cat shit. And I was, someone told me, they're like, I just want you to imagine, like, what it's like to come into a bathroom and someone shat and forgot to flush, you know? Like, it would just, like, cause you can teach them to flush, but they're not always super consistent about it. So it's like just coming into the bathroom and there's just like a pile of cat shit right in the toilet already. It's just unfortunate. And they can also miss, and then it's a disaster.
I remember one of the biggest fights I had with my ex was like leaving the toilet seat down. And I don't understand how you ladies can't just like put the toilet seat down. You guys need to use it. Why do we need to do it first? I kind of understand.
Well, I definitely...
Because you're fucking racist.
I have an answer. I have an answer. So women use the toilet sitting down 100% of the time. Men use the toilet sitting down 25% of the time. So why wouldn't you keep the toilet seat down since it's 125% of its use?
It's a really good argument. I love it. I'm gonna go. Monica, you go.
Well, I think there are other arguments too. Like, one argument is, have you ever sat down on the toilet while the lid was up, like in the middle of the night, and you fucking fall in the toilet? That shit sucks. So I feel like avoiding that risk is good. But I actually met someone, a family friend of ours. He
long story short, he always leaves the seat up in a public bathroom, and his rationale was that he is sparing the next person from that lazy bastard who just tries to pee straight through the toilet seat and gets piss all over the seat. And so he always leaves it up, so that way the next person who comes in and wants to pee standing up doesn't piss through the center. And so if you want to poop, then you just bring the toilet seat down and it doesn't have piss on the lid. And I don't know if I'm convinced by that, but it was definitely the most unique argument I've ever heard for it.
I admit to being the lazy person sometimes.
Agent!
That's why you have a cold cut in the butt, right? That's the whole point. So you use it to up or down. I thought up was down or up. Down.
Y'all aren't ready for the toilet paper, which way you're gonna discuss either, are y'all?
Me personally, I don't want to touch the toilet seat if I don't have to.
So, but
I mean, just the urinal. That's also what the urinal's for.
well, not all of them have urinals, but even like I feel like you would be someone though where if you got a little pee on the seat, you'd probably wipe it off, right? Right?
Yeah, I would wipe it. Yeah.
Yeah. So not everyone is that like that.
Okay.
Common courtesy. That's all that is. But they also have this distinction with bidets. If you have a bidet installed, there's two different angles. There's the back angle, I think they just call it back wash, and then there's a front wash that they also call the female wash.
You ever turn that baby on when it's on front and then just get blasted in the nuts?
Yeah, that can happen. It has to be operated carefully.
I had a situation once where I was visiting my friend in Portland, Oregon, and his parents had just gotten a brand new bidet that was like the fanciest bidet you could possibly imagine. It was like a super toilet. And I went to use the bidet, and I could not, for the life of me, figure out how to turn it off. Like, it was just constantly blasting. And I literally had to call my friend into the bathroom and be like, Will, can you help me? I don't know how to turn this bidet off. And so meanwhile, the entire time I'm just sitting there having my booty hole glass of water. And we're literally looking up YouTube tutorials for the toilet brand as it continues to blast me, trying to figure out how to turn it off.
But you couldn't get off. You were like the shield for the bathroom.
Yeah, because if I had gotten off, sprayed out of the toilet, so it was, yeah.
Oh my god, Zach, I have a bidet story. Can I share my bidet story real quick?
Yeah.
Like, go watch the game. Okay, so I was like my first night in Tokyo. I was like, I went with a bunch of friends. Got there really late, super sleep, you know. We slept, and then I wake 2 or 3 in the morning, jet lag, right? So I can't sleep. I go use the restroom, right? And the toilet, this is my first time using the bidet. I didn't know what this was. The toilet had all these buttons, but they're all in Japanese, right? And I was like, I'm not that type of Asian. I'm not Japanese. I can't read it. So,
Hey, hold on. I'm not that type of Asian. It's face recognition. That was gorgeous. Thank you. I'm not that type of Asian. Go ahead, sorry.
okay. So, okay, I used the toilet. And like, I'm done. And I was like, okay, there's got to be a flush. But, you know, this bidet, it doesn't have like a normal flush, right? Where it's just right next to the thing, right? You just flush it. It just like has all these buttons. So I'm like pressing this button. I was like, oh, okay, that's the seat warmer. Pressed another button. I was like, oh, okay, that's squirting something. And then I pressed another button. I was like, oh, that kind of hurts. Like, can we turn it? Dude, I had this water dildo like penetrate me for like 5 minutes, and then it hurt so much, so I like got out of the toilet and it started spraying my face. So I was like freaking out. I was yelling. I was like,
It reached your face. I'm so sorry.
The bidets in Japan are awesome because they're heated, so like the water isn't cold. I always found that nice.
But you didn't have to close the toilet seat all night because that's the good thing. The bad thing is I didn't have to turn it off.
They have air dry too. Once you start getting all those features, it becomes complicated. It traps people into those various scenarios because too many buttons, too many complications. It's not good to have all those features, but they have air dry, they have all sorts of bells and whistles. But simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. You don't need all those buttons. You just need one knob, front and back.
I agree.
Female wash or bug wash.
Okay, guys, it's nice talking to you. Quokka where this month, so make sure you do something for your Quokka.
Is that a Quokka in your PTR?
Yes, this is a Moroccan Quokka.
Moroccan Quokkas don't get the respect in our society that they
Later, guys, have a good one.
He was fun. You should come back and visit us.
I didn't get to share this when we were having.
Moroccan Quokka.
Quokkas are so cute too. Like there's videos of where it's like do not under any circumstances eat the quokkas, and then the camera pans to this adorable little quokka with its little arms up begging, and it's like, oh my gosh, the sun is futile. But yeah, I was gonna share when we were talking about like peas in the toilet seat or whatever. Little known fact about me is I have a second urethra, so I have like 2 pee streams, and so I can't pee standing up because it goes in 2 different directions.
I imagine that happens. People that get their genitalia pierced as well.
Oh yeah, just like sprays out sides like a water hose. That would be unfortunate.
What if we never talked about genitalia on Clubhouse?
But Monaco people love to talk about it.
Oh, Doris, did you hear my question?
Monica, what were the Supreme Court cases from yesterday that you hadn't heard about from
Apparently, Trump can fire people, but just not one person. That has to be considered not part of the executive branch. I don't remember, it was the Fed chair or something.
Yeah, but they said that the Fed is a separate, unique agency, and he can't fire someone from the Fed without cause. But
everybody else can be gone for cause if he wants them to be, and that's kind of helpful when you're, when you need people to be gone. There was
that goes against like decades and decades and decades of precedents where there's like supposed to be these independent organizations that the president is like somewhat can't influence so strongly. But I didn't really get that because for me, this was kind of like a Roe v. Wade situation where it was like I never really understood the original Supreme Court precedent, like it didn't make sense to me. This one was similar in that sense that like these are all functions of the executive branch. Like we made the executive branch ginormous, but the Constitution puts all of that under the purview of the president. So I don't understand why he wouldn't have the right to fire basically anyone from any section of the executive branch. So I'm sure the next president will weaponize that significantly more than Trump will.
Right. Yeah, it's the trade-off, right? How are you feeling? Are you feeling any better? Did you get some electrolytes?
Yeah, I'm going to work. I called off work. I kind of want to go to work. I feel a little better, but it's just this needs to be strong.
What was I going to say about the Supreme Court decisions? So we talked a lot about Title IX and the birthright citizenship, but the temporary pass, TPS, we didn't talk about that, and that looks like that was a big decision too. Trump's favor and our favor in getting people out of here that don't have what they need to stay here.
America owes 39 trillion, and that's equivalent to each citizen owing 119,000.
Yeah, the TPS decision I felt like was another one that just kind of made sense to me. I mean, it's interesting, right, where Congress says, okay, executive branch, you have this power to do this thing, and you have to do X, Y, Z, right? So in the instructions to DHS, it said, you need to consult with the relative government officials at those countries to determine whether or not it's safe to return. And, one of the arguments against Trump's order was, who in Haiti did you talk to that told you it was safe to go back to, right? It seemed like there was evidence that basically no Haitian officials were consulted before this TPS was removed. But so it's interesting that Congress can put in stipulations for the executive when it grants it certain powers away from itself. But then basically the Supreme Court said, well, Congress didn't put in any sort of explicit judicial review, so it's not appropriate for a judge to step in and say, hey, you didn't follow this instruction that Congress gave to you. I guess it's Congress's job to do that, but I mean, in the first place, it seemed like Congress gave DHS extremely broad powers to add and remove these TPS protections anyway, so it made sense to me that, basically the Department of Homeland Security can be pretty liberal with when they, because I mean the Haitian TPS protection started with an earthquake in fucking 10 years ago. So it's I'm pretty sure that earthquake is done now. So it's just one of those things, where government gets the power and then once it has it, it doesn't take it away.
Yes, it's that, but it's also this constant expectation that the president serves at the pleasure of Congress. Congress wants to appoint the directors, the secretaries of the agencies of the other branch, and that's why those two decisions, I think, restored the presidential powers, where the president should be able to not take a knee to Congress. They should be able to fire the rank and file of the executive agencies and also deport individuals without this TPS status that never ends. The word temporary was in the status, correct? Temporary protective status. Monica cutely called it temporary pass. It's temporary protective status, protection status, where they get extra privileges, delays in determining whether they are eligible for deportation. So, like you said, it's been active for a very long time, since the tragic earthquakes. But yeah, Haiti is a chaotic place. I'm sure there's lots of legitimate asylum cases from there, and so it doesn't mean we're going to suddenly send all Haitians back there. It just restores the executive branch's power to use their own discretion on that.
Can we talk about the climate and Earth, these earthquakes? And database systems.
Before we change subjects, what did you mean by Congress? The president serves at the pleasure of Congress.
Yeah, it's an important separation because in the United Kingdom, they can have a simple no confidence decision from Parliament to remove
but that's not
Prime Minister from power. And so that's exactly what I'm emphasizing, that it is important for the presidential powers to be protected.
But
they do not serve at the pleasure.
There's not one person in the American political discussion who thinks that the president serves at the pleasure of Congress.
Yes, they do. That's exactly my point.
Find one example, and we can take that at face value.
The two Supreme Court decisions were necessary to make that clear.
No, you're just giving a conclusion that's a foregone conclusion.
Limitation of the president from firing people. They cannot just give this limitation of Homeland Security not being able to deport certain people. So this is exactly what they're trying to do. The Congress is trying to tell the president, you answer to us. Legislation.
So, are you familiar with the three branches of government and how they're supposed to work in the American system?
Well, I think he's just trying to make a claim about that people are trying, like, they're trying to strip away president's powers. They're trying to give, like,
exactly.
people, like, that it's not, like, he's trying to make a claim that the president ought to not serve at the call of Congress, and that Congress is overreaching in certain areas. I think
that's a very specific phrase that's very important in the American political structure, and there's not one person, left or right, any pundit, any elected official, any appointed official, any bureaucrat who thinks that the president serves at the pleasure of Congress. That's asking.
Isn't it wonderful that we were here, the first ones to hear El reframe it in a way that illuminates what the efforts of the Democratic Congress have been for the last years. And I, for one, am grateful that he was here to say something that no one else has said in a way that...
Well, that's the point. No one else has ever said that.
Yeah, is that invalidated?
Well, it invalidates his claim, but this is part of a political discussion.
Well, you can ask him for specific examples.
I did.
But saying, well, and maybe he'll come up with that, or maybe I
doubt it.
But saying no one else has said it before, it's like the reverse of a call to popularity.
It sounds like someone who did not take 7th grade civics class.
Even the war powers is a great example. This latest attempt for the Senate and the House pass some so-called end to the Iran conflict, and it is meaningless. It is absolutely symbolic. It has no merit.
It's absolutely not symbolic, though, not for the reasons that you think it's symbolic. It's symbolic. Okay, as a far right-leaning conservative, I will tell you, I'm not necessarily in opposition of the things that Trump wants to accomplish, but what I am in opposition of is Trump trying to accomplish them outside of the way that our system was designed to work. So I'm perfectly happy and perfectly content to see our system do exactly what it is designed to do. This isn't about Trump being in office at the pleasure of fucking Congress any more than it is Congress being in office at the pleasure of the fucking president. It's a system of checks and balances. They are supposed to check each other and balance each other, and when one steps out of line, the other is there to correct it, and that's exactly what happened. Anybody that's butthurt about what happened this week with the Supreme Court doesn't have a fucking clue about the way our government and our system is supposed to work. And anybody that's running around highfalutin, rude and tootin', thinking anybody else got bitch slapped down, is completely full of shit and doesn't have any better at understanding.
Yeah, I think the war powers thing is a uniquely bad example just because that was already Congress's power and is one that the president has slowly peeled away from Congress over time. So I feel like that one is them trying to take their power back in one that they should have. But I do think that, like, in this era of Trump, the Democrats in Congress have been trying to leverage every possible vehicle they have to stopping and slowing Trump's agenda. You know, like by delaying his. And Republicans did this to Obama too, like absolutely they did. Where like delaying Supreme Court nominations, delaying nominations to certain secretary positions. Like a lot of the checks that are in play for Congress to try and control the president. I think that the Democrats, or I should just say, whatever party is opposite to the party of the president in a given session,
I think they do try and leverage every power that they have. I don't know if I would say they're going beyond the powers that they have, because it often is obvious that they're whatever they're trying to do is somewhat futile. Because, you know, for example, there was one of his the pseudo secretary positions that ended up being vacant for like months and months and months and months, and the person just ended up being like acting secretary of X for like a really long time, and then so it basically was like useless and futile. But like, I don't know, I kind of get what Elle is saying, but I also feel like the war powers example was a bad one, because that actually is Congress's power.
Yeah, you know, I think the friction we're seeing is not about, it's a feature. They're supposed to be fighting each other. And so we have two perfect examples. He challenged birthright citizenship, and the Supreme Court said no. But then he challenged something like TBS, and the Supreme Court said yes to him. And that's the way it's supposed to be. I think, however, and I kind of, you know, this is where I think we can criticize the Democrats, is that they are obviously, and if you want to be fair, because Republicans do it too, but the Democrats are screaming like little babies, because when he got elected the first time, it was a great shock. It was the end of the world. And then he got elected again, and it's the end of the world. And I think you're right, Liberty. They're doing everything they can to limit that, what the effectiveness and how much he does. The problem with that is they are going to the extremes in this. And I think that's why we're seeing the Supreme Court step in here, and Trump, rightfully so, is challenging these things. I mean, just on the face value, yes, we know what the three branches of government are. And yes,
I don't think everyone in this room knows.
Yeah, but you didn't seem so sure about 3 minutes ago when you were talking to Elle. So
yeah, it's very condescending. Like, did you read the book? Did you do the homework?
Yeah,
it's a condescending
I know.
position. So I also want to point out, I brought up the Parliament model of the United Kingdom because I think that's the bad system where there's so much churn, there's so much coming and going with the prime minister position, and so there's no long-term thinking in that system. There's no accountability for the decisions being made by the prime minister position in the United Kingdom. The parliament there can equally distribute the blame and the accountability for bad decisions, bad policy. The failures get spread all around parliament. They're never held to the prime minister because they're constantly coming and going from the easily passed no confidence vote from parliament. They can easily get rid of the prime minister at any popular hysteria against the prime minister. So that's the horrible system. And that's what Congress in the United States is trying to do to the executive branch. They're trying to make it
attempting to check the power of one of the other co-equal branches of government when it oversteps is not trying to enact an England-style parliamentary system in the U.S. Categorically, carte blanche.
Same thing with the royal family. They have no power whatsoever. There's simply a symbolic former state representative. So they stay, of course, because they have no accountability on the bad failures of the parliament. It's just ruled by bureaucracy in that system. No one's held accountable.
The sovereign of England can dismiss the prime minister at any time. So to say he does not have political power is just wrong.
When was that done last? I agree with you, that's true. But when was that done? And politically, what would the fallout from that be?
does have, its own, whether hard or soft accountability measures. But to say that the sovereign of England is just put on stamps and it's for tourism and they don't have any political power is just plain false.
See, I agree. I don't know if it's been said. I agree that the hysteria needs to stop over this. But I don't think the conservatives are unjustly annoyed by the Democrats' action because everybody understands a president, when elected, has an agenda. It's an agenda that we can assume the majority of the populace of the United States voted for, especially with Trump being so vocal about what he was going to do. And there's a sense of, well, this is a president who was elected, and the Democrats refuse to accept that. And are, when we look at things like lawfare and lawsuits and judges claiming, judges ruling that, well, the president can't do this, or the one where the judge, I forget, I think it was Boasberg, told him to turn the plane around. All of those kinds of actions, when they are clearly in the realm of the executive branch, those come off as being a little bit, in spilled milk because they lost the election.
Well, but Alan, what is one thing that the Democrats in Congress have done in this era of Trump that's more extreme than when Congress prevented Obama from nominating Merrick Garland to the Supreme Court?
What was more extreme than that was, I think it was Fillmore. There was a Democratic-controlled Congress, and the Whig president put up 3 nominees, and all 3 nominees were rejected by the democratically controlled Senate, not Congress. And then in the next cycle, when a Democrat was elected president, he put up a nominee, and immediately that person was confirmed to the Supreme Court. This is nothing new. Within the first election of Supreme Court justices under George Washington, they were fighting over who was going to be nominated to the Supreme Court. This is nothing new. But to call it extreme or unprecedented, that was one of the things that what's his face, Turtle Face.
Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell understood. The Democrats, you want something in more recent history with Judge Moore. What the Democrats did with him was a total evisceration of his character. Ted Kennedy and the rest of them said this guy is not going to become a Supreme Court justice. And that set the precedent from that point on. So, yeah, first of all, it's not unprecedented. Second of all, I would disagree that it's extreme.
I mean, this is nothing new, but then went back to the Whig Party. So
I know, but then yes, I understand, but then I brought up Judge Moore.
Sure. What I asked you though,
my Star Trek.
What has Congress done in the Trump era? What have Democrats in Congress done in the Trump era that's more extreme than
Endless impeachments, endless impeachment trials, endless impeachment attempts. That's pretty extreme.
Lying about Russian involvement, using the government to interfere with the election, etc., etc.
But objectively, way less impactful. Like those impeachments did nothing. He still won a second term.
You can't say that. I don't think you can claim that. I mean, you could argue the point. Well, it really didn't matter. The whole point. I mean, they did this with Clinton too. The whole point of an impeachment is that while on both sides the people will either be, yeah, this is great, or do I know this is a witch trial? It's people, there are still people in the middle who will think the president's being impeached, he must have done something wrong, just on the face value. So you could make the argument, nobody cared. I think that would be true of conservatives, but I don't know, swing voters. I mean, I would say it's the same thing when the week before the election, the investigation into Hillary Clinton's laptop and emails was reopened. That had a significant effect on her chances of getting elected. And as we saw, it did affect her.
I actually think that was a salient example, Liberty. And also, I would say, when you were describing the effects of the impeachment, the two impeachments, I thought you were going to say something else, which I thought you were going to say it was designed to just be a roadblock to everything going on in the administration, so that they have to expend all their resources fighting this impeachment, and it therefore puts a stop to everything else going on in their agenda. I thought that's what you were going to say.
Well, I think the impeachment thing is like a fair counter, like I do, but I still think it was less impactful in the end. I think it got more attention for sure, and it could have been impactful. I mean, if the Senate had voted to impeach him also, then it could have been a major issue, but they didn't. So I think that's the fine example. I'm just still butthurt. I'm never gonna get over it. I'm still butthurt about it, about the hypocrisy. So just gonna have to live with that. Get some hemorrhoid cream.
You're gonna have to get over it. I'm sorry. You have until 5 o'clock tomorrow. Otherwise.
Okay, wait, hold on. I went away from my phone. Hypocrisy in regards to what?
When they blocked Merrick Garland's appointment and then let Trump appoint someone after he had significantly less time left in his term. That hypocrisy. I think it was Gorsuch. Was it Gorsuch or was it Kavanaugh that he did with 3 months left in his term when they wouldn't let Obama nominate Merrick Garland when he had 9 months left in his term?
I think that was Scalia.
Scalia? What do you mean Scalia?
That was the one that they blocked me, right? When there was you're talking about Trump, the one that they replaced, you're talking about.
I mean, it might have been Scalia's replacement for Trump.
You had Trump shortly before the end of his term when Ginsburg died. You had Barrett, who replaced her.
Yeah, that was a pretty direct hypocrisy. I mean, the only argument that was given was essentially prior for Obama, when he went to nominate Merrick Garland, they said this was the retrospective judgment they gave was basically, okay, well, at that time he would have gone on to lose Congress in that upcoming election versus with Trump's, that Congress was going to maintain power or whatever. And so they basically said, well, because we have the power to even do this in the first place, tells you that the people have spoken and the people give Congress the power to make these decisions. But I just think that's ridiculous because the people gave the power to the president when he was elected, and Congress has some control over, who he appoints, but not absolute and total control. And they all know that, and they were just being shitheads about it.
Yeah, in regards to the Supreme Court nomination, why they were able to speed up, they used a statement Biden made in 1992. It's better referred to as the Biden rule. Based on Biden said that if the Supreme Court vacancy had a presidential election, that basically the next president should wait to name a nominee until after the November election.
Which was stupid. That was
stupid. I mean, it was never an official rule of the Senate. but that was what they used as a justification. They were saying that Coney Barrett did not apply.
Was that Necro pointing out hypocrisy among the Democrats?
I mean, I think both sides are hypocritical, but to me, like, I was just pointing out the rationale is that,
I want to recognize you right now. It's like a tiny little crack in the metaphorical windshield of your woke bubble or protective layer that infuses the through. I'm proud of you, Necro, that's all.
My hatred is definitely okay. Definitely.
Are most leftists and woke asleep when they talk, or is this just you?
No, this is Necro's verbal cadence.
Albert, are you okay?
He has a beautiful speaking voice, and he's very welcoming.
Albert
That's
is
what it is, going deep.
Oh.
Albert's been grouchy for the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
I have
Still waiting for Black Swan.
I'm allowed to be grouchy.
Yeah, and you know what else? Go ahead.
Well, sorry, I'm just kind of changing the subject. I just want to know why. I want to know what Kristen said. I saw there was a chat that Tiffany said, like, not your room, bitch. And then, what did Kristen say?
Whoa.
Oh no.
Girl fight.
What happened? Oh, no girl fight. She's just not welcome in my space. Okay. Yeah, you shouldn't talk shit about people when they're not around. Doesn't tend to work out well for you.
Add it to the shit book.
That's right.
Yeah, that never works out.
No, it absolutely doesn't. And everybody on Clubhouse has got a big old fat mouth. They can't wait to go run and tell when you're talking mad funny cash shit about somebody. So it just never works in your favor.
But just for clarity, did she say something in the chat you responded to, and then it was when you removed her, or did she not say anything at all?
Oh, I didn't remove her.
So she
I
didn't
didn't
say
remember.
anything?
I'm perfectly happy and capable of allowing her to be and making her fucking miserable. If she wants to stay and calm, she can get the smoke. I didn't remember.
She didn't say anything in the chat? You weren't responding to
No.
anything?
No. She just liked to make it a habit to go to another room every day and bitch and complain about all of the people in this room and how fucking miserable they all made her. Yet she repeatedly came day after day after day so that she could then turn around and go and talk mad cash money shit about everybody to a whole nother room of people. And when I get screenshots from chats and them talking about, ooh, an enemy of serendipity is a friend of mine, get the fuck out of my space. I didn't ask you to be here. I ain't pinging your shit. You don't have to be here. If it makes you that uncomfortable and you want to go bitch about it every single fucking night to 10 other people, don't fucking come.
Alright, to be
And if you do, you're gonna get a little note in chat that says, not your room, bitch. Keep it moving.
This is the one who commented in his friend of a friend of mine. I think you might need.
Yeah, fucking psycho shot himself in the face myth. Who likes to write "fuck you serendipity" all over his body and wear it in his PTR. Get the fuck out of my face! Like I don't need you to be around me. I'm not asking you to be here. I'm sure the shit don't ever ping her ass. So she's nothing but a tone policing, two-faced bitch, and she's not welcome here. So if she wants to come and be made uncomfortable, I will fucking make her uncomfortable. I'll give her something to go bitch at other people about.
I wish she hadn't done that. I really liked her.
Who decided they were just gonna, use your space for chisme?
Mm-hmm.
That's the Spanish word for gossip. Who decided they were gonna do that?
Kristen.
purple-flowered, obnoxious, annoying, tone policing Kristen. So just, you want to be here, I'm going to give you something to go gossip about.
That is annoying when that
If
happens.
she talks shit about you, she can find the door.
Did Monica
That's
send
right.
you a message, by the way, if you haven't?
Wait, you sent who a message?
Monica.
Huh. Did you get that, Mon?
I can look for it in a bit.
That's okay, just letting you know what's in the mail.
Thank you, Em.
Monica, did you get my gift?
Did I? My eyes were closed.
It's for 250 year celebration. It's a gift.
Nice, thank you.
Happy birthday, America.
Thank you.
I'm gonna resist the urge to try and be peacemaker and try and resolve things.
Me too, Liberty. That is something I have to struggle not to do. So.
Because I did like talk to her a little bit and try to smooth things over, and it was just like really difficult. Where it was like, oh no, I don't think this is gonna work, because it was like I was like explaining to her what happened in the room when she got all mad about it, and it was like she was just like wouldn't accept my explanation. You know, it was like, but I don't understand, like why was this upsetting to you? You know, and then she's just like, well, there's just a lot of passive aggressive behavior in that space, and I'm just like, okay, but why are you still mad about this thing? Because I feel like I've made it really clear that this thing that you were originally upset about isn't what you thought it was, and she just like would not accept my explanation, and it was very frustrating because I hate that I was like part of it, you know, like it was kind of my fault. Like, and I think that's what kills me the most, is I really liked her.
Why was it your
And
fault?
I feel well, so she was like going at it with Alan, and maybe this is why I hold some negative feelings towards Alan, because I blame him for this too. But like he was like telling Kristen that she talks too much, and it was like, oh well, that's rich, you know. So I made a poll in the chat, and I was like, who's a bigger yapper? And I put Kristen and I put Alan, and so that, you know, because my goal was for her to get some kind of support in the room, that like she's not like as big of a yapper as Alan is.
Wait, I didn't know that that's how, I thought that she had said to Alan, and he was a yapper, and then you were supporting Alan, so you were supporting her with the,
Yeah.
You know what, this whole thing, you didn't do anything wrong, Liberty, because when I first, and like I said, I thought it was you were actually supporting Alan on that, and I was like, look, I don't understand what you're mad, this is such a nothing burger, and, you know, she has made some not nice comments to people. I said, if you joke with other people, you can't expect her to not to joke back. But now knowing that you were supporting her, like this is insanely ridiculous. And I had a conversation with her that day about it too. I thought it was over. I heard her venting about it in the other room. I let it go because people vent. I don't care. But they told me that
John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate running in the 2027 election, February 23rd to defeat.
Bullying her, and they're finally like, take it up with them. Like, you know, so you didn't do anything wrong. Really, this is insane. That you try to make this drama out of it.
Yeah, and it was so confusing because I was trying to support, because I figured people would probably vote for Alan as being the bigger yapper, you know, and 100% of the people who voted in the poll voted for Alan. And so then when I pointed that out, I was like, I just want to point out that the poll results are in, and it's 100% for Alan being the bigger yapper. And then she got butthurt that no one had voted for her. And then I was like, wait, what?
I demand a recount.
You know, and so I think she like misunderstood the poll or something. I don't know, because then it was like, yeah, it was just like super weird, because she was like, really, no one's gonna fucking vote for me? Like, you guys suck. And then we were all like, wait, is she joking? Because why would she want people to say she's a bigger yapper? Like, the whole thing was so confusing, and then she like stormed out, and I like tried to explain to her. I was like, Kristen, like, do you know what a yapper is? Like, people were saying that Alan talks more than you, and then all she got out of my explanation was like, well, people, people weren't supporting me enough when Alan was saying I talk too much. And it's just like, what do you mean? Like, the 100% of people who voted and said that Alan talks more than you? I just, like, it was so weird.
And like I said, she's made very unkind comments to other people, like really, really, and when she had nothing to do with the conversation. So it's not, somebody like Callie, right? Callie never says anything mean, right? So if Callie said, I don't like, I'd be like, yeah, I don't like when people are mean either to you. You never have a nasty thing to say. That's not the case with Kristen. I've heard her say some pretty terrible things to people. So to act like this is just insane. Liberty, you didn't do it. The more I hear about it, the more pissed off I get, because it's kinder to her than I thought the whole situation was, which thought was no big deal to begin with. And she also said to me that nobody supported, and I was like, look, I said, I didn't even hear most of what was going on, so I said, I hope you're not talking about me no more. And I said, I still don't understand what you're angry about. And I thought it, like I said, and then she kind of ended it like, at that conversation, like, oh, let me just cool down. And I didn't say anything else to her about it. I was like, I'm not going to feed into this nonsense drama. And to drag it on, like, I think she was trying to get that group to be her friend and like sort of be against this group, like kind of like trying to make like little rivalry teams, and she wanted that group on her side. I think that's what was going on.
I'm glad we had this discussion. Thank you, Callie, for whoever mentioned it in the chat, because I think it's good to have.
Well, I think what it shows, because the same thing happened to me yesterday, Liberty, is if you get in between two people fighting, you're probably going to get hit too. I got in between Monica and Stilgar, and I got some flack for that as well. That's just a natural consequence. But I want to also add that the fact that she didn't understand what was going on with the poll in the room, and then it was to her benefit, first of all, makes me laugh. And second of all, proves that I was right all along. So there, I'm very...
Even for once, the opposite way, right? And they're like, the first time in 30 years, the people what? It's such a nothing.
Well, and that's my reaction.
Yeah.
America. What a tournament it's been so far. Voted against me, and you will all get a strongly worded letter in the chat.
A wag of the finger.
Over the that you've committed against me with your vote.
Exactly, Alan. Like you storm off there. You would be like, what is wrong with you, Alan? If you did.
Yeah, well, that's
Kristen is sensitive, and I feel like I recognize that about her, which is why I was kind of trying to support her, because I feel like I recognize, like, oh, she's someone who kind of probably wants to have backup, so that's why I was trying to.
I went to Baghdad, Iraq, to walk around as a gecko. I played flute with a man on the street, got beat up by children, got in a bubble gun fight, and made a lot of new friends.
I always defended her.
The U.S. government...
And this was kind of like, especially since it was the group that she was like, and especially since, being a part of that group and started getting kind of a little tension, I felt like she was using that as an opportunity to get that group on her side. I thought she really should. So that's really what.
What are your thoughts after a full day of...
Yes.
Yeah, I like that energy, man. The energy that we've been getting from the people, the interactions, all the spontaneous, unplanned conversations that we have. I think that's pretty crazy, and it reflects the size of the fact that is not seen, or that, there's no light shed on it.
Yeah.
modern and affluent
You know,
part
like,
of Baghdad.
No, he's not a
We
part
went
of that
into this
group,
coffee
really.
shop,
Sort of,
which is
yeah, so
basically
that's
the
yeah,
Equinox of
thing,
Iraq. It had pastries, a gym,
must have said it
and
because
fancy
she was
glass
talking
bottles
shit, I
of
guess,
water.
is the point. So
Can you tell me what you just told me again?
Yeah, people in Iraq just find geckos disgusting for some reason. I don't know why.
The whole thing, but not the, I don't think that she, yeah, her, she didn't
find it disgusting. I like you.
I just kind of miss her because I feel like
At a gallery, we're looking at some art.
I like
pretty good art.
okay, let me just love
Storytelling
She's
stuff,
great. You know, I'm
and then
always saying that
have
because it's stuff
doing
she
a
posts
live
so just
gecko
because I'm saying
therapy
this
session
other thing I don't
with
like
the
that, let me make that
audience.
clear.
2026
But I
will be my
like people
fourth
who
tour.
are a little mean sometimes, you know, like I can appreciate somebody who like says how they and calls it how it is, and you know can kind of just be like, I think that what you just said was kind of rude, you know, like blah, blah, like I can really appreciate that about a person. I've always appreciated that she was kind of shared her mind, you know, even though I do feel like she wasn't always super tact, and she definitely wasn't like a if you can dish it, you gotta be able to take it person. She was really sensitive, even though she definitely dished it out and couldn't take it the same way she was dishing it, you know. So that is the character flaw for sure. But like, I don't know. I just liked her. So I'm just kind of bummed what happened.
And like I said, I walked in at the tail end of her talking about one time, and I didn't say anything. What started this whole thing and why it came up, she sent me a message and said, Lucy is trying to start a fight between her and me. So I said to Bussy, I said, what is this? You're starting to try to start a fight between Kristen and me? He's like, what? So he's like, gee, so that's why he was like, she was talking shit about Snatch, and finally we were like, take it up with the group, you know, and then Kristen said at one point that she's like, well, Bussy said to ping you in the room. I said, when you say he's trying to start shit, it sounds like something that is not what happened. That's how the whole thing came out. It was because of her message to me, and then he couldn't Bussy, and he's like, he's like, I was not, that's ridiculous, you know? So, yeah.
You know, if someone asked me to be kinder to her in the future, if she comes back, I will try.
That's really big of you, man.
Forgiveness is a great thing.
Yeah, it is actually. I actually learned that forgiveness is better versus forgiving.
Wait. But serendipity doesn't like. So what's the end game?
Well, I don't think there is one. I don't think she's the kind of person where. I think she's just too sensitive. Like I feel like I don't think there's like a path forward probably for like reconciliation. So it's probably just like she's just probably not going to come around here anymore. You know.
Well, whose side are you on?
Well, Liberty, if you have some ill towards me, since you said you like people whose mind, I think you're a poopy head. I said my piece. Being honest.
Violence.
Being honest will make you like me more.
Yeah, you just gained 2 points for you, so yeah, I like you a tiny bit more now.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, what happened with me and Christine was part of a conspiracy we planned to slowly undermine this house, and it will creep away into nothingness. Just so you know.
One down.
I want to get involved. Well, now that we caught up on the he said, she said.
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate, running in the February 23rd, 2027 election.
I would like everyone in this room to pledge their fealty to our monarch, Serendipity.
That's actually amazing. That's actually pretty funny. Go ahead.
Nectar of the Seven Realms of Clubhouse.
Definitely deserves it, by the way.
Queen of the First Men in the Andals. First of her name.
I gave my tithe.
Mother of strays.
Mother of strays. Mother of miscreants. Not committed watcher of House of Dragons.
Derisive. I told Cheyenne, I was like, I have a suggestion. I was like, okay, we have an 8-hour drive time. I was like, what if we downloaded season 2 of House of Dragons and we just listened to it / watched it like passively on our 8-hour drive, so that way we can get caught up and watch the new season when we get back.
You gotta watch it. I don't think.
But I think they already watched it once, so they're just catching up, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
just rewatching it.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, you better get caught up. Yeah, because
I know. At the current rate, it'd be like a year before we'd even
Yeah,
season 3.
I thought you'd never seen it. Yeah, I think you'll recall everything once you're listening to it.
We're like actively watching like 5 different shows right now, so it's just really hard to keep up.
Get that thing from Clockwork Orange.
I think it's time for you to borrow the Sweetness at the Bottom of the Pie by Alan Bradley audiobook about Flavia Deluxe and listen to it on your car.
So Cheyenne won't listen to it unless there's some sort of creature with an extremely large penis that's gonna have glorious sex over and over again. That's
Well,
her
it's
requirement
got
for books.
13-year-old Edwardian detective, so that is likely not in the book.
She doesn't like it when the creature has its way with her, does she?
I don't know what that means. I don't have sex, I only love, so.
Here we go, talking about genitalia again.
It's alien genitalia.
What if we never talked about genitalia on Clubhouse?
Well, goodbye.
Hey, Green Living Guy. Hi, Pat.
Is Necro still? Necro, you've never played my game.
Yeah.
I played a new game recently. It's like an icebreaker party game. Comedy thing that people on Clubhouse play. It's fun.
Yeah, Monica, that would be great for you. Clubhouse, having a discussion about genitalia.
Well, I appreciate those words.
I'm done. I'm done with trading, you guys.
I was told not to kink shame, so okay, Necro.
You were told not to what?
Kink shame.
Kink shame. Yeah, well, I'm glad they understand your limit.
I don't think they're my limits. I think they're my standards, and people keep breaking them.
Yeah, well, I'm already unforgivable.
Who said? Look, you can't be more of an evil. You cannot be more of an evil villain than people think you're an evil villain. It gives self-aggrandizement. You can't brag about you being evil. You just have the label assigned to you,
Well,
and then
I
you
don't
fight it.
I don't consider myself evil, but I'm definitely unforgivable.
Why do you say that? That bothers me.
It's kind of.
Why does it bother me?
It's kind of an inside joke from my PTR.
What is your PTR about?
It's basically things. Are you calling people evil? Like, what do you mean by you're evil? Let's start with that.
He said unforgivable.
Oh, my bad. Unforgivable. Go ahead. Unforgivable. It's just kind of something that I used to say. Like, when people said that I'm going to hell, I say I'm already unforgivable according to your religion. So this is a religious label? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
What religion does not have a? What religion doesn't have a redemption arc though?
Well, I mean, the fact is though, it's like I am unforgivable according to Christianity. So.
Wait, Christianity? What? Huh?
Yeah.
There's
A blasphemer or what?
Based on what?
Well, I mean, Jesus said anybody who commits blasphemy of the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven. So.
Geo said that?
No, Jesus.
What?
No, there's always room for forgiveness. There's always, that's why
Well,
we
not
have.
according to Christ.
No, that's someone's flawed interpretation.
I know. I just play on that though.
I'm pretty sure Christ said you can be forgiven. Callie, go ahead.
Oh no,
It's
that's
just-
it. That's it. I'm just over here doing stuff.
Treat your kids like a collar shirt and run it up. Treat niggas like civilians. I treat smart niggas like
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm mostly just taking it like
straight grenades out that bitch. That's why I'm green. On full green, that bitch. I'm telling you, before that green switch, boy, that bitch shoot straight.
How many people
Treat your
have
kids
forgiven hell, my friend?
Treat gangsters like civilians.
Like I've had plenty of believers. I grew up in the Bible.
Like one person several times, or like 5 people?
I mean, I've lost count, but I mean, to me, it's like I've just kind of embraced it. It's like, oh shit, I'm going to hell, and I get to be away from people like you.
Actually, if you think about it, hell would be full of the people that you want to avoid, right? Because that's the.
What are you talking about? Kurt Cobain, Carl Sagan,
Not welcome here.
George Carlin.
No.
So you're using religion to kind of justify your actions. And then you're looking for sympathy.
Serendipity.
No, I'm not looking for sympathy.
He's just teasing. That's the whole point of this. He's just...
The Democratic Party, if not a takeover as the Republicans are suggesting, and I think some of those who are, quote, sounding the alarm, close quote, are resorting to hyperbole by using the term communism instead of socialism. But there certainly is a frustration among many that this country is not as responsive to the needs of a lot of people, and what the Democratic Socialists in particular stand for seems to resonate with a lot of people. So, what do the Democratic Socialists stand for? They believe that, and this is from their website, I'm reading this, that both the economy and society should be run democratically by working people to meet human needs rather than to generate private profit for wealthy ruling class. They consider themselves a Big Tent activist organization, not a traditional political party. It is an organization. It's not a party, and they're all running as Democrats, of course. They seek to dismantle capitalism, an important aspect of their platform. They want to dismantle capitalism through a combination of electoral politics, labor organizing, and community activism. I will point out that from somebody who came from the progressive movement, no longer is, so she refers to herself as a recovered progressive, that this is her perspective, but I don't think it's off base, that the typical DSA member is college educated. Many of them, the majority of them are white. Many of them don't even have jobs because they are career students, or maybe they do now have jobs at a certain point in order to pay back student loans. They come from, a lot of them, from positions of wealth, etc. They are not necessarily working class people for whom they say they are fighting. It doesn't mean you have to be a working class person to do that. now, let me just talk about their core ideological beliefs. In addition to their anti-capitalism and their belief in democratic control, they see a difference between socialism and social democracy. So, from their side, unlike Scandinavian social democracies, which regulate capitalism through high taxes, the DSA's ultimate goal is to transition completely away from a capitalistic system toward a collective. They view the struggles against racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia as deeply intertwined with the fight against capitalism. I don't get that one personally. I could be against racism and I could be a capitalist, but this is the message that they are putting out, and which a lot in the Democratic Party, a lot of people in the Democratic Party are taking notice. Let me just say this. Hakeem Jeffries, who is the leader of the Democratic Party in the House of Representatives, and who has been touted as the likely successor to Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House, should the Democrats take over in the midterm elections, the House of Representatives is in trouble, because within the Democratic Party there's a debate. How did you lose these 3 seats to Mamdani endorsed people in New York? That's your state. How did you lose that? It's a big question that the Democrats have to wrestle with, in my opinion. At any rate, that's their domestic views on economic restructuring. They believe in, and again, I'm reading from their website, guarantees for basic human needs through state-funded programs like single-payer Medicare for all, universal free children, child care, and free public transit. Sound familiar? Mamdani says this all the time. They want to institute stronger tenant protections. They believe in social housing. You get rid of the capitalism and put in social housing. I don't know who's going to fix the plumbing, but this is what they believe. Raising the minimum wage, which we have seen in some cases where it gets raised too much, the prices get out of control. And implementing a 32-hour work week with no loss of pay. Well, I'm for that. Why couldn't that have been implemented in the beginning rather than the end of my career? They call for political reforms. Taxation, they want to reshape taxation to a sharply progressive income tax up to 90% on top earners. They want to tax accumulated wealth and a return to high inheritance tax. In other words, they want to penalize people who have been successful or who have been born into largesse. They wanted to fund the cops, they wanted to fund the prisons, and they want to instead take that money and invest heavily in social workers and community resources. Now, for many liberal Democrats who happen to be Jewish or Zionists while not being Jewish, their foreign policy is very disconcerting. They talk about a strict anti-imperialist framework. They have an international committee. Does this sound less like socialism, more like communism? They are anti-war and for demilitarization. They wanted to fund the military. They want to close overseas U.S. military bases. and they want to lift all foreign economic sanctions.
We were struck by
And the
Rushdi's
part
determined
that
optimism
a lot
about
of people
his
find
ability to work
disquieting,
out
they're
a
anti-Zionist.
reconciliation with Islam.
They are explicitly anti-Zionist. They demand that U.S. universities and institutions divest from Israel. They show strong opposition to traditional U.S. foreign policy alliances, and they generally oppose, take note of this, Marshall, strict national boundaries that call for universal amnesty for undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, it sounded crazy before, now it really sounds crazy.
And there's no boundary, no country.
It was hard passing on this next piece of information to Rushdie, but just 2 days before in Tehran, I had asked Rajai Khorassani, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Iranian Parliament, if he could foresee the lifting of the death sentence.
Although I know the Republican pundits are pushing this idea that socialists have taken over the Democratic Party. But the Democratic Party leadership is certainly taking notice of the losses that they suffered to these Democratic Socialist upstarts, including the one last night in Denver. And they have to recognize that there's a populist movement afoot. And they have to recognize, remember, the transition from the neoconservative Republican Party to the Republican Party we see today began with a small upstart group that was loosely referred to as the Tea Party. And I think these folks are probably better organized and better funded than the Tea Party was. So I think, if nothing else, we should sit up and take notice as a country, as a society, to the direction that these folks are trying to push the Democratic Party and how comfortable we feel about this. And I will tell you this. If I'm a Democrat and I am feeling that Trump is such a horrible president, that I'm feeling like it's a certainty that we are going to take over the House of Representatives at least, and possibly the Senate in November, I would be very, very much concerned about what the Republicans will be embracing by virtue of this win and the others to which I referred. As a socialist or maybe even a communist takeover of the Democratic Party to scare the bejeebers out of the independent voters, so that maybe they will vote Republican in sufficient numbers so that the Republicans can retain the House and the Senate. And for the President of the United States, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing for the last 2 years of his presidency? And to my Democratic friends, if they hear this suggestion, they are going to respond with horrified exclamations of dismay, without question. So, I will start calling people in the order in which I see them, and today, that order begins with Boaz, followed by Marshall. Boaz, I never know which side you're going to fall on an issue. I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
I am, first of all, good evening, Gary. Good evening to everyone. I am monumentally disappointed in you, Gary, that you forgot to mention the cow farts. The cow farts, the elimination of all the cows in the United States, an idea that came from AOC, as we all know. You should have mentioned that, but you didn't. All right, I'll forgive you for that one. These communists, and you're right, I mean, not that you're right or wrong, but I call them communists, not socialists.
You can say that I'm right. It's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll pat you on the back later. These communists, okay, they want to open the borders, defund the police, downsize the military, eliminate cows because of the cow farts, of course. Social housing. I mean, I'm not so much against social housing as long as we know where it's coming from, the money's coming from. And a 32-hour work week, listen, I'm all for it. But the question is, what do we continue to do to pay the worker for a 40-hour work week or 48-hour work week? I don't know. I'm not sure that's going to work. Let's go to foreign affairs. You mentioned Israel. You know what I find hypocritical about that, Gary? They say, stop supporting Israel. Don't give them money. Genocide. They're screaming up and down and sideways. But we found out something very interesting, and I'm not trying to sidetrack because we are talking about the communists of America. But let's not forget that if we're going to talk about money and how to save money, which is all these crazy ideas that the communists are bringing up, let's save money by creating all these social programs, and everybody won't have to worry about where his next dollar is going to come from. Yet when we, the United States of America, are at war with Iran, and we ask NATO, which we have invested trillions of dollars in, we asked them to help us in the Straits of Hormuz, they all turned us down. So so my point being is that when these communists are looking for ways to save money and to downsize and save money, what about NATO? Why don't we just drop NATO? What do we need NATO for? NATO is costing we are the biggest contributors to NATO in money and in equipment. We always have been. And Gary, if you compare what we spent on NATO as opposed to what we spent on Israel, NATO beats Israel by far. We all can agree to that. So there's a lot of hypocritical BS going on here with these communists, as I call them. They call themselves socialists because the socialist is a dampening and easier word to describe communism. Communism, we all know that is a word that comes from the Cold War. It's a word that rings in our ears. So the socialism, they kind of like to ease their way and say, okay, we're not communists, but they are communists, most definitely. Look, Gary, if the United States of America lets these communists take over the political system, the United States is done for. We might as well pack up and go live somewhere else, because they will turn this country into a couple of things that we don't want. Number one, every city will have a Mamdani, okay? Let's see if these communists want to have a Mamdani as a mayor in every city here in the United States. And I can go on and on with that. But what can I tell you, Gary? It's communism, period. Back to you.
Gary, can I ask Boaz a question before you jump in? Just a qualifying question.
Absolutely.
Could you explain to us the difference between a socialist, a democratic socialist, and a communist? Like, what would make them communist as opposed to a socialist? Did you hear me, Boaz, or no?
Yeah, my mic was off. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
You're asking me what the difference is? Well, the answer is very easy. There is no difference. How do you like that for an answer?
Well, I mean, there are differences, historically, and people that study this and stuff. Okay, so you're saying that these are, in your mind, they're synonyms. It's a distinction without a difference. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
So, boys, what about the Democratic Party? Do they have to accommodate these folks? And if so, how far can they accommodate them without this question becoming a fait accompli that people will perceive that the socialists are taking over the Democratic?
Is that a question for me, Gary?
Only if your name is Boaz.
So far, it still is. Well, look, you say accommodate them. The Democratic, what does that mean, accommodate them? Do they have a choice? I mean, these elected officials like Bernie Sanders and AOC and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, all of that, they're elected officials. How do you not? It's not a matter of accommodating them. They're there. They were elected by their constituents. They're in the Congress, and they're standing up for communism. So I mean, you can't just get rid of them. They're elected.
I know, but you're talking about a handful of people, right? You talk about a handful of people. So if you're going to go by the numbers, there's no way that the socialists are taking over the Democratic Party.
Well, I never said that they were. I never said that they were.
No, but I'm asking the question. And but if there are sufficient, if there's a movement afoot that the Democrats are taking notice of, and when I say accommodate, I'm saying not in terms of, who you could control who gets elected, but in terms of pivoting to meet what they may perceive as a new demand from people on the left that's being spearheaded by the Democratic Socialists of America. At what point does that become injurious to the Democratic Party, I guess is
if you're asking me in simple terms, are they going to take over the Democratic Party? I'd say not anytime soon, but it's a growing trend. There's no question about that. This is a growing trend, and I think that the edge that they have over moderate Democrats and whatever kind of Democrats you want to call them, what you want to label them, the reason why they're growing is because they're making offers to people that are in need. And most of the people in the United States live from check to check. So it is a lot easier to relate to those people and tell them, hey, listen, we'll give you a 40-hour or a 30-hour work week. We'll give you free grocery stores. We'll give you free housing. And when they hear things like that, that's what draws them to these lies. Because at the end of the day, Gary, where the hell is the money going to come from? It's easy to say in a campaign, even after a campaign, to keep promising all these promises, but where the hell is the money going to come from? But the constituents themselves that elect these communists into office, they don't care at that point whether they're lying or not. To them, it's music to their ears. That's how they get into office, and it's a growing trend.
Thank you, Boaz. Marshall, does all of this sound like music to your ears as a Republican? Because now you have campaign rhetoric fodder to use against the Democrats.
It's used correctly, yes. I mean, the saving grace of the Republican Party is the Democratic Party. I will, before I address the partisan nature, try to address, in good faith, my friends who are in the Democratic Party. I think sitting where they sit, the more moderate ones are not in favor of some of the extremist stuff. I don't think the more moderate ones are in favor of moving away from capitalism. I don't think the moderate ones are in favor of divesting from Israel. I don't think they're in favor of getting rid of police or prisons or getting rid of borders. I think that if you asked Democrats who work in the party, moderate Democrats, they would probably tell you that there's an inter-party civil war of some kind, and that progressives seem to be gaining steam. But you talk to progressives, and progressives will tell you all the time how the DCCC, blocks their way, about how the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee blocks their way, despite the fact that there's some members in Congress. I think they would probably say something to the effect of, look, Marshall, our party has a bunch of these progressives in it, but they represent nowhere near a sizable majority. In fact, they're in the minority. And they would probably say something to the effect of, hey, we don't believe in this crazy stuff. We'll do what we can to push it down. Looking at the Republican Party as an example of what happens when the wings get control. The wings get control in primaries. They win primaries, and then they lose generals. A good example for me is the Tea Party Christine O'Donnell, the I'm not a witch lady. She represented an extreme version of republicanism, and Christine O'Donnell lost her election. So in safe Democratic seats, which is where some of these are running, they will probably win. In competitive Democratic seats, if they pull them up, it'll be hard. Now, the populist competition will be stiff in places where it's a MAGA Republican versus a progressive Democrat. I say that my state house race is between a gentleman named Julio Salas, who's backed by Bernie Sanders and AOC and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, and running against a gentleman named Gary Groves, who's a MAGA-backed candidate. And it'll be the two crazies going up against each other. As just a general thought, not having borders, getting rid of the police, divesting from Israel, all those things sound absolutely batty to me. And there will be things that we Republicans will use. We will say, hey, so-and-so said they wanted to abolish prisons, and I can imagine there being ads about prisoners that Democrats will let out, and they're going to smear the moderate ones, just like they're going to take the progressives and smear the moderates in the same way that the Democrats took the MAGA and smeared the Republican moderates. And that's going to be interesting to see what happens. I'm not entirely sure. On a partisan note, we couldn't hope for a better thing as long as the person running in the district against the progressive is more moderate, more sane sounding. I did, at the very beginning of this, try to give the best good faith interpretation. From the outside looking in, it looks like the Democratic Party is experiencing what the Republican Party experienced in the 2011s, 12s, and 14s. And how much they purity test their own candidates will depend on how well they do in generals. So it's more of a mixed message than what Boaz sent you. I genuinely do worry about some of these views. They're nuts. In the same way that the unitary executive view is nuts, getting rid of prisons and capitalism is nuts. It's just nuts. So I think you're going to have two kinds of elections in the general. I think you're going to have crazies versus crazies, and then crazies versus moderates. And depending on what side of the aisle you're on and what candidate that is will depend on which crazy it is, right? If it's a MAGA crazy versus a Democratic moderate, the Democratic moderate probably stands a better chance. If it's a Democratic progressive crazy versus a Republican moderate, the Republican moderate probably stands a better chance. Because they will be able to point at things that these folks believe or say they believe, like repealing capitalism and get rid of them. And I do want to end on this last thing. Socialism and communism become more appealing when wealth disparity is at its greatest, when people can't afford food or health care. As I understand it, health care makes up about 30% of overall spending for people, and it makes up about 30% of spending for groceries. That's 60% of your income in groceries and health care. If the system doesn't figure out how to work this, the crazy wings of both parties will unite. And they will come together.
What is this fucking retard talking about? The crazy wings of both parties will unite.
As a Republican, because I imagine most Republicans don't do this, to try to faithfully represent the views of my Democratic friends, because most of my Democratic friends do not believe in crazy stuff. They're sane, they want a good world just like I do, they want to be able to put food on the table, take their families on vacation, they want to live a good life. And so I want to make sure that I'm not smearing them at the same time as I'm trying to describe the wing of their party. Now, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Marshall. Alan, are you with us today? For those who are uninitiated, Alan is a single proprietor of a sole proprietor of a business, and sometimes he's here and sometimes he isn't, or he's here,
No,
but he doesn't always. Sometimes he has customers.
I'm here, but I like to listen to other people. I don't have much to say about this.
Okay.
To me, I'm 100% agree with boys. I'm glad someone at least told me. And I said to Scott, he asked a question. I mean, Social Democrat say something, but at the bottom, they are exactly works as a, what it's called, communism. That's just about it. Right?
Well, and that's a great segue to my question to Scott, because Scott, you asked Boaz his opinion. What's the difference between the socialists and the communists? And you started to articulate, but stopped yourself that there is a distinction. But I will point this out as maybe an explanation of why people can't see that distinction, to get your feedback, if you don't mind. And that is, this group to which we are referring calls themselves the Democratic Socialists of America. So they are espousing that they are socialists, not communists. And yet, as Boaz pointed out, many of the things in their platform certainly sound like some kind of communist manifesto. And in fact, it occurs to me that I've heard many of these same
breaking news.
Points espoused by a friend of mine who is a devout communist. So the lines, I think, may be a little blurred. But to the bigger issue, how does this affect the Democratic Party? Are they, if not taking over, certainly impacting the Democratic Party? And is it positively or is it negatively?
Well, okay, before I get to that, I think that if we're going to just say distinctions are meaningless, I have friends that say, what's the difference between a fascist and a Zionist, right? I mean, there's all sorts of games we can play with this, right? What's the difference between a Republican and a racist, right? I mean, we could just do those games all day, right?
Or a Republican and a fascist, Scott.
Yeah, exactly. We could do this all day. Or comparisons of Trump to Hitler, all this stuff. I mean, we can do emotive, imprecise parsing of things, or lack of parsing all day. I mean, and this would cease to be the critical thing before us.
Yeah, but Scott, I read from their own website what their platform is, and that platform is very closely aligned with the platform that I've heard my communist friend espouse.
Before we continue, Gary, do you think you could drop that platform in the chat? I've had several people ask. They'd like to read the platform.
Well, I'll tell you what. You could go to...
I can look for it.
I know. They can go to dsa.org. It frustrates me that people who are on the internet ask me to do their research for them when they can do it themselves. Go to dsa.org, I believe, is a link. Just type in Democratic Socialists of America. It'll take you to the website, and you can read exactly what I just read. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, Gary, I think, first off, policy, we'd have to talk specifically about policies. And people can have policy alignments. Two radically different movements could have the same party, could have the same policy. The Bernie Sanders of 2016 had the same border policy as Donald Trump does today. And we wouldn't say those two, just because their border policy sound a lot, we wouldn't say, well, they're cut of the same feather. They're not, right? I mean, so, yeah, and again, I think any political scientists or people that take the study of political ideology seriously, that would be laughable to say that there are meaningful distinctions, right? The idea of what the state is, right? What the end of the state is, how the means of production should be acquired is different. It's radically different between a social democrat and a straight socialist. I mean, these things are all meaningful distinctions, I think, right? I mean, I don't think they're just distinctions without differences. And again, I find painting with such broad strokes is just, I don't know. I think it's emotionally gratifying sometimes, but I just don't think it evokes anything like critical thinking. But what do I know? So then let's just take another. Also, by the way, I want to say Boaz said something about the reason why people are drawn to democratic socialists, the people like Mamdani, to the woman who won in Denver, and because of the goodies, right? Because they're being promised goodies. But that can't be it, just on its face, right? Alone, because why is there an increase in popularity for populism left and right? I mean, it's not just on the left; it's on the right. I don't think it's just economic promises. I don't think it's just handouts from the government, although that is what the foreign populism takes to the left. I think it's the fact that people think the system isn't working. They're alienated from the system. And that leads to extreme populism on all sides of the aisle. And again, I think that the extreme populism looks different on the right than it does on the left. I do want to read just indulge.
We are following breaking news.
In light of yesterday's Supreme Court decision, okay, the editor, Sean Davis, the editor, CEO, and founder of the Federalist, right? This is not a marginal publication. I'm sure Marshall knows it. His response to the birthright citizenship decision, among a few things, was deny entry to all pregnant foreigners, deny entry to the country to all female foreigners, require sterilization of all foreign visitors prior to entry. I mean, these are is that republicanism? No, of course not, right? I don't think it's, even though that guy's a pretty prominent guy, and not a marginal figure in the Republican Party. But of course, I don't look at that and say that's the Republican. Let me give you a sense of scale, Gary.
We are following breaking news of a deadly shooting in
about 45 million registered voters who identify as Democrats. There are about 100,000 official members of the Democratic Socialists of America. So if all 100,000 joined the Democratic Party and became activists, that would be 0.002222%, right? I don't think there's any danger of a takeover at all. Now, I mean, I do think
on the lakefront.
there's a legitimate question as to
That is some snow fishing.
how does the Democratic Party
Republican
Party respond?
We are following breaking news of a deadly shooting.
Have the lion's share of the party, right? I mean, that has happened. Populism has taken over on the right. Donald Trump can sing about any primary candidacy, even if people damn well know, a lot of people know, that his primary candidates likely will lose to the Democrat in the general election. They'll still support him, right? I don't think we're anywhere near that place in the Democratic Party. Look at where these DSA folks win, right? I mean, they win in Denver is one of the bluest districts. The woman won in
We are following breaking news.
New York City, deadly bluer than that, right? I mean, come on. I mean, this is where, I mean, when these people start winning in Omaha, in Tulsa, in Maine, in Nebraska, other places. That we'll talk about it. Pennsylvania, my state, right? I mean, geez, look at Fetterman. Fetterman probably represents the mainstream Democrats a lot more than do the DSA folks. So, no, I don't think there is a takeover yet. But I do think Democrats need to pay attention to this. Again, we made a terrible mistake 2 times, right? What I will give my Republican friends, and I will give, and Marshall maybe will speak as friend. They read the tea leaves, at least the people did, and responded to populism, right? And they forsook the Jeb Bushes and the Nikki Haley's and said, no, these are not the people of the moment. This is not the candidate of the moment. We want the damn system blown up. And what we did was run people that said, preserve the system, preserve the system, preserve the system. What is more inane politically than Kamala Harris running around with Liz Cheney in a disruption election cycle saying, only we can save the democracy? Kamala Harris was running as the conservative in the race, as the traditionalist, as the establishment person, quite deliberately. So I do think Democrats ignore the political climate, which is crying out for a populist response. Again, I don't want to say that the DSA and all of its social scoring is the proper populist.
We are following
to dismiss it. Democrats do that at our own peril. And again, I mean, this is where the Republicans have been much more responsive in giving their party over to a right wing. Thanks.
I will take note of your admonition. I would agree with you that, unlike the communists, the DSA doesn't believe in seizing all means of production or eliminating markets. They want to expand organized labor, for example, and guarantee the various points that I read earlier. Universal health care, etc., etc.
Universal health care, 66% of Americans.
I know.
And that's even 41% of Republicans support that, right? And
right. So,
you know, the big socialist Eisenhower had the top marginal tax rate at 89.5%. No, I mean, we all know Eisenhower was a left-wing commie, right? I mean, God, thank God. I mean, I can't
as left-wing as they could possibly be. Eisenhower was such a communist.
Yeah, exactly. So, Gary, I mean, we got to get rid of these communists like Eisenhower. They wanted the top rate at 88%.
Yeah, but remember, in life in general and in politics in particular, I believe you would probably agree that perception becomes a reality. And if the Republicans can capitalize on this and say that the Democratic Party is becoming a communist party, does that not potentially assist them in their electoral pursuits?
Can you say that again? I don't think I understood the question. Sorry.
Does that not, in retrospect, Republicans are successful in convincing voters that they Democratic Party is coming up with their partner? Does that not?
That doesn't bring peace or harmony or balance. She is a completely disintegrated person that I don't want to be in the presence of because it makes me unbalanced. And so, all I'm trying to say is you have to be your middle pillar, you're going to be your pillar, your left pillar. That's what being a king in a way is all about. It's having the focus.
I don't think it's an bad thing. And again, I think people say socialism. Socialism. Oh my God, socialism. Wait a minute. Then when you ask people, do you want universal health care? You think income inequality is a big problem? You want to privatize socialism?
We are following breaking news of a deadly shooting in Riverport.
That's considered a city. I mean, I think when you go down on policy issues, I think people are probably much further left than you think. So I think people play well. That's necessarily.
Well, to be honest with you, our problem is not they saying, what they doing. It's easy to paint a glorious plan for you, but nobody done it. If these people were gonna do it, do you think in 250 years we would be in this clickrum, we would be in this situation? Do you know how many businesses closed down in just the last 5 years? It's unbelievable. But who cares? You think a president picked up Mr. Trump, he called me next day, he says, hey Alan, what are you doing? How was your business? None of them they do that. That's the problem.
Right, so the thing is, everybody comes in with their platform and everybody tries to sell their ideas to you and me, the voter. It doesn't mean that they have a ghost of chance in getting any of these things through, but they remain hopeful. They saw Bernie Sanders when he was running as president. He was a popular candidate when he was running for president, notwithstanding the fact that he wasn't nominated. He was still a popular candidate. Prior to that, Ron Paul. So when I covered the Republican convention in,
We're following.
oh God, what city was that anymore? I can't even remember. I think it was in Colorado. Was that the Republican? No, that was the Democratic convention. But at any rate, when I covered the Republican convention, the year that Paul, when they were doing the Ron Paul Revolution kind of thing, he held a counter convention in the Cow Palace, and there were more attendees there than there were at the Republican convention, but they got no coverage. And then comes along Bernie Sanders on the Democratic side. Then comes along Donald Trump on the Bernie Sanders on the Democratic side. Then comes along Donald Trump on the Republican side, with a populist message that gets embraced at the time that they present it. But then, as you so correctly point out, Alan, they have great difficulty in delivering. And I'm not saying that's the fault of the singular individual running for the office. There are a lot of factors involved, but maybe it's the system, I don't know, but they never deliver. So now you got these folks that are promising all kinds of things that I don't see how they deliver it. I know Mamdani said free buses. Well, it hasn't happened yet, and I see no movement toward free buses because he can't do that on his own because the state controls the bus system in New York City. So how he can't just come in and wave a wand and dismiss fares on the buses. And if he even were able to do that, as Boaz pointed out, okay, how are we going to pay for it?
Yeah, these are things that every politician, right?
Right. I just said that. They all.
Yeah, this is. I mean, we're going to have the Ukraine war in 24 hours. I mean,
exactly.
Politicians of all stripes have overpromised and underdelivered. That's the nature of the job.
Well, that's the nature of the system. I don't know if it's a job. Is it their job to overpromise and underdeliver? I don't know if it's their job. I think it's a failing in our perceptions of the candidates, our expectations of the candidates, etc. But all we have is what we have in front of us. And when you're talking about eliminating borders, if you're talking about taxing the rich to 90%, if you're talking about dropping the taxes for you and me, it all sounds good, but I don't know how you get to there. So why do you even bother to, I don't know, maybe I've lost some of my optimism along the way in terms of our ability to reform what we were going to, I mean, look at Andrew Yang, and, he wanted everybody to, he wanted some kind of universal income for everybody. I thought that sounded pretty good. I don't know if it's something that's economically feasible. He made a pretty persuasive argument that it is. I'm not an economist. I don't know whether it would really work. But at any rate, here you have these populist candidates. But I would just point out that in the case of Mamdani, I don't want to paint everybody as a broad brush. And it has nothing to do with his religion, as many people would suggest. But he's not very accommodating to his responsibility to be protective of all of his constituents, including the Jewish community, which he has shown time and again, as Alan points out, his actions rather than words that count, that he is dismissive of the need to protect the Jews in New York City. Is he representative of the DSA? I don't know. He's the face of the DSA right now, for obvious reasons. He's the mayor of the largest city, the highest ranking elected official who is a member of the club. So it causes some of us to take pause whenever anybody mentions DSA on that issue alone. Thank you for that. Scott, we'll go to David, followed by Guppy.
All right, hello. Okay. So I want to put aside what various policy disagreements many of us may have with the DSA or could have with the DSA. And I say this, as an independent, because there are a lot of things I didn't agree with the Tea Party, but I remember the Tea Party actually re-emerged in 2007, so George W. Bush was still in office, right? When they first started their, the beginnings of the groundswell, right? They got there. And I always said, I wonder when the Democrats is going to have their Tea Party moment. And I thought it would be Occupy Wall Street, but they didn't turn out to be much of anything. It was more of a whimper that went and disappeared. But what I've tried to understand on either side, of the aisle, in this regard, is not what you think about the policy ideas or whether you think they're feasible or not feasible, is if people are coming out in the primary, some of these primaries obviously, and they're actually voting for them, you should actually try to figure out what it is that's going on. And one of the consistent things I've heard over the last, well, at least in this term of Donald Trump particularly, right? But even we can go back to Biden for other things, but in this term of Donald Trump, there's been a major sentiment by voters, particularly the Democratic Party, that the party is not out there fighting for them. That it's not fighting. And I mean, and not just, they're not even fighting against Donald Trump. They look at the sort of weak thing that happened where Chuck Schumer and I think it was Maxine Waters were out there with a bunch of other people, and it just looked like, I'm going to be honest with you, the way I interpreted, a lot of people interpreted, it looked like a group of geriatric people standing at a podium saying, we're going to fight you. And you're like, yeah, right. That's not going to happen. So there's been massive dissatisfaction among a lot of people on the left, and particularly within the Democratic Party. The party isn't fighting for it. I was looking at the numbers, about 55% of people over the age of 60. We've talked about this in the past, about how some people die within the office and don't get out. That whole thing, one must know when to go. That statement, like you must know when it's time to turn it over and let somebody else do something. Because maybe when you were younger and you had you were vibrant, you had the ideas, you really were trying to fight, and at some point you just got complacent, or you got bought out in some cases, by other people, and you're no longer doing that anymore. So what I see on the left is massive dissatisfaction, with what is going on within the Democratic Party broadly, right? Like that Hakeem Jeffries is not somebody they particularly like. Chuck Schumer is not somebody they particularly like. Nancy Pelosi, my representative, is retiring. A lot of people are very happy that she's retiring, that she's being gone, right? Because she was the symbol to them of some things that were quite negative, but she was going to be in there until she decided to go. So I just think that there's massive dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party at this moment. And so in certain districts where they have an opportunity, particularly where it's a Democrat on Democrat district, in some of these cases they have an opportunity to put somebody new in there. So
We're following breaking news of a deadly shooting in River North.
CSA's platform and they think everything is the best idea. So voting to send a message to you that they don't like you. They don't like this kind of person. So persons like the guy in Colorado who's 20 years, the sentiment is this person was not really trying to fight for us, at least the folks there, using them. And they're going to give a shot to somebody who at least they feel like is going to go in there. They're not going to bring a knife to a gunfight. They're not going to say, I'm trying the best I can, but I can't do anything. They want somebody who they can visually see is trying to do something, trying to make change. And I think the other elephant in the room is the generational differences. By the 1980s, boomers have become the majority dominant voting bloc, or not, but they want the highest number, but they had enough percentage that they could swing it Republican or Democrat either way, and they could kind of make politics work in the direction that they wanted it. Now it's millennial and Gen Zs. I'm a millennial, but millennial and Gen Zs, we're the ones that are the ascendant political class, and that is changing things, right? So I often say boomers, you might want to watch out because millennial and Gen Zs are moving up, and they've got issues. And there are things that, whether or not people agree on what policy solutions are, it doesn't matter whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or whatever you identify as. There are things I talk to very conservative folks, too, who are millennial and Gen Z, and they agree with this is an issue that people would be on, liberal, progressive, or leftist, or whatever you might want to call themselves, all agree, at least a majority are agreeing on some of the issues that are going on, economic issues, social issues, things that they're having issues with, that they don't feel like the politicians, and particularly these ones that have been in office for long periods of time, are even trying to address, or even care to address. And where it's that, you run on a bunch of things and then you get in there and then you don't do it, right? You don't have to do all that, but you just have to say this in order to do that. So my thing to the Democratic Party is that I noticed that some of the people in the central part of the Democratic Party, they're coming to the party late. What I mean is you're having some of these people saying, oh, there's an affordability crisis. I could have told you there was an affordability crisis 17 years ago, but the mainstream of the Democratic Party wasn't something they were really out there thinking about addressing. Now they're saying, oh, well, looks like there's an affordability problem. I'm following and watching these people do this. Right now, that's like I said, 15, 16, 17 years too late. You're coming too late to the party to catch up on things that have been percolating. And Scott said something that I actually did agree with. When he was talking about, the kind of people, like he said Kamala Harris, but I would go far back as to say Hillary Clinton. And I would take it not just 2016. I think the lesson in the Democratic Party should have been learned when Hillary Clinton didn't come out the winner of the Democratic primary, and that it was Barack Obama, a freshman senator who didn't have a whole political career to set it behind him. He did have a few years, but he didn't have enough to have any baggage or anything that you could look at or say anything like that. When people decided they'd rather not go for this individual woman who happens to have been there a long time, was the first lady, obviously said they wanted to go in a different direction. That was at least the majority of Americans who made sure that Barack Obama got the Electoral College and got in there. That was them stating that they want to change. They literally wanted to change. And I also think that was what I would call soft populism, right? Barack Obama turned out to be much of a populist, but I think that was like the soft form. That was like the most lightest form. That was saying, hey, we want change. And then when you get Donald Trump, they're still telling you they still want change, right? And then Joe Biden they need a break, right? They need a little bit of a rest in between there, and then it's Donald Trump again because they still want change. And I often say it's probably likely you'll get the Democrats the next time, but I think it's just going to be a soft one. And then they're going to go right back. It could be a Republican, it may be a Republican next time, but it's just a soft change. So I think the party itself, the Democratic Party, is out of touch with the views of the voting base, right? Like they're out of touch with it, and so here are some insurgent people in certain districts, right, who are coming in to win. The last thing I wanted to point out, in relationship to these candidates in San Francisco. We recently had a primary on June 3rd, and one of the candidates was a DSA candidate. His name was Saiket, right? Who was the former chief of staff to AOC. Now, he didn't win. He came in because we have ranked choice voting, so he didn't win. He came at number 3. The top 2 turned out to be Scott Wiener and Connie Chan. And I believe the only reason why those 2 people won is because he's been out of the city. He hasn't been there for quite a long while, so he's just moving back, and he didn't try to make build relationships with the county political party or the different groups that you need to do so in San Francisco in order to win. So Scott Wiener, who's been in San Francisco forever, Connie Chung been in there forever, they were able to come out in the top 2, right, to go on to move to a general election cycle, right? So that is a sign that somebody didn't win, but I just think it has more to do with he didn't play the game a bit to build the relationships in that regard. But I think at the end of the day, I think this is a wake-up call, or it should be a wake-up call to the Democratic Party, that you just can't push stuff out there and say, yeah, okay, I'm gonna pivot a little bit, put this on my platform, and then when I get elected again, I'm just gonna toss that all aside, right? Because if you think that that's what they can do, and I would say this to the Republicans, if you think that's what you're going to be able to do, then all that's going to happen is next time that social Democrat or that DSA person who didn't win that time, they're going to come back and they're going to win the next time. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, David.
Will they win the next time if it's a DSA candidate versus a moderate? Given the district, if the district is not, say, like a D+12? Because I agree with you, if the district is 12 points in the Democratic direction, then it almost doesn't matter whether you're progressive or moderate as a Democrat. You stand a great chance of winning the district anyway. But in competitive districts, I mean, do you think that the DSA candidate with the platform the DSA advertises, and I was looking at their platform just a minute ago, and their stuff on borders is literally demilitarize the border and detention for people that are being held before you deport them. Don't deport anybody and then give amnesty to everybody that's in this country in violation of Chapter 8, Section 1823 U.S. Code. Like, that to me sounds just batty, right? Like, people can focus in a district against a DSA candidate, and it's not a D plus 12. I mean, do you think it'll be more competitive? I realize I probably sound passionate. I don't mean to sound overbearing. I just, like I looked at their platform and like some of the stuff they believe is as crazy as some of the people say Project 2025 is.
You know what? And this is what I would say. I say if the people are angry enough, if they're sick enough and tired enough of the people that they've had, I think they will. I think they could come in, even if they're not going to win a general election or they don't win. If people are, because you saw this happening with the Tea Party, there were people that were elected trying to say, well, that person
Absolutely no. I meant the general. I meant, do you think they'll win generals? Not the primary.
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm doing. But this is what I'm saying with in terms of primary. I think that they'll win the primary. I don't know that they would win the general part of it, but I do think that they could still win at least a primary part of it because people are angry enough. The general is a whole different thing. But
to steel man your point of view, the greater the wealth disparity, the greater the percentage of income that has to be given to people, the greater the percentage of your income that you have to spend on healthcare and groceries, in particular if it rises over 50%, the angrier the voters get, the more promising the DSA looks. In the same way that the angrier Republican voters got, the more promising a Donald Trump-centric platform looked. So I think that's the best feeling I can give for your position.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, I mean, I don't know if they didn't win, but not to say anything happened because Donald Trump won at this point, but I do think the more wealth disparity there is, the more that the politicians that the person has elected is not addressing or has not addressed the concerns. And it's not just like they just got in there. A lot of these politicians have been in there 20, 30 something years, right? So people have a long enough time to kind of figure out if they get angry enough that whether it's Republican or whether it's a Democrat in a primary, Republican in a primary, they have enough to say, you know what? We're 2 tears in a bucket. F it. I'm just gonna throw caution to the wind because look, I'm tired of this. At the very least, they want to get that person out, right? At the end of it, they might just want to say, "I want you out," right? And if they do that, because remember, even though everybody, but the Republicans just love Barack Obama socialist, but he wasn't obviously not in any of that sense of the term. But there were some Republicans who did come over and vote for Barack Obama at least in 2008 because they wanted to send a message to the establishment of the GOP about what they were angry about, right? So sometimes that can't happen, but that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, dude. I've been attacked my veracity in the chat, and I know I got in big trouble last week by referring to the chat or paying attention to the chat during our discussion here because I was being disrespectful because I was watching the chat. Remember somebody came up on the stage and said that about me? I was being disrespectful while she was in queue. That I even bothered to look at the chat. So I'm trying not to look at the chat, but Marshall, this is your fault. You said people in the chat want to know what about the DSA. So I put the platform in there for self-report that I looked at the chat and I was called disingenuous for saying that the Democratic Socialists of America in general do not favor strong borders or support open borders. I forget the exact words I used at the time. I was being disingenuous. So I just want to point everyone out, because they could have looked this up as well, that the Socialist Forum, which is a Democratic Socialists of America publication, published this, and I'm going to just read the headline. And for those of you who want to research this further legitimately rather than to prove that Gary misled the audience here, please feel free to look it up yourself. The headline is 10 Arguments for Open Borders, the Abolition of ICE, and an International Labor Movement. So there. I did your research for you. And I only did it because, you know, my veracity got attacked, and, you know, when you're a journalist, what else do you have but your veracity? Thank you, David Gumpy, followed by...
Thank you, Gary. I've never attacked your veracity or your sincerity. I think you have very deep sense of ethics and morals. Sometimes I've said that you are out of touch with the generation of people younger than 25, and sometimes I've said the reason you don't understand why the vast majority of young women younger than 25 support DSA and leftism is if you spend time with the daughters of your friends, you would fully understand.
Oh, I tried doing that, but I got I got punched out for doing it.
Okay, well, let me...
That was a joke, ladies and gentlemen, a J-O-K-E, a joke.
Okay, go ahead, Gary. I am not as humorous as you or as smart as you, so your jokes go over my head, and I apologize in advance. But I will say that I think this room is understating the reality. The betting sites have been very, very accurate at predicting elections, and Polymarket right now is predicting that the Republicans will have a clear majority in the Senate because of the success of DSA. And also, you know, what that means, if you have a big majority in the Senate, it means you can basically get whoever you want on the Supreme Court. So I think it's very safe to assume a few more, one or more additional Supreme Court justices who are supportive of traditional values. And I think that hats off to DSA for offering what Barry Goldwater said, right, Gary? I'm sure you remember Barry Goldwater ran on a platform that was very strong. Barry Goldwater said, I offer a choice, not an echo. And he wanted to highlight he's offering a clear break from the past. He's offering something very different. And that's what the young women in DSA are offering. They're offering a sea change from the politics of the old people of the Democratic Party. And I'm happy to answer your questions about that.
No, I don't see where the Polymarket is for predicting the Senate will go to the GOP because of the DSA electoral successes. Although it may be early and maybe you're predicting the predictions and you may be ahead of the curve. But from what I can see, looking right now, very quickly glancing, not a full deep research that I'm being demanded of in the chat, but in my cursory look shows that the Polymarket traders are currently favoring the Republican Party to retain control of the Senate, but that the consensus is driven by the structural map of the 2026 midterms and historic voting patterns, and it goes on to show further details of the forecast, at least as best that I can see. I just want to remind everybody the Republicans will hold right now a 53-47 majority in the Senate. 22 of the 35 seats are up for grabs, but you know, there are difficulties that the Democrats face in the red and purple states, and if I'm off on that analysis, I know Scott will jump up and correct me, and I will appreciate it if he does. But I don't know that we can necessarily say that there's a causation, but I would agree that the Republicans are and will with greater force now attempt to blur the lines between communism and socialism and attempt to suggest to the electorate that socialism is taking over the Democratic Party, even though, as Scott points out, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble getting these words out today, that is statistically not true. But as I said earlier, perceptions become the reality, don't they?
You know, I'm looking at Polymarket right now. The bet is which party will win the Senate in 2026, and it shows 57% for Republican Party winning the Senate in 2026, respectfully.
I'm not denying that, I just said that. That's exactly what I just read. But I said, I was talking about the causation.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure I see that here. Do you?
Well, yes, I do, and I mean, let's put it this way, Gary. You're a humble, soft-spoken man, but you do spend a lot of time in New York City, and you, more than anyone, know that the people your age, the men who are your age who live in New York City,
Oh, for God's sake, stop with the ageism already.
Okay.
That's your second time and the third time today that has been suggested. Well, how is it that Bernie Sanders is, all the young people vote for Bernie Sanders? He's older than Moses. Stop with the ageism.
Okay, I just want I wanted to be said before. I once in a while have doubted your veracity. Very rarely. I've never doubted your virility, Greg.
Oh boy. Who's been talking? Who's been talking?
Everybody, all the people. I'm looking at something, just as a comment. Scott's right, and I'm right, he doesn't represent most people, but the Republican Party will smear the Democrats with it, the same way the Democrats smeared the moderates with Trump fascism and Nazism and all that other stuff.
Right, but we're not talking about that right now, are we?
No, I know, but I'm looking at their platform. Universal suffrage, extend full voting rights to people with criminal convictions and non-citizens to establish statehood for Washington, D.C. The non-citizen part is crazy. That's nuts. We don't let non-citizens vote in federal elections. The fact that DSA wants to, this is exactly the kind of thing Republicans will use in ads to scare the Democrats.
If I was a Republican strategist, I would tell you that right now. I'd be all over it. I'd be popping the champagne over these election victories by the DSA. The more, the merrier, because the perception becomes the reality. The Democrats can put up people like Scott all day long to say, but the statistics show it's 0.0000001%, or whatever the actual figure is. It doesn't matter. It's what it gets ingrained in people's minds. I've been doing some in-depth studying of the effects of social media, what's the most effective way to get people to understand your point. So, I like to write. I'm a writer. I like to write. So I'm writing, and it was suggested to me by the younger generation that I don't listen to. It was suggested to me that I ought to do videos. So I do the videos. And more people watch the video and read what I write, but they drop off. Literally seconds into watching the video. So the dopamine, I got the fix. I'm going to bring this around to what about perceptions. So I went back to these young people who are experts in social media, and I said, 20-something people, ladies and gentlemen, 20-something people. I am a white male in New York City, and I actually talked to people in their 20s about this issue. And I went to them and I said, well, wait a minute, they're dropping off. And I was told, well, that's because people don't listen on the videos. I said, what do you mean they don't listen? No, you told me I should go on cam and talk to the camera. Yeah, but they don't listen. You have to put text, voice to text. You have to put the text there. They'll read the text then. And make sure you put a catchy headline. What it comes down to is people read the headline and they reach a conclusion based on the headline. So if the headline is the socialists are taking over the Democratic Party, and if the headline is the socialists are communists, that's all people have to hear. That's all they have to see. They don't want to read what the analysis is. If I were to write a piece based on what Marshall and Scott have contributed today, and I write, let's say, I don't know, a 15, a 20, a 30 paragraph, a 40 paragraph piece encapsulating the excellent observations of Marshall and Scott today. I don't think it'll reach a lot of people. But if I say, I have proof that the Democrats are not being taken over by the socialists, people will say, well, I trust Gary. Well, somebody here doesn't, because they said so in the chat, but I trust Gary, and so that must be true. Or if I write, the socialists are taking over the Democratic Party, well, Baumgarten said it, so it must be true. Without reading the argumentation and dissecting it as we are here today when we have our conversations with one another. What we do here, I think, is a bit of an anomaly with regard to how social media is used when it comes to issues of great import, and that makes us an uninformed society. And then, of course, combine that with the fact that those who believe that the reporters of this country are enemies of the state are winning, because every day there are fewer and fewer reporters, because there are more and more layoffs. We get less and less and less and less and less informed, and this is not good for our republic. William, followed by Carol.
So the expansion of social media being delivered on platforms like Twitter and Instagram, they do get through to more people if you have subtitles that go along with the spoken words, and more avenues to reach people. Help it make it easier for some people, not all people, but for some people to get the point that you're trying to make. So if it's helpful.
Do you know what the most important part of a cable news broadcast is?
The headline.
No, the lower third, they call it, the lower third. Breaking news.
Oh, the chyron at the bottom.
At the bottom. Breaking news. You can have, first of all, you put good-looking people on the set. That gets people to leave their TVs on so they can glance up at those good-looking people. And they're arguing and they're talking, and some of them might have some excellent points. And there may be a great round table where people are exchanging ideas. But did you know that the majority of the people aren't listening? The volume is down on the TV. But on the bottom are those chyons which say, depending on what cable station you're looking at, the socialists are taking over the Democratic Party.
And what is that? Well, those are disinformation sometimes, and talking points to mislead people, or sometimes
it's accurate. It depends on the programming of that particular network at that particular day part. But I will tell you also this. Do you know who's sitting behind the computer typing that?
I don't know, whoever was hired, that person that has an axe to grind.
No. It's not somebody like me who I've been told, I'm way past my prime, but I have all this experience to bring to the table. No, it's those 20 years old who know nothing about politics, geopolitical issues, the nuances that we discussed today. These are kids, and it's fine. It's an entry-level position. God bless them that they got it. Maybe in 20 years, they're going to be the new Sean Hannity, you know? This is
you can do like Malcolm Nance does these videos where he has people to his left, a person to his left, a person to his right, so you can get a good-looking guy and a good-looking girl to sit next to you to offer the eye candy, and hopefully you can participate in a conversation with them that will deliver a message that you want to communicate.
Well, then you're telling me that I have to have good-looking people with me in order for...
I'm not saying you have to, but you're telling me that the 20-year-olds are the ones that catch the attention. I don't disagree with you. I'm very persuaded by good-looking women. That's
okay, so I'll tell you what I'm going to do. The next time I do a video, I will, because I can't, you know.
No, I mean, don't ask me. I'm not the guy.
I can't always have somebody available. Okay. I can't always have somebody available to accommodate that suggestion, but I want to accommodate that suggestion. So I'm going to buy two cutouts, and I'm going to have one on my left and one on my right. One will be a good-looking guy, one will be a good-looking woman, You say that they have to be in their 20s?
I don't say that. I'm just saying that you said.
Well, no, I'm taking your advice on this.
You said that it's the people that were in their 20s that were.
No, but you said that the good-looking guy and the good-looking gal.
I didn't say that at all. I don't say a guy that's a Gen Xer or a millennial. You're good-looking and.
Okay, so should this be just some arbitrary AI-generated person, or should it be somebody that we know?
I mean, the best way to study.
I got a Danica Patrick cut out, so there's one, and she's good looking.
Well, I guess the way to look at how well the AI-generated figures are doing is to look on like X-Hamster or something like that and see if the
well, what's that? I have no idea what that is.
It's one of the best free porn sites.
Oh, thank you. Swing's so full of great information today. Okay, do you want to get serious now and talk about the topic?
Yeah, I'll get serious. So, the Democrats on the whole, maybe at the margins, are being taken over by socialists, but that's not the main thing. The Democrats in New York don't run the Democratic Party, and in my party, which is the Democratic Party, I've told you before, I'm the conservative in a blue city. I'm pushing back against socialists with BS ideas that are unrealistic. Maybe sometimes I win, maybe sometimes I lose. That's the way it goes. That's the nature of having a democratic process. You're not always going to get the best decisions made, but unless you can think of a better system of getting people elected. But the fact that people are really bowled over by all these talking points where it's really selling disinformation and misinformation to divide people from one another instead of getting them to work together, that is what the Republicans are doing and what Vladimir Putin is doing to pull people apart in our country to get us to fight against each other. So, the socialists are not taking over, and if they happen to win some seats in Brooklyn or in Manhattan, so what? Most of the Democrats are spread out in a wider area than that. And yeah, are they influential? They can be, but they're not of such a mass that you have to say, oh my God, the sky is falling. You need people who are trying to push, I believe, for more centrist, appealing ideas to come up with logical solutions, to come up with solutions that will actually solve problems. It's not such a horrible thing if you make a priority of having lowering the cost or eliminating the cost of public transportation. If you eliminate the cost, then it will come out of other programs. It will also lower the administrative costs of running the transit system. So that's a cost that can be made if the person elected has the political power to do so. And as you pointed out, they probably don't have the political power to do that. So if they come up with some BS saying we're going to make everything free for everybody, and that doesn't happen, then people will see that didn't work, and you move on to the next election cycle. So I don't think the party's being taken over by socialists. I think a bigger danger, and that's my observation, is that the people that are supporting more right-wing ideas, like having masked men come into our streets to arbitrarily, capriciously, using profiling, using racial profiling, which the Supreme Court has blessed, to pick people up for rejection from this country, is a bigger problem. It's more of a symptom of white nationalism than it is of the socialists taking over. And I think those are really important issues, because that represents a fundamental breakdown of the ideas of liberal democracy and having people, get real warrants to enter people's homes and search their personal effects, and not having masked men that hide their identity from the public barge in to interfere with people's rights without due process. That's more of a fascist move, and that I think is more damaging to the fabric of society. And you need Democrats and Republicans to work together. The ones that are moderate. The people of Minnesota are not some crazy. I went to college in Minnesota. These were normal people. I went to McAllister College and studied, cultural anthropology before I went to law school. These were not crazy people. These are nice people that want to make their communities better. But just because they don't agree with the right-wing ideals and they push back against warrantless searches and seizures and push back against undue violence by unidentified police officers that are cosplaying at best Gestapo, it's a cosplay, okay, but it sends a bad message.
But that's not what their platform says. Their platform
but it's not their platform.
stuff. Their platform says things like no deportation, no holding people in containment while you process them. No
okay, so let me answer that. So the people...
In fact, amnesty for everyone who breaks Title 8, Section 1823. Doesn't matter if you came over yesterday on the boat. Doesn't matter if you got here 20 years ago. It's amnesty. It also doesn't matter.
People aren't saying.
It also doesn't matter to them whether you have citizens or non-citizens vote. That stuff is
First of all, non-citizens are not voting. That's a talking point. Non-citizens are not
federal elections. In federal elections,
they advertise it in their platform, which is a nuts thing to advertise.
They can say it, but they're not. The people who are saying these things are not. They're not reading Section 5 of Section 18.
When it's Republicans, it is said as if it is true.
They are perceived as tearing down democracy
than it is about moderate Democrats.
They're not reading Section 1843 or subparagraph 5. That's not what they're looking at. And the majority of Democrats are not saying
amnesty for everyone who has broken the law. That's not amnesty.
Well, Ronald Reagan gave that wide amnesty.
That's not amnesty if you got here 10 years ago. That's amnesty if you swim across the river yesterday.
Ronald Reagan said immigrants make this country, and Ronald Reagan Republicans...
point saying you can wantonly violate U.S. law as your first...
Well, did Ronald Reagan violate U.S. law?
That's not the point. That's
Ronald Reagan gave broad amnesty.
Don't do this thing where you shift it back onto Republicans. That's not the point. The point is the DSA is advertising things that are crazy. They don't represent moderate Democrats in any way, shape, or form.
That's right, and they're not listened to. They are not
for the wings of people who vote.
They are not the majority of the party.
It is nuts.
They're not the people that are saying things that you are objecting to are not looking to the law and the subsections, and the majority of the Democratic Party.
They're saying it, and they're advertising it as a political position to get themselves elected into office so they can try to do that stuff once they're elected.
All right, but a lot of politicians say, like they're going to lower the price of eggs, and they're going to all these kind of benefits that don't show up.
Foundation, and if you want to know what Republicans believe, you should look at the platform for the Republican Party, of the national Republicans and of the state Republicans.
I'm trying to say,
2025 doesn't describe the Republican Party.
It may not describe it, but what the people see as the message is the overt act.
I can go to the platform and read that they want to give it.
You're right. People are not looking at the platforms.
The river yesterday. That's the problem. It's a giant problem.
Look, Donald Trump won the first
time
with no platform.
As the people who proposed Project 2025, they're both equally nuts.
Well,
Hello?
you need the both sides. The people are seeing that the effects of problem, though. The people are seeing the outcome of Project 2025. When you have each party want to do crazy things, when you have people that are coming into the streets of the blue city, and that's where they're doing it, and terrorizing people, that sends the message of Project 2025 more than what they're not reading. They're not reading the laws and the platforms. They're seeing the message.
Time out. I cannot follow this conversation because you guys are talking at the same time. I cannot follow the conversation. Now I understand, as it's been pointed out to me.
I'm sorry.
I'm an old guy, and because I'm an old guy, shame on me, I can't understand the conversation. I'm over the hill. Do we have 20-year-old people who want to take over the critical thinking forum? Please.
Gary, you do a good job running the room. Don't take it so personally because life is not a popularity contest.
William, I'm not taking it personally. I'm being sarcastic.
All right, just checking.
Oh, you go, Vault. Not only do I have to explain my jokes, I gotta explain my sarcasm. Daryl followed by
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
I do. Somebody's
mic is open. Yeah, I think that's Alan's.
I'll fix it. Go ahead. I'll fix it while you're talking. There you
So
go.
I'm actually, I came over here to Jersey. I'm in downtown North Ironbound, Little Brazil, and I'm hanging out.
Little Portugal.
And Little Brazil, somewhat. But I'm hanging out, watching World Cup. So I came up to kind of echo what Marshall said and to what David had said earlier. And Marshall brought up a point. It is demonstrably true that whenever there's a wealth gap that widens and widens in this particular country and in other societies, you see a rise in socialist ideas. We saw it during the Gilded Age. We saw it right after World War II, when a lot of industrialists, particularly in defense contracting and all these other things, started getting wealthy. We started to see more labor unions. What frustrates me is that we have these conversations and we know that history tells us exactly what's going to happen, and yet no one actually seems willing to do anything about it. And before someone says, well, what can I do? You can be part of a movement to tell your elected officials, this has to change. Or if we look at history, everything collapses. I told Scott and Marshall this morning, I'm going down to South Carolina next month. There is this guy, he builds these underground bunkers. And he said he's gotten more for these underground bunkers in the past 8 months than he's gotten in the past 8 years.
Can I interview him?
Yeah, you want to?
Absolutely. Even though you didn't invite me to a beautiful Portuguese restaurant in the Ironbound section to watch the World Cup with you, I won't do that again.
I figured you're going to work.
Newark is closer to work than where I'm living now, so, we could have worked something.
I got you. Drinks on me, I promise. But to David's point, so there's what's known as the PCE. It's the Personal Consumption Expenditure Index. People are spending less money. It's because people have less money for personal consumption. Fewer people are going to the movies. Fewer people are doing all these other things that people do after they pay their rent and their bills. And yet, for some reason, inflation seems to be very stubborn. So people are spending less money, but inflation seems to be holding where it is. You can't really figure it out economically, but something's going to happen soon. And we know from history that we have to do something. We have to collectively decide we're going to do something about this, or we're just going to let it all go to hell. Because history tells us
that when this happens, if there is not a corrective measure, meaning like after World War II, the establishment of more labor unions, if there's not a corrective measure that happens, people just get angry. People don't want to participate. There's an entire generation who watch their parents put the keys on the counter and walk out of their homes during the mortgage meltdown. These kids that might have been 10, 9 and 10.
Oh yeah, they just put the keys in the kitchen and be like, "Hey, Dr. Bank, enjoy the house, Mr. Bank. Here's the keys. Take care now."
Accounts managed by me. I can do better in the private market, even if I just went totally conservative on what my money was doing. I can do better in the market than I can do with the government managing money. But you can't say these things because everyone has their hot button topics that sends them off emotionally, as opposed to actually saying, hey, let me think about this. Let me ask myself, what does this mean? We have to do something about the wealth gap, because the guy down there, he says everyone who has ordered a bunker that he's going to have to spend the next 2 years building are all plus millionaires. And so we have to do something about this.
Survival of the fittest. And in our society, the fittest are the wealthy.
But it doesn't have to be this way. There's nothing that says this has to be this way.
Well, no, nothing says that it has to be. No, nothing said that we have to have two parties running our political system in the United States. But it is what it is. Who's winning, by the way, Daryl?
Oh, I stepped out. Wouldn't it be survival of the fittest if you were like a billionaire to say, hey, history tells us this is going to happen. So if I have to cut my share by a percentage that I would probably not really notice in life, and ask a buddy to cut his share, ask someone else to cut their share, sacrifice a little to keep the game going, because we need to keep the game going.
Yeah, Daryl, there was an article written about 10 years ago. It was called "The Pitchforks Are Coming," and it's about this very subject. I'll find it and send it to you.
Please send that to me. And yeah, what I was going to say is, your comment about, you said something about, pundits. There was an article, I sent it to Marshall and Scott, but Columbia School of Journalism, they did this article, and they said that you started to see more lawyers doing news commentary when the 24-hour news cycle began. And so the position that was made was, are you getting news, or are you having positions argued to you by lawyers?
So, okay, let me tell you that when I went to work for CNN Radio years ago, CNN had this bureau in New York City where we were on 8th Avenue between 33rd and 34th Street, kitty corner to Penn Station and Madison Square Garden. Beautiful location. And in front of the building, there was what they have here called here NYP parking for New York Press, and you have to be a credentialed, course, a reporter, and then you could get, even if you live in New Jersey, you could get license plate that start with the letters NYP, and that allows you to park in New York Press parking spots. And there were 6 or 7 or 8 cars, SUVs, all lined up in front of the building. And there were crews, 2 people each, for each of those vehicles. And they would be dispatched to cover this, they'd be dispatched to cover that, they'd be dispatched to cover another thing. Today, CNN does not have a bunch of crews running around the largest city in the United States. They have a crew or 2 on call, but they don't have a bunch of them covering things the way they did before. Why? Because it's a lot easier to put talking heads on the screen, so-called experts, and some of them are, to discuss issues rather than actually going out and covering the stories yourself. Now, to their credit, all of the major television news agencies have correspondents on Capitol Hill. They have correspondents at the White House. These are actual reporters at the Pentagon or outside of the Pentagon now looking in, but still covering the Pentagon. And they are who have contacts, they have sources, and when they're brought to give their perspective, they're basing it on what people in the administration have told them, people on Capitol Hill have told them, people at the Pentagon have told them, etc. They do still do that, but it's no longer cost effective for these cable networks, and they have learned that the controversy of the talking head arguments, I'm sure there are people who enjoyed hearing the back and forth between Marshall and William, because there are a lot of people who really gravitate to that. My understanding is, I'm not a Clubhouse user, but my understanding is, other than, as a host for this show, but my understanding is that that's pretty much the norm in a lot of the rooms on Clubhouse, where people are yelling at each other, and they like that. That's great. Maybe it's good for ratings. Maybe we'd get more people in here if we did that. Not my style.
It's good for clicks. It's also good for clicks. Because every click.
Can I comment on the lawyer comment for a second?
I didn't see that you were here.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Daryl, one of the things that changed it for lawyers in the media was actually the advent of court TV. I know a lot of lawyers that ended up working in the media as opposed to practicing that the journalist side, especially with court TV, was paying good money, and people started developing their careers in that direction as that became more popular. But even if you think about it, majority of our legislature is made up of lawyers. Most people in government have a good percentage of a law background. But with respect to lawyers on TV as reporters, they still, as long as they're licensed, they still have ethical considerations and boundaries and guardrails under the rules in their state with regarding what they can say and can't say on the air. I mean, obviously, if it's a case they're involved with, there are very strict guidelines on it. But things like frivolous claims, and certain assertions that don't have any backing in law, or in fact they can't say, and they're a violation of most states' ethical rules. So I just wanted to add that.
So I guess I'm talking more about positions, right? So it means like you have a bit of news, and instead of just reporting the news, you report the news with your position, as opposed to there was something that said if you actually just want news, you should watch your local news. If you want to, and again, this is something that came out of Columbia School of Journalism. If you want to, unfortunately, like you just said, maybe it was the advent of court TV. Maybe they liked it because it became so adversarial. In a sense, people want to see people just go back and forth without consideration for what is true. And I think as a society, we've moved far away from what is true, as opposed to what I call reaction porn, in a sense, right? I think someone else earlier said it's about these dopamine hits, right? It's like the guy from Britain who has that really popular podcast on YouTube. He just literally lets people go back and forth. And somebody could be saying, but it's like no one is actually saying, okay, what A just said is actually factually not true. What B just said is factually not true, because it's not about whether it's true or not. It's just, hey, that's going to get me 100,000 views for this 30-second clip, and that 100,000 views is going to equate to so many dollars. And I just think it's just not good. It's not good for us as a society, but it seems to be what society wants, or at least some segments of society. If that makes.
No, you're right. It's not. It's not good. The neither party will unilaterally disarm and not use the wings of either party to smear the middle. The Democrats won't stop doing it to the Republicans, and as a consequence, the Republicans won't stop doing it to the Democrats, or the other way around if you prefer. And it is extremely unhealthy, still within bounds, and it's totally fair play because it's been used by the other party. Whichever side you sit on, it's used by the other party. But it doesn't mean it's good for us. In fact, I agree with you, it's bad for us. It plays the game so hard, it breaks the system. And there's nothing about playing the game so hard and breaking the system that is good for us. The more we break it, the worse off we are.
And yet some making money. And that's why I'm always saying follow the money.
Okay, I'm gonna cut it off because there are a bunch of people in queue and we only have 15 more minutes.
Burning daylight.
But I would like to get back to the topic at hand. Shine followed by.
Hello. Yeah, I think that establishment democratic politics are sort of captured right now, and I feel the same way or similar way about Republican establishment politics. But I was watching something very how do you call this by I'm not sure if it was Hassan Pike or somebody on the far left, and they basically said that they have a plan. In every district, in every election, that the establishment Democratic politicians will either go their way and capitulate to the leftist or Democratic Socialist politics, or they will have them lose. They'll either have them lose to a Republican, or they will have them lose to the person that they replace them with, but they will be replaced. And so far, after watching that, all of the special elections and whatever have been going on, it has been true. And I think that the establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats on both ends should be aware that the parties are being eaten from within, from outside, right?
Thank you for that, Shai. We'll go to David, followed by Agent.
Hey, Gary. Yeah, there's a lot of great comments in the room today. I think if we look at how, the campaigning's gone, I mean, we had AOC and Bernie Sanders coming to Colorado, talking their, big game about the oligarchs, 1%, controlling the planet, and we need to make changes, big changes, right? You see one of these candidates who got dispatched out of her law firm for writing anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian commentary, and was unwilling to take it down. She's since now working as a barista as well as going to grad school, talking about the candidate a lot. She dispatched a more established Democratic candidate. So I think the voters are saying, you've allowed this guy to get in this office, Donald Trump, who's attacked all things our interests, and you guys aren't doing anything about it. The guy Bennett, who lost, was backed by, I believe, Michael Bloomberg to the tune of $5 million. And so that doesn't resonate with these candidates, particularly it doesn't resonate with these constituents, these voters who want to see change. They want to see the representatives going to Capitol Hill and fighting for their interests and taking on Donald Trump, and not cozying up to the policies and some of the decisions that he's making, which many of them have done that and have not defended their interests. You can take Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer, who have not really done a good job of defending their interests. So this is what we're getting. And of course, Mondami took his experiment to the highest level, largest city in the nation, financial center of the world. And then he dispatched 3 other candidates with his backed candidates with his rhetoric and talking points. So is this good for our politics? Is this good for the two-party establishment? Some say yes, some say no.
some say that we're seeing a reversion to a type of politics that isn't going to win the middle, and that the Democrats are sowing their destruction by not having more of a platform that includes some of these other voices. And then, of course, the right's going to say, this is not what we want as Americans. And so now the middle ground folks, they're going to have to pick a side. And I think ultimately, if I were to be a betting man, they're not going to choose this very fringe lip side that is currently seeing some victories right now. I don't think it's an approach that carries the whole nation forward. I think it does well in certain more blue states like Colorado, Washington, California, New York. But as a whole, I don't think it saves the nation from the very fringe politics that we're under assault with. So
No, because the DSA itself is on the fringe.
Yes, exactly.
The DS on the wing of its own party. Well, they're on the wing. I don't think they would identify. They vote with Democrats. I don't know what DSA members that identify themselves as Democrats, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah. Yeah, and so the Democrats have to win in the midterms, or we're going to have more of the same. These candidates don't necessarily represent, or I think, the middle voices of America, where politics are headed. Scott likes to talk about we need more candidates along the lines of Fetterman, maybe a Manchin. And so, while they still have the majority in our country, and even though I think at the end of the day, those voters of Donald J. Trump are also asking themselves why they voted for the guy. And maybe they're also seeing, many of them are waking up to the fact that their interests aren't being met either by this Project 2025, the massive tax cuts that have been erected. I mean, they've been winning on social policy, but not necessarily on economic policy. So if we vote our pocketbook and we vote what's been happening in this country, I think those should be a strong Democratic showing in the midterms, but not if we were to look at what these kind of isolated wins are about and all that there.
Thank you, David. Agent, followed by El Normal.
Hi, Gary, it's good to be here. Can you hear me okay? My signal's a little weak.
Yep, loud and clear.
Great. Look, I'm going to make a similar point to the one I made maybe last week or something. I think a similar topic came up. If you look at the Gini coefficient now, we're basically at a very similar level. We're crossed into a worse level than we were at the Gilded Age, which is like the most unequal time in our history. All eventually led to...
today is greater than it was during the Gilded Age.
Oh, there you go.
There
So we're already
about
past
2014.
There we go. Thank you, Marshall. So we're 10 years past that, and it's only accelerating, right? I mean, it's just inevitable that there's going to be some backlash, and we're about to be in the AI. We're presently in some ways in the middle of the AI, apocalypse. Look across. Sorry, one second. If you look across different industries, look at driving, for instance. My car drives itself. Very few people have self-driving cars, but we're getting, and I have to monitor it, but, in 10 years, it'll be the majority of cars are self-driving, and you won't even need to monitor it. Cybercabs are about to roll out. You have Waymos, you have all these things. Now, how many people are employed just driving? How many millions of jobs are just that? I mean, you could go down the list of industries. Even my own industry.
And how does that relate to the top?
Oh, well, sorry, I don't mean to belabor it. It relates to the topic because inequality, unemployment, these things give people a natural political incentive to vote for who's going to feed me, right? The DSA is very openly, they're very happy to redistribute, to use authoritarian means to, steal property from anyone who has any property at all, and redistribute it to those who they deem worthy or those who don't have property. This completely screws up a lot of economic incentives. I mean, there's a lot of good reasons why we have the system that we have. But once it becomes too out of balance, there's a natural force, right? Anyone who gets a vote, or eventually the pitchforks or whatever, if you don't have the vote, you feel that disempowered. People eventually fight back to try to get a little bit of a piece of the pie. So what I'm saying is we should expect more of the same unless the major parties start to feed into that territory. I've mentioned Andrew Yang before. That's why I said I'm going to say the same thing as before. He was out there in 2020, and he was trying to ring the alarm bell about everything that's happening, and that
he was trying to promote a universal basic income, which is absolutely, completely, and totally unaffordable.
Yep. Right.
There's no way you can afford a UBI.
This type of attitude and closed-mindedness is exactly why the DSA.
No, it didn't have anything to do with that. Mandatory spending makes up about $2.5 or $3 trillion out of a $7 billion federal budget. You would need at least double or triple that amount of money to do UBI. We're at 101% debt to GDP ratio.
Right.
The idea that you could spend $9 to $12 trillion a year and get away with it and still be the strongest country in the world is insane. And not even remotely truthful.
Thanks, Marshall.
It's lying to people.
Right. Well, lying to socialist lying in very many ways in seeing any type of prosperity. Yes, they are poison, economic poison, political poison. They're certainly linked to the enemy of. You talk about the top most powerful nation in the world. Forget that, right? These people are going to. They want to destroy Israel. They want to declare war on Israel. They want to dismantle the empire. But you should expect more of this. You should expect this to continue to grow.
No, what I should expect is if the government can't answer questions like healthcare and food, that sentiment will continue to grow. If the government and the citizens can figure out a way to answer that quandary, then that issue will calm itself and always has in the American system.
Okay, Marco. Well, I hope I like to be as optimistic as are. Oh, I'm sure we can just answer some questions about food. Then, we don't have to worry about this anymore. Everyone's just going to vote for D or R. And the old school D, mainstream D. Everyone pro-Israel from now on. If you just answer the question about food, I'm sure you're right. Thank you.
Thank you. And Norm, I think we still have a few seconds left, a couple minutes. You get the final.
Norm.
Whoopsie. I think the
There we go.
Yeah, I forgot to unmute because this is my first day on Clubhouse, as you know. All of this wealth inequality stuff is, I think it's a deliberate distortion of reality. So here's a few thoughts for you. Unemployment reached 10% under Barack Obama, and at its lowest point, it was 4.7%. That was what Obama achieved. What is unemployment under Donald Trump? 4.3. Lower than the lowest point under Obama. So this whole idea of wealth inequality and people can't eat and people don't have money for health. Listen, we voted for Obama. He chose to give us health care instead of working unemployment. And apparently, according to what's being said in this room, he achieved neither.
I don't think we've been talking about Trump particularly in the room. We've been talking about the DSA.
Understood. I'm talking about socialism as a response to Donald Trump. And I'm pointing out
that's a fair point.
Thank you. And I'm pointing out that we're doing much better under Donald Trump than we were doing under a more, let's say, a more left-leaning administration such as Barack Obama's. I got a bunch of other points to make about this. By the way, Trump was a change election. They voted for change, and he's accomplished more in the area of change than any president in my memory. You might not like it,
but more people voted for him than any other president in history, except for one, and I believe that one was the previous admin, Biden. Whatever it is, 80 million or something like that, 78 to 80 million. I want to just mention a few more things. No, socialism is not historically inevitable. In fact, it's a 19th century creation, which really didn't get rolling until the beginning of the 20th century. And it ended in disaster. Socialism, communism ended in more human death than any other movement or religion in human history. Socialism is kind of an ideology and a religion. By some estimates, 80 to 100 million dead between the People's Republic of China and the Soviet Union. Moreover, the French Revolution culminated in horrible, horrendous, bloody disaster, people literally guillotining each other, and then they went back to a monarchy in the personage of Napoleon Bonaparte. So it didn't work out all that well. This is not real socialism that they're promoting. This is some weird pseudo-socialism, some elite socialism. You may be surprised to learn of the billionaires behind this elitist Mamdani's campaign. After all, he's a very privileged person, the son of a famous filmmaker and a successful
You're
professor.
absolutely right. I hate to break you off on a roll that I agree with, but we are out of time. Gotta go. By the way, the DSA used to be Zionist favorable. I don't know what happened to them along the way. Somebody's going to have to educate me on how that changed.
They lost their minds, Gary.
Folks, we're here Monday through Friday, 5 o'clock New York time. We will not be here this Friday, however, for the 4th of July holiday, which I will be celebrating, even though Donald Trump is president of the United States, although I've been admonished on Facebook, we can't celebrate. We can't celebrate the 250th anniversary of this country because Donald Trump is president. But I am going to defy these people, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to stand up for America, and I'm going down to New York Harbor to view the tall ships. We are here Monday through Friday, 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing a quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice. And breathe deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body and feel and take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankles. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes, and on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips, just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice as the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands, relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now, vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you were going down, 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 deeper and deeper down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep, and you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before, until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And you're now relaxed and at ease, and a quietness of spirit permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualizations, and in so doing, you communicate your desires to the levels of mind that will assist you in manifesting the positive outcomes. Imagine what you desire as if it were already so. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. and you've just seen your own reality. And you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate it to every level of your being. So say the words along with me, silently in your mind. Shout them out silently, and hear them echo out across the universe and back to you. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. Quietness of spirit. The words quietness of spirit are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you draw upon when you need it. When you say the words quietness of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear this suggestion, and every time you use your quietness of spirit programming, it becomes more and more effective. And it's now time to repeat another powerful affirmation along with me. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. just seen your own reality. And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as if you just had a refreshing nap. Your head will be clear, and you'll think and act with calm self-assurance, feeling glad to be alive and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up and at peace with all life. Number 3, coming on up feeling an internal balance and harmony. Number 4, recall the situation in the room. And number 5, wide awake, wide awake. Open your eyes and feel good. Number 5, wide awake. You're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. You can do other things if you wish while programming your mind by repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All right, now repeat each phrase after me. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. All right. The self-talk phrases session is now complete, and in 20 seconds, the sleep programming introduction will begin. Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta precedes deep delta sleep. Alpha and theta are the levels accessed for hypnosis programming. So on the following sleep programming session, I'll use the same induction as on the first session to take you to these levels quickly. Then, as you cross over into natural sleep, you continue to hear the suggestions. These affirmations are phrased for maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and to awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing a quietness spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice. And breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body. And feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice as the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands, relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearm, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1, you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace, in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before, until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And your body is relaxed, relaxed, relaxed. And your mind is relaxed as you cross over into sleep. A peaceful, relaxing sleep. Peaceful, relaxing sleep. And you're at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. A deep, peaceful, harmonious sleep. Sleep. And you're going to sleep. And as you do, you accept the suggestions you hear. You accept the suggestions you hear. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And the suggestions become your reality. The suggestions are accepted on every level of body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desires. You do. You accept this. You accept the suggestion. You accept the suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quiet spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing a quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice. And breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body and feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankles. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes, and on legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice. As the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands. Relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine, and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing, and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth, and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you were going down, 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 deeper and deeper down, as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, Number 3. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 2. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper. Even deeper. Even deeper. Number 7. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 6. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 5. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 4. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 3. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 2. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And you're now relaxed and at ease, and a quietness of spirit permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualizations, and in so doing, you communicate your desires to the levels of mind that will assist you in manifesting the positive outcomes. Imagine what you desire as if it were already so. Do this now while I am quiet for a while. And you've just seen your own reality. And you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problem. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And These suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate to every level of your being. So say the words along with me, silently in your mind. Shout them out silently, and hear them echo out across the universe and back to you. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. A quietness of spirit. The words quietness of spirit are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you can draw upon when you need it. When you say the words quietness of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear this suggestion, and every time you use your quietness of spirit program, it becomes more and more effective. And it's now time to repeat another powerful affirmation along with me. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, Regain control and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this program. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I am quiet for a while. And you've just seen your own reality. And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as if you just had a refreshing nap. Your head will be cleared, and you'll think and act with calm and self-assurance, feeling glad to be alive and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up and at peace with all. Number 3, coming on up, feeling an internal balance and harmony. Number 4, recall the situation in the room. And number 5, wide awake, wide awake. Open your eyes and feel good. Number 5, wide awake. You're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. You can do other things if you wish while programming your mind by repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All right, now repeat each phrase after me. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day and every way I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confidence image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. All right. The self-talk phrases session is now complete, and in 20 seconds, the sleep programming introduction will begin. Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta precedes deep delta sleep. Alpha and theta are the levels accessed for hypnosis programming. So on the following sleep programming session, I'll use the same induction as on the first session to take you to these levels quickly. Then, as you cross over into natural sleep, you continue to hear the suggestion. These affirmations are phrased from maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and to awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing the quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flow through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice. And breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my word. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body. And feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heel, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips. Just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice. As the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands. Relaxing your hand. And it now moves on up into your forearm. Relaxing your forearm. On up into your upper arm. Relaxing your upper arm. And your fingers and hands and forearm.
You know, this is not like Picture Man, and this like the body has the soul of an animal, and only the Jew has the fully complete soul. Like, come on, man. This is not what the Jews think. I can show you from your rabbis where they think this. Come on. This is not what. Show me. Then show me. Are we gonna do this again? Do you know how many times we've done this? Like, I've never seen this. Maybe you can educate me. God. Come on, you can change the mind of someone. Talmud. It's in the Torah. I mean, it's in the Torah as well, but it's more spelled out in the Talmud. Yeah. I mean, like, it's in your political system. What are you talking about? It is in the political system. I mean, like, what kind of people... worse than the first version of ChatGPT. Shapeshifter, if I told you that usury, that my word for usury... Shapeshifter, if I told you that my word for usury derives from the word for bytes. Right? Like, it's not bad. And then Daniel actually talks about, Prophet Daniel talks about how bad usury is. It's like the
equivalent of rape because you're using it to rape a society over time and an economy. But in Deuteronomy, it says, yeah, I mean, you can do it to the goy, but not to the Jew. I don't even have to get into the Talmud. Jacob is right.
Did you know?
So many of them. Is Ahmad Shara willing to do as any other nation state would do to get the sovereignty of Syria back, given the fact that the Golan Heights belongs to Syria, but for some reason the ethno supremacy fascist regime of Israel took over your land? Does he have?
Hey, can I have a mod, Rafi?
Does he have any plan to get that land back?
I don't think so. Because Syria obviously is defeated. Not anytime soon.
You're down and shutting the room.
I never do. I never shut the room or put people down.
Have fun. See what we get out of this one today.
Okay.
Rafi, Buttercup thinks you guys are all her people, so she's reliable.
Except Rob, come on.
No, you're reliable.
Killing me.
I've heard you say it. It's fine. There's
Oh,
nothing.
you moved up so much in the community. I'm so proud of you, Buttercup.
Yeah, Buttercup.
Guess what? What'd you say? I do what in the community?
Your people have accepted you.
Yeah, your people have accepted you.
I know. I've gained a mod in fucking War Room. What would BB have to say?
Oh,
Maybe
where
rest
is
in
he?
peace. I think he's in trouble with his wife. I heard, so you can't go online anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I just saw him a few days ago.
Wait, really? He's in trouble with his wife?
No.
That's a rumor.
Oh, that's not good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to start a rumor.
I don't wish
I think he did trouble with her.
No.
If he needs marriage advice, Rafi, just tell him that I can help.
No marriage advice. It's nothing to do with some other shit that's popping off right now. And yeah, you should be back.
Like Mossad shit or normal shit?
No Mossad shit. We're good boys.
Have you met BB? Are you guys friends in real life?
Yeah, of course. I know BB for over 15, 16 years.
Oh wow, so you know each other off the app.
Well, yeah. Surprisingly, we grew up in the same area, then we moved, and we found out that we moved to the same area too. We randomly found out.
Well, Dad.
What a surprise. Jews grew up together and then moved and then wound up in the same neighborhood.
No, we moved a distance from each other. Well, from our old area, and yeah, we found out that we're both the same area. It's quite funny.
What's he like in real life?
No, I don't know how far you go. You create your own community.
He's a Jew. What do you want? What do you mean? How is
Is he like bombastic, or is he like actually pretty quiet in real life? Is he introverted?
No. He's got balls.
Oh, okay. You've seen them? You're that close?
His brother even bigger, surprisingly.
Damn.
Well, back in the day. Back in the day. I don't know about today, but back in the day. I think BB has a bigger one today. Than his brother.
He's married though.
He is?
Yeah, just saying he's married.
Who are you saying that to? Me?
No, I'm just joking.
Apropos nothing. No one was.
I was waiting for you to laugh.
He's married twice. It's his second wife, right? We know about his 10 kids and his 2 wives. We know everything.
And there's a second. I don't know if it's a second or third.
Oh, interesting.
Or sorry, third baby mama.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have family, Rafi?
We do.
Nice. Good for you. How do they feel about your being on a clubhouse all day?
I don't mind, as long as I bring the paycheck.
Yeah, fair enough. So I guess you live in Toronto then. Your neighbors with Benny Adam.
No. Closer to Drake.
Oh, okay.
Closer to that area.
Anyway, so today in our room today, Rafi, we were talking about the top negotiator for the hostages, who today, in an interview, says that he spoke about how this sort of myth of a complete victory has sort of, and how the government has rejected many, many hostage deals in favor of partial deals so that they could continue the war. I don't know, did you see that clip, or did you miss it?
I did not see that clip, but again, everything's easier said after the fact. They can say anything they want after the fact.
Fair enough, but in the moment, people were already saying it. That's the thing.
I understand. People are, again, listen, to start a conspiracy, it starts from something truthful and then it fucking gets exaggerated.
But in the moment, the hostage negotiators and Yoav Gallant and the people who were running the war.
It's easier said after the fact than why wasn't it said?
We're not talking about after the fact. We're saying in the moment they were saying it. They were saying we had specific war goals.
The same people. Okay.
Rafi, they said we had.
Did she go missing? Where did she go? I don't know where she went.
As you were closing the debate with her.
What's up, North?
Yo, what's up? I'm hearing good things about this room. Buttercup and
I have Buttercup modded here. For fairness. We wanted to see how fair we can go with this.
She is such a fair maiden.
I gave her a mod.
Why isn't she here anymore?
She's gonna come back.
I think you should bring her up again because you cannot debate with her. You should bring Buttercup again.
I don't know if she keeps going somewhere.
I think she should join the IRGC. She's perfect for them.
If she joins it will be better for you. She will damage you more as she damage Rafi in this debate.
No. I have Buttercup very. He's good. Why is Buttercup in the audience?
Lauren, did you recruit Buttercup?
No, I was in the other room with El Normo, but the African.
Someone kicked me, Rafi.
I
think it was Glow. Glow, did you kick me? No, she didn't. Can you please? I want to hear Soren. I wasn't even here, Butter.
Hold on.
I'm right here. I hate the Jews.
But Daniel's sleeping.
I hate the Jews.
Buttercup, hold on, Norm, 1 second. How can you get kicked if you came back in, Glow? Buttercup.
What do you mean?
You can't come back into the room.
No, I got kicked off the stage because I was a mod.
Bit of a liar.
I was in the middle of talking and then I got booted off the stage and you weren't paying attention.
I'll be fair here.
Rafi, what the fuck?
Don't worry about it. I'm being fair. I want equality.
You don't want to we gotta have a conversation. It can't just be an echo chamber, right?
I want equality.
He wants a real back and forth. Where's the equality for your sister, Rafi?
This is gonna turn into a shit show, guys.
Not necessarily. How about that peace plan with Lebanon, Fadi? Is that wonderful or what?
She was trying to talk to me.
Oh my goodness.
How about that?
Are you done? Are you done defending Epstein or?
No, it's the peace plan. Who knew it?
Are you? So you're over the being an Epstein apologetic?
No, but how can
you? No, you're not over it. Okay, you're not over it.
Did you kick me?
You're not over it.
How about that peace plan with Lebanon?
Rafi, did you hear about this? What do you think of Norm being an Epstein apologetic? I tried to get him to admit that Epstein was a pedophile,
apologetic.
and he refused to admit it.
Hey, I don't have to admit somebody else's crime.
I got the.
Let's go back to
What do you think of that? What do you think? I'm asking you what he
I
thinks
have no
of you.
opinion. To be honest, I didn't read none of the Epstein files myself.
Me neither,
And
by the way.
I don't know where it actually says what makes him what he is. To be honest.
Well,
Why doesn't anybody talk about the Emirati sheikhs that do worse
we were
than Epstein?
we were talking about how he was soliciting
Yeah, exactly.
because
they were Muslims, that's why.
soliciting a little girl. And I was trying to see if I was trying to see if Norm
It's
Green
true, they're nasty motherfuckers. They like to take shit on
say that
people.
he doesn't support pedophiles. But
Oh, no,
for whatever reason, Norm Green decided he's just going to defend Mr. Epstein.
No, Norm Green.
Oh my goodness.
Epstein. He's dead.
That's not what we heard on the tape. That's not what we heard on the tape, Norm
You
Green.
were there. What do you mean?
Norm Green from New York. We heard it.
I know he's dead. Unless did you respect the light? Are you one of
tried to get you to clear the air.
Your name is
I tried to get you
nothing
to.
in the air?
I tried to get you to clear the air.
Nothing in the
Can
air.
I get a word in? Can I get a word in?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Thanks.
Let's talk about the Lebanon.
No, hold on. Al Normo, just give me a second. How come everybody likes to talk about Epstein and nobody likes to talk about the sheikhs in the Emirates that do worse to women?
I don't know. You'll have to talk to everyone and no one. You have to talk to everyone. No, you said how come everyone does this and no one does that? I don't know. Just go find.
Sorry.
No, I would like to focus on. I would like to focus for a moment.
Yes.
No,
I mean, you haven't come to many of my rooms, so how would you do that?
The deal is
So
that
are you
Norm
in favor of
Green
the people
spent
like
30 minutes defending Epstein.
No, I didn't
30
defend
minutes.
him, no.
30 minutes.
Let it go.
You're annoying because I just asked you a question and you couldn't answer my question.
Because I don't know who everyone and no one is.
No, actually, shapeshifter, what he said,
Hold on. Is Shapeshifter Fadi the one that?
Yes, he's a big liar. A big liar. And he's a Jew hater.
And this Soren person is defaming Norm. That really bothers me.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, guys. Guys, I don't want this shit.
Yeah, guys,
Nobody
relax.
said anything about the Holocaust.
Everybody relax. Everybody relax.
They would not comment on something.
Okay, we have a fucking rule in this room. We have one mic policy. Okay, so we're gonna speak one mic. Nobody go off your fucking mics. We're gonna give it to Buttercup. She started the conversation. If you guys want to rebuttal it, you guys can rebuttal it. Okay? We're gonna do it fair. Buttercup, the floor is yours.
Are we going back to the old topic about the
I don't know, whatever
negotiators?
topic you want to trigger the room with, the floor is yours.
All right, so we were in the middle of sharing a clip. There was the top lead negotiator for the hostages in Israel. How they, he basically disclosed today that there were multiple complete deals that would have released the hostages earlier in the war and spared many of their lives. But the government rejected it in favor of partial deals because they wanted the war to continue, right? And so that's what we were talking about. And Rafi pointed out, hindsight is always 20/20, right? It's easier to play called Monday Night Football or whatever. Like you can always quarterbacking or whatever. You could, in retrospect, you can always say we should have, woulda, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? However, in the moment when these deals were being proposed, I think it was like a year into the war when they were going to sign a deal to release many of the hostages. The military top brass and intelligence top brass and the negotiators were sounding the alarm that they were close to a deal. And then Ben-Gvir and Smotrich went out of their way to sabotage it. And the government decided in the last hour to move the needle. So they had certain war goals, and they changed the war goals in the final hour in order to prevent the deal. In fact, 6 hostages were shot the day after because they added last-minute provisions into the deal. So I don't think this is like, I don't know. Rafi, do you want to jump in?
Wait, are you blaming Israelis for the murder by these deranged, debauched terrorists?
I'm blaming them for sabotaging deals that could have spared them from these deranged
maybe that wasn't a deal that they wanted.
They did want it though, and well, that's what I'm saying. The news today, El Normo, The news today is that the hostage negotiators are saying they had a deal, and that Israel and that Netanyahu's leadership sabotaged it in favor.
Deal, right?
There was a complete
deal.
There were multiple complete deals that were proposed that would have released all the hostages.
Deal. I didn't say it's complete or not. By the way, didn't Trump get the hostages out?
The deal that they got out was the exact same deal they would have gotten a year ago at a lower cost.
No, because Hamas had to disarm according to the Trump deal. Remember?
So, except they haven't disarmed, right?
But they didn't. Well, now we've taken almost 75% of Gaza. So yes, 75% of them are disarmed.
The disarming had to do with ending the war. It had nothing to do with releasing the hostages. They could free the hostages within.
It's all part of the 20-point deal.
Well, so
read the deal.
Shut up for a second. No, Arm.
Shut up.
The top negotiator who represented the hostages, who was involved in all of the talks, claims that there was deals on the table to release all of the hostages that the government refused. Why? What was their justification? Because they needed to continue the war. They couldn't do that if the hostages were released. No, they sacrificed the hostages to continue the war.
No, it's because we let Hamas stay in power. So
but they did. Hamas is still in power.
Hamas is not in power. Hamas is finished. They're surrounded. By the way, is this before or after we took Rafah, Buttercup?
You think that he... Alright, Nora was just going to interrupt, so I don't know what you're doing.
If you want a topic where Al Normo is a bit more passionate, you might try Epstein.
Epstein? You want to talk about Epstein?
Very, very thoroughly.
Rafi, am I allowed to discipline Rafi, please check your bag. Rafi, may I discipline El Normo? Can I put him in timeout?
No, we're not going to discipline. Normal knows to behave.
Rafi, can you check your back channel, please?
Send me text message. I don't see nothing in the back channel.
No, but Buttercup is preventing Brett from coming in.
Oh yeah, I do block him. I can unblock him if you want.
Yeah, we need everybody to be in Buttercup. We need a fair debate.
Yeah, no worries. I'll unblock Brett.
We don't punish people here. We just control.
No, this is an old block. I forgot about it.
Again, I just say we control people.
No block list here, please.
Buttercup, you don't have to do that.
I don't want.
As your counsel, you don't have to do anything.
Hold on.
Thanks.
Hold on. I'm just saying, Buttercup. If you want it to be modded, you better not have a big block list. I let everybody in.
I have a small block list, and Brett is on it. That's all.
Okay, don't have a big block list.
Because you hate Jews, right, Buttercup? Isn't that true?
The pretty nice guy. How did he earn the Buttercup
Is that why
block?
you want to kill them?
Buttercup. How did he earn the Buttercup block?
Just for being dumb.
Because he's a Jew.
Yeah, I'm blocking.
He's not that dumb.
He's kind of dumb.
Holy crap.
Didn't you say you wanted to violently destroy the state of Israel?
Call me a good guy.
The Matrix. Okay.
Come on, let's stop all these non sequitur.
Okay. First of all, that's gonna be none of that shit again. When people get out of line, we will put you. I try not to put anybody in the audience because I think I can control people on the stage. Everybody's a fucking grown-ass man or a grown-ass woman that should have some etiquette and know how to fucking have a discourse. Okay? We're gonna have normal conversation, one mic at a time, no trolling each other. Okay, continue.
My ass is fully grown, but it's a little rumbly.
Alright.
But I just was wondering, can we get a room reset, brother?
Yeah, no problem. Buttercup, did you unlock him?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
I think we're talking about the peace deal with Lebanon.
No, we're talking about yes.
No.
What would you like to say about it?
First off, hold on. First off, we have a topic on top of the room. Zionism right to defend or ethnic cleansing?
That's just not a coherent topic, though.
I know.
Of course.
It's not a sentence. It's not like grammatically correct. Al is a journalist. He should know better. El Normo.
Well, I didn't write it, but I understand it. Maybe your English isn't so hot. So
Zionism right to defend?
Yes. Does Zionism embody Israel's right to defend itself, or does Zionism constitute...
Oh, okay. It's kind of cryptic, but I hear what you're saying. Thank you, El Normo.
I said in one simple sentence.
Okay. Thank you for filling in the gaps. Norma.
There wasn't any gap, but I'm happy to explain.
Rafi, I think I remember why I blocked Brett, which is that he yells Judenrat for like hours without letting me speak. So if he does that, can I put him in timeout? Not kick him, just in timeout.
If you do that, yes, I will
You
make sure
modded
he does that.
Emrose, Buttercup. You modded Emrose, and then she went on screaming and going all schizo again. So.
Okay, Glow. Let's water under the bridge, okay?
Emerald's going schizo was like Tuesday.
I will deal with Brett.
Buttercup, I think one of the IDS spokesperson said that Hamas cannot be defeated because it is an ideology, which is Daniel Hagari, who said itself.
We just have to take their guns away. By the way, I heard today that Hamas said that there were 50,000 terrorists killed by the IDF in the war, which is a revised number. That would lower the ratios to less than 1 to 1. The most humane army in military history. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Pedophile supporter, racist.
I can't hear anything.
Yes.
So you want help babysitting? That's what I'm doing up here.
Please tell Norm to stop being racist.
Yeah, Norm, stop being racist.
I love race.
Fighting is not a crime.
I'm a
I love racists. Wow.
I'm an eraser.
You love race.
Okay, guys, let's move on. I want to answer the question of the title question.
You know what
Rafi.
I like Ayatollah. How many?
Rafi, you want this to be a serious room or a joke room? Alright, we're gonna mute you. Sorry, he's giving me permission. The first warning is a mute. The second one is mute. The third one you go down for 5 minutes and then you come back up. Yeah, Rafi? Okay, that's the rule. You get 2 mutes and then you go down for 5 minutes.
Breaking news of a deadly shooting in River North.
That's why we have to be
Figure out what the information is.
we have to be draconian about it, Rafi, okay? First interruption, first word interruption, you go to mute. Second mute, after a second mute, you go down.
Can we talk
For
some
5
Farsi
minutes.
in here? Let's talk some Farsi.
I wanna answer the question, the title question, Rafi.
Oh, well,
Can I answer it?
No.
Okay, so I think that I am still, as an anti-Zionist Jew, I am still ambivalent about whether Zionism was doomed to fail to begin with, or it morphed into something supremacist. If it was inevitable that it would become the supremacist genocidal entity, or if there was hope, there was an idealistic Zionism that could have been salvaged at one time. And I want to kick off the question to say, was Zionism doomed from the start to turn into this genocidal supremacist thing, or was there an idealistic version of it that could have been sustained? Who wants to take the
What was in the heart?
Zionism, Buttercup. Why don't you tell the room what it means?
What was in the
I'm
heart?
referring to you, Buttercup.
What was in the
Oh,
heart
you're
of
shape.
Why don't you tell them
What was in the heart?
Zionism?
Al, it's not your Normo, it's Shape's turn.
Yeah.
No, I asked you a question before we started speaking.
Shh.
No.
You're gonna go next. It's gonna be Shape and then Normo,
No, but I
okay?
asked you a question. You wanted to find it first.
I want to hear your question after Shape, okay?
You're asking the same question, so just let one of you do it.
Yes. Okay. Well, it seems that in the heart of Theodore Herzl was the displacement of Palestinians, if you read his diaries.
Okay, okay, fair. I didn't read his diaries.
I don't know why you didn't.
I'm sure you can provide.
So what is it?
The women are speaking.
Alright,
The women are speaking.
that's mute number 2. The third mute, you go in timeout, okay, El Normo?
No, I thought he was done now.
Al Epstein.
No, it's not. It was a misunderstanding.
You wanted to find